declare the Exec Elections 2020 are open. You are now free to campaign.
Hello and welcome. It is the Soapbox Day 1 of the Exec Elections 2020. We are coming to you live from Loughborough Students' Union here in the Piazza, surrounded by some of the candidates. Give us a cheer! Yes, we're all very excited. I'm joined in the Piazza by Amy Woodjack.
Hello, I'm going to be walking around Piazza today, interviewing a few of the campaign teams, having a look at their stalls, seeing how everything is going so far for the first couple of days of campaigning.
Yes, that's right. It is full on. Campaigning has just started, and we're going to have a look at what some of the candidates have to say, getting the answers to the questions you have. But before we do that, before we get going, let's have a look at some of the best bits from last year. Here are the Exec Elections 2019 highlights. What an exciting time of year elections is. And it just so happens I have some of the winners from last year. We've got the Vice President, Darcy Dunn, and our Union President, Salome Dore. How are you guys feeling now?
Very excited. I'm really excited to see what they all pull out the bag for Soapbox. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm very excited too, especially excited not to be running this year and just being able to watch and observe the candidates. But they're all doing really well at the moment, and Soapbox is the most exciting time as an executive.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It's very nice to be on this side of it and not running, campaigning, wearing costumes. So obviously, very different this year. So what are some of the major changes that you guys have implemented this year?
So we've kind of removed as much as we can the themes aspect, but there's also something that the candidates don't know yet, which is they're all going to get their £75 back, which they had to put in to run the first place. The reason we've done this, so we secured enough sponsorship, which is great, but the reason we've done this is to kind of make sure that everyone can run regardless of their finances. So yeah, you're all going to get your money back, guys.
I think it deserves a bigger cheer than that. Come on.
Come on.
There we go, very excited. So what has the process been for this elections? What have you kind of gone through to prepare?
God, well, I've had no sleep, but we've been planning these now probably since November, and it started out kind of planning what we wanted to see that was different from last year. Obviously, we've had the live candidate reveal that happened the other day, and then today we've got our campaign day, as well as the actual Soapbox event. So if anyone wants to come by and speak to our candidates in person, they're all here with lots of sweets and banners to come see you.
And I think also one thing Darcy brought back this year is the section chairs, so they get their own soapbox. on stage as well. So I think it's really important because they are part of the team, and last year was kind of missing. So now they're back into the main campaigning.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think it's very nice to see all the positions together because it creates that camaraderie when you're campaigning, because it is quite a hard period to go through, and it's very nice to give equal sort of weighting to all the different positions. One thing you also brought back was a physical live reveal. That was very well attended. How do you think it went?
It was amazing. It was raining outside, and we just ignored that bit where they had to run out and put the posters up. But it was really, really, really nice to be able to announce everyone coming down the stairs even, and to see all the banners in the background, and to just see it all unfold, really. It was nice to be able to announce them as candidates rather than kind of just go, off you go, and see what happened, but yeah.
Awesome. So just before we kick off with the section chair Soapbox today, let's have a little look at what they had to say. This is Meet the Sections.
So I can kind of talk like Donald Duck.
So my name is Cameron and I'm running for the media chair.
Hi, I'm Charlie Berkhamshaw and I'm running for Enterprise Chair this year.
I'm Rachel and I'm running for AU Clubs Officer.
Hi, my name's Ash and I'm running to be RAG Chair.
My name is Abby and I'm running to be the Society's Chair.
My name is Afzal and I am in first year of my postgraduate degree in Mechanical Manufacturing Engineering, and I am candidate for the Media Section Chair.
My name's Tom and I'm running to be your next Action Chair.
Hey, I'm Emmanuel and I'm running for Enterprise.
My name's HETTIE BAWDEN and I'm running for RAG Chair.
My name is Jodie and I'm running for Action Chair.
I'm studying maths.
Computer Science and Business.
So I do medicinal and pharmaceutical chemistry.
I do social psychology.
I'm doing medicinal and pharmaceutical chemistry.
I'm on industrial design.
I was a medicinal and pharmaceutical chemistry student.
I do geography.
I'm doing Sports Biomechanics Masters.
My greatest achievement is starting my own company last year.
My greatest achievement would be getting my dream job in London for my placement year.
My greatest achievements are it's a very long list.
I got a degree last year.
The volunteering in Nepal last year and through our overseas section in Action.
Got a lots of scholarships, bursaries.
Probably doubling last year's Poppy Appeal total this year.
I always say get into uni.
And I got second position in a painting competition organised by an international NGO.
I rode for England in 2017.
So my greatest achievement is when I achieved funding to do some brain cell research in my second year of university.
So I think my greatest sort of achievement is the fact that I've done a Magician of the Year. So I did Young Magician of the Year in 2017 and I came second. So we've got a card here and it's the Jack of Clubs. So you're going to take it, going to throw it into the air, just like that. It completely changes to the Queen of Hearts, but not just that side, the blue back as well, because it was originally red.
I can wiggle my ears.
The triple jump.
I'm really flexible.
Okay.
My arm's bent the wrong way, but I don't think that's going to show up on camera.
I can touch my tongue with the tip of my nose.
So my special talent is not origami, but I learned how to do it, so I have a special talent now.
Well, thank you very much for that. We're actually going to have a quick chat to a couple of Rachel's team. How are you finding it all so far?
We're loving it so far. We had a great poster dash. We were all over campus, running everywhere, and it was a mad night.
Yeah, it's gone really well so far. I think we've had like a nice start to the campaign, so we're really looking forward to it.
How are you actually finding campaigning so far? Because obviously it's only been the first couple of days, so how's it going for you guys?
Yeah, it's still very early, but we are canvassing the whole campus. We're talking to everyone, getting flyers out there, getting the word known. Rachel is your choice for AU Clubs Officer.
Agreed.
Nice and simple. Are you guys excited for anything, like in particular this week? Anything big coming up?
The whole campaign week we are looking forward to, especially Q&A Tuesday, 7 till 8 infusion for Sports EO and AU Clubs Officer. We're looking for that.
That's going to be a really good chance to hear a bit more from Rachel, so that's a great one to tune into.
Brilliant, thank you very much. We're going to hand back to Rahul on the panel.
Thank you very much, Amy. So we're back with Darcy and Salome. Just wanted to ask you quickly, obviously, Something we started last year was cutting down on the costumes to make the campaign period a bit more serious. And you've continued that this year and got rid of themes entirely. So how do you think that's going to impact on the candidates and the way they're campaigning?
I think they've had to campaign a bit smarter. So we've got some really, really good slogans all over the place if you have the chance to come down and look at them. And I think their manifestos are standing out a lot more. We know what each candidate is wanting to achieve. And that's what the election should be about, so exciting.
Yeah, I think I was a bit worried when Darcy told me we got rid of themes because I think sometimes that's how students engage with it. But actually I've been so impressed with how candidates have used the no theme and selling themselves as candidates. And it's actually incredible and I'm really excited. And as Darcy said, we can actually see the manifestos now, which is the point of the elections, really.
I mean, definitely, yeah. It brings it, I think, a lot more in line with other SUs across the sector, where things are much more, it's the people, their policies, what they're running for. So I think it's a positive step. So you said, Darcy, and you know, self-care is important, that you hadn't slept in preparation for getting these elections ready. So in terms of the executive then, obviously you guys have been an incredible team over the course of this year so far. What are the executive and yourself and the elections committee going to be doing across the entire week?
Probably keeping a close eye on our candidates, making sure they don't break any rules. But it's crazy because our elections committee, they're working really, really hard as well. They're kind of like a mini group of acting returning officers. So they're just keeping an eye on everything across campus, making sure that all of our events and stuff go as planned. But yeah, they're being really, really helpful. We were out on the night out with the candidates on the first night the other night, kind of making sure they stay in what we call the cube. It makes sure that they don't block people as they enter the building with all their signs. But yeah, they're doing a lot of that, so they've got a lot of restless nights as well, but we're going good.
Amazing. So I think we're just about ready to get going with our first soapbox of the day. So here is the soapbox introduction for AU Clubs Officer.
The AU Clubs Officer is in charge of the day-to-day operational activities that take place within the athletic union. This includes face-to-face conversations with committee members, students, club members, just to make sure everything within the athletic union runs smoothly. They also deal with elections within athletic union clubs, general queries that need help with. They are a massive part of making change happen, and the athletic union needs them to survive. So it's great. My favourite part of doing the role when I did it was probably sorting problems out, which doesn't sound too fun, but it's really important for those people running for the role to make sure that they are able to sort things out, speak with people on a day-to-day basis, because you have all sorts of things that pop up in your office and need dealing with. I think sorting problems out is always some sort of satisfaction you get with it, and there's a lot of things that you need to think of within the AU. So. The role is important because it really complements the sport EA role. Obviously the athletic union is massive, and one SAB can't do it all, unfortunately. So they need to work really well with the sport executive officer. But they also probably are in charge of a lot of athletic union things, potentially more than the actual AU president themselves.
Hello and welcome to the Soapbox studio. Over the next couple of hours we will be interviewing all of the sections, but we start with AU Clubs Officer, and I'm joined with our uncontested Rachel CAVERHILL. Thank you very much. How are you feeling?
I'm good, thank you.
Good,
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Just a little explanation of how this will work. We'll have your 60-second introduction.
Yeah.
We'll have some questions from me, a few questions from Piazza, and we'll come back to me, and then you're done, and then
Lovely.
It's freedom. So I'll invite you to give your opening statement now, if you'd like to look down that camera,
sure.
and your 60 seconds starts now.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Rachel CAVERHILL, and I'm running to be your next AU Clubs Officer. Throughout my time at Loughborough, I've been heavily involved in sport, particularly within the AU. I've been on the AU Women's Rugby Committee for 2 years, and in my current role as AU Welfare and Diversity Officer. So just touching briefly on my manifesto points, there are inclusion, support and development. I feel that everybody should have an equal opportunity to be involved and active within the AU. And also that clubs should get the support and training to drive their clubs forward. And I hope you get to know me a bit better and my strategies within this interview. And yeah, thank you for tuning in.
Thank you very much. Let's jump straight into it then. Question number one. For many years, sport roles within the exec structure have been attempting to tackle inclusion in sport.
Yeah.
Now including yourself. How do you feel you will approach this differently to previous incumbents?
So I've had experience this year as AU Welfare and Diversity Officer, and I've been able to work with lots of different sections as part of this, obviously mainly Welfare and Diversity sections, and I feel like we need to build a strong relationship between the AU and Welfare and Diversity, and also all the other sections as well.
Okay, is there anything that you could highlight specifically that you're going to put forward to really develop that inclusion, some sort of policy or strategy?
So I think we can branch out our campaigns that we're doing at the moment. So at the moment they're very much on an event specific, but actually having them running all the time and getting more people to know them. So we have our Play with Pride campaign, our Team Talk, and I'm trying to launch one at the moment which focuses on international students and BME students, and actually working with lots of different people.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so moving on. Considering the recent national coverage of certain club cultures here at Loughborough, especially initiations and welcome socials, how will you target this issue and start to solve what is becoming an increasingly big problem here at Loughborough?
So I think at the moment they are allowed to go on because we call them welcome socials, and actually nothing's changed about it. It's the same thing, just with a different name. And actually, we need to address that and speak to clubs, give them the suitable training so that they know what to do and what not to do. And especially if something goes wrong, how to deal with that as well.
Okay, so for example, we all know about the one that happened this year.
Yeah.
And that there are sanctions in place.
Yeah.
Would you continue with the sanction policy we have, or is there something that you'd bring in to deter clubs from doing it again?
Well, I think you need a deterrent to stop clubs, but they also need the education to know what to do, because if someone's doing it repeatedly, they're not learning from their mistakes. So there needs to be a bit of both, really.
Okay, so you'd continue down the same sort of route. What sort of changes would you make? What sort of discipline would you bring to clubs to stop them doing that?
So have lots of training for them, and then for the discipline, like whatever we feel is suitable. So if that's a social ban, then that can be brought in. Also, just like on...
That's okay,
yeah,
fine.
No.
We'll move on to the next question. So kit is a major issue
Yeah.
in the AU and always has been. The cookery contract is not ending for over a year. So how do you feel you're going to be able to make a substantial change from previous years?
I think James has worked really hard this year on trying to build a good relationship with them, and I think that needs to continue, because we need a good relationship for also not just for them getting stuff out of us, but that we're getting a good experience from them. So people need to be able to get in their kit on time. It needs to be suitable for their sport. I know a lot of sports have got kit that either breaks in their first competition or just isn't up to scratch. And we need to work with clubs specifically, need to know their requirements and pass that directly on to cookery.
Okay, so it's updating that communication.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go down to Piazza now. I think Lauren Durkin's down there and she's got a question for you.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much, Ed. We do have a question. And if you have questions at home, remember to use the hashtag LSU Elections, get in touch, and hopefully we will be able to read that out for you. Our question is actually coming from Ash Prescott. Ash, good to see you.
Hello, nice to see you too.
So what is your question?
My question is, Rachel, you've just been talking about inclusion, and we heard Darcy earlier talking about the reducing in the cost of the campaigns to increase inclusion. The cost of our athletic union clubs, many of them, is more than running in this election. Do you think that would be a barrier for some people?
Yes, definitely. That is going to stop people. And I think a way to approach that is to make sure people know exactly what they're getting. So we have a breakdown of the costs, and then they know that it is a lot of money, what their money is specifically going to, and the benefits that they're going to get from that.
Okay, so I assume they're happy with that answer. We'll move on to these questions. Much like James and Lauren before you, you've been the AU Welfare Officer.
Yeah.
Did you simply apply for this role because it felt like the natural trajectory, or was there something else that drove you for it?
Well, obviously, they have both done it too. And I hadn't even considered doing this role before this year. And I think I want to get into contact with more people. So in my role at the moment, I'm very much dealing with the welfare reps and anyone else who comes forward to me who needs support or guidance or just has a general query. And actually I want to branch out to a lot more people. I feel like a lot of just AU members who aren't on committee, they don't know who most of us are. So yeah, I think that'd be the main reason.
So do you think welfare is the best position on the exec to prepare you for something like this, or are there other opportunities you wish you had?
Obviously, I think welfare and diversity role has a big positive, and it does prepare you well because you get to work with lots of people, and you also have that background of inclusion and making sure that everybody has an opportunity to get involved. And obviously there are parts of the AU that I'm not going to be an expert on, but I can learn that, and yeah.
Staying on the welfare role, one of your 3 manifesto points is heavily weighted towards this welfare approach.
Yeah.
Do you think this could be somewhat of a bias towards welfare if you get the role, as there is much more to the AU than just the welfare, and obviously in recent years we've seen that welfare trend move through?
Yeah, well, obviously I'm coming from a welfare background, so I am going to push that, but you can't forget all the other day-to-day running, so kit that we mentioned before, membership costs that Ash asked about, finances in general. I think there's so many different prongs to what we need to focus on, really.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So you've proposed increased support for clubs in your manifesto with increased training and support. How are you going to incentivise good attendance at these sessions? Sorry.
So at the moment, clubs, they attend everything. They don't really get recognised other than, so we have the AU ball and there are awards there. And I think making a bigger thing throughout the year of clubs who are really on it, attending everything, training sessions, not just coming to the GMs that are compulsory, but actually incentivising the fact that they're sending their media rep to some training, and getting other clubs to see what structures clubs who are succeeding have in place.
Okay, so what sort of, is there financial things for the club? Is there going to be a gold star, a badge? What are we thinking here?
So we have Club of the Week at the moment, and I think we give that for people who have excelled in competitions, but actually opening that up to this club this week has been to everything, and they get £100. So there's also financial incentives for their club.
So you tie in the current incentive to
and
what you're now producing?
broaden it out and making it more specific so people know what they're getting this award for.
Okay, okay. Moving forward, the current incumbent officer believes that the role is no longer about administration and should instead be about the operation of the AU clubs. How will you balance the operation and administration elements of the role? And do you agree that it is no longer an administration role?
Well, I think it can't just be an administration role, because else you're not getting to meet all the other AU members. And I think, sorry, can you repeat the question?
Certainly, yeah. So the current incumbent the incumbent officer believes that the role is no longer about administration and should instead be about the operation of the AU clubs. How will you yourself balance the operations and administration elements of the role? And do you agree that it is no longer about administration?
Yeah, so like I said, it's not just about admin, and it is also about the operations. But it's got to be finely balanced. We need to have the AU working and running, but we also need to get everything done that we want to do. So it is a fine balance, and it's just about dividing that time effectively.
So the SDC currently fund about £10,000 of the budget towards the AU Clubs officer.
Yeah.
And that is strongly focused towards lifting the administration elements off the Sport EO, which is more than half your salary. So do you believe that more than half your time is going to have to be spent on administration?
I can't say exactly what I'm going to be doing at the moment. I obviously don't know the full role because I'm not in it. But I think it's very much that I'd have to sit down with the person coming out and see how they feel they've done well this year and balancing it.
Okay, okay. We're going to go back down to Piazza now. I believe we've got a question down there.
Yes, thank you very much, Ed. So far, how do you think Rachel's holding her own?
I think she's doing quite well, yeah. From a fellow, welfare officer, come AU intern, I think it is really important. Obviously, welfare is fundamental within clubs and members, and I know sometimes we can end up having an emphasis on the welfare within the AU clubs officer role. So that's obviously something we need to consider when voting. But
yeah, and I guess just building on that last question from Ed, this AU intern turn AU clubs officer is still a really new role. I was the first person to do it 4 years ago now. Yeah, I know, make me feel old. Been in Loughborough for nearly as long as Rahul. I actually think we started at the same time. Sorry, but yeah, so that idea of kind of admin versus organisation, they all kind of come together, and I think that is quite a hard question. Trying to balance somebody coming in your door with a big problem that's going to take up lots of your time with your manifesto. I think that's a challenge every officer faces.
Brilliant. So moving on from the fact that I'm 400 years old, Lauren, I believe you had a question.
yes. Rachel, you already mentioned about training and trying to help with the support for clubs and the committees. What new training would you implement within clubs, and how would you incentivize it and make sure clubs attend? Because often we have varying levels of engagement within these training sessions.
Okay, so the question now, what sort of training?
So I think some sections within the AU at the moment have lots of training, but there are some who are definitely lacking. So I think we need a balance and making sure if someone becomes a certain person on their committee that they get the same training and support as another person, because it's not fair, frankly, if you don't get any training. So I think we need a package that goes throughout the year, starts right at the basics, because a lot of people come into the job and they don't know what they're doing and they shouldn't be expected to know. And that's developing throughout the year, becoming more specialist. And then going on to the incentives that we mentioned previously, holding up clubs who are being really successful and following the training packages. And
can you give any examples of these training packages? Because, I mean, your manifesto is heavily on training. What are these training packages going to contain?
So, for example, we'll go to finance, starting right at the budget that we submit at the beginning of the year, how to do a budget.
Okay.
Okay,
all right. So we'll go back down to Piazza. Have you got anything more to follow up on?
Any questions you want to follow up with?
I think just going back to a question that Ed asked earlier about initiations and welcome socials. I know one of the big things that we've found this year and in the past is that once you say initiations are completely banned or welcome socials can't happen, it's like prohibition. People will go off campus and potentially do it in an unsafe place where we don't know about, we don't really know what's going on. I guess my question to you is, like, do you have any comment on that, or do you think that will be the case? How do we control these things, I guess?
Okay, so how do we control a prohibition-like atmosphere here at Loughborough by not banning
I think if you come down too hard, you get people going and hiding and doing it, and it needs to be in a safe environment so that if something does happen, everyone is safe. And it's just about, how we said before, actually giving clubs the support to adjust their initiation. So it's not a forcing to drink, forcing to do anything that a fresher doesn't want to. And they can still have a welcome social that is actually welcoming.
And so how do you overcome the culture that currently exists? Because the culture is about, drinking and forcing freshers to do things as part of the initiations. How do you change that culture and start to educate people that that's not appropriate anymore?
So you can't change a culture overnight. And I'd say from when I started at Loughborough, it has changed a lot. And it's about continuing to educate the people, give social sex chairs the knowledge on how to apply that and just be safe.
Okay. So my final question here. You say in your manifesto that you believe that every AU club and individual member should get the same opportunities and support. Given that the AU's limited budget and the analysis completed in the Bucks Sustainability Plan, do you really feel that this is financially viable?
That everyone should get an equal opportunity?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't just focus on a certain group of people, and actually giving training, it doesn't cost us anything. We book out a room, and then
But
people
in
can
terms of
go.
people's time, you know, it's costing money for them to do the training and things like that. How are you going to be able to pay for every club to have an equal opportunity when every club doesn't have an equal budget?
But so the training we do, it doesn't cost anything.
Okay, it still costs staff time and things like that. You're going to have to cater that into everyone within the AU office and how they're going to be utilised and used.
Yeah.
So do you think that that's the best use of the financial money that you've got next year?
So I think by starting at bringing the bottom up and bringing everyone up, just will create the club culture, drive the club forward. And I think that's how you end up winning, and then that becomes real success that people see.
Okay. So we'll go back down to Piazza now to see if there's any more lovely questions down there, Rahul.
So have we got any follow-ups to that? Obviously, very focused on training there. So anything you think you can add to that, or any questions we should be thinking about?
You got one? So I guess taking the training aside of it, which might take up your time, I already kind of mentioned earlier that things happen randomly and all of a sudden you have to drop certain things. So if you could only do one thing in your year in office, what would it be?
I'd say the support that clubs get, because to run effectively, they need the support. So yeah, I'd say that's the main thing.
Could you define that support a bit more specifically?
So targeted training that we've mentioned quite a lot. I'd say, yeah.
So just the training is the huge element
here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Rachel, I think you've done exceptionally well so far, and they seem to have let you off quite well downstairs. So thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Rahul.
Yeah, I think consensus that was a resounding success there. Held her own against Edward Radford, who's back in the seat there. Nice to see him there. So I think that went fairly well. Rachel held her own, focused on her points, which obviously are main points: promoting inclusion, improving the training and support clubs receive, evaluate and develop procedures. So do you think she hit those 3 points?
I don't think we spoke so much about the procedures, and maybe we should have asked the question about that, so sorry everyone. But hopefully, while Rachel's out campaigning this week, she'll be able to get that point across a bit more.
But you know, I think she did a good job of explaining her manifesto and answered Ed's questions quite well. Just to comment on something slightly different, it is a bit of a shame to see it uncontested, this role. We did have hope that a few more people would go for it, and I don't know if that's because of the confusion between the Sportio role and the AU Clubs Officer role itself. And that's maybe something to consider this year, and I know Rachel touched upon it about how you define that AU Clubs Officer role, but I think some clarity will be needed about what that is meant to do.
Yeah, so just picking up on that then, a follow-up. Ash, as you mentioned, it's still a very new role. The restructure itself is still very new. People are adapting this year, all the positions are running together. So in terms of the visibility of those two roles, obviously in the sport office, having slightly different remits but working very closely together, how do you increase that visibility whilst defining what the role is and how it differs?
So it would depend so my answer would be that the clubs officer should be the person that your clubs go to. So if my coach all of a sudden has stopped coming to training, I don't know what to do, I need some help, the clubs officer should be the person I go to. Those things that take up a lot of the time, need immediate solving, that's your clubs officer. And I think they should be really well known in the AU. Around campus, outside of the athletic union, if nobody knows who the AU clubs officer is, in my opinion, that doesn't matter. But your sport officer, if somebody on campus wants sport to be generally more inclusive, let's say we've been talking about that today, that should be the person who they should be holding responsible to lobby the university to change something.
Yeah, I mean, I think the club's officer role, like you said, should be the first point of contact. Unfortunately, because of tradition, people see the Sportio role is the AU president, and I know I often get things on my inbox, which I forward just straight on to James. So it is partly up to us to try and define that a bit more and for people to understand that. But I hope with time, it will probably come.
And I think it comes quite naturally in the office, you know, you chair financial, strategic decisions, and the club's officer has a different role.
So we talked a little bit about, again about welcome socials or initiations. They come up every single year. What do you? There is no easy fix. Is there an easy fix? Because there's kind of a precedent being set here where the person going for this role has been AU welfare beforehand, and there's a bigger scope for welfare. Obviously, Salome was welfare and diversity EO before she ran for president. One of the candidates running for president this year is doing exactly the same thing. So do you think that the parallel between the wider scope of welfare and diversity in the union as a whole is something that should be tackling some of these issues?
I don't think it's easy, is straight up all I need to say, but so I'm a Bucks student officer, so I work really closely with Bucks, and it's not just a problem within the within this institution, it's a problem in every institution. I know Bucks's ambitions is that initiations are banned, but like I said earlier, I don't necessarily know if that's the best way forward. Something me and Ash were discussing was actually we had good experiences within our welcome socials. It was a really good way to get to know your club, and I think that's what we need to fundamentally go back to about what the purpose of a welcome social is. It's only a select few clubs who end up doing things which go to press, but obviously when they're in the press they become big, and that's what we all end up talking about. But often it is some specific clubs who have a history of that kind of culture, and we have been working with some of those clubs this year to tackle that. Not saying it's working necessarily, but there is some progress being made.
Yeah, and I think it's a joined up approach with the university, which I think can be quite challenging. I did some work a few years ago where we tried to educate, like Rachel was talking about, string on the positives of initiations, the same as kind of drinking cultures in halls and things like that. If the aim of the thing is right, it becomes something really positive. The university, from my experience, which I can say now, they weren't as positive about that education approach. And I, like Lauren said earlier, I think if you do go down the banning route, that's where things can get more dangerous and more out of hand. So if Bob or Richard Taylor are watching these elections, please work with whoever wins in these elections to make sure that these things are done in a positive way, not just brushed under the carpet.
So I think there's a small chair there. I think there's a wider point being made there, but obviously this being Loughborough home of sport, I think when we look at the friendly competitiveness that happens, even in these elections, there is a culture change being pushed for or maybe happening organically. So do you think that our AU clubs, who obviously celebrate a lot of success when you look at Bucks, should be leading the charge on that?
And I think some of them do. But we only hear about the bad ones. Yeah. In short, it's Lauren and I said the clubs that get it wrong are this big, but you never hear about the good ones.
And maybe that is something that we need to do in conjunction with the clubs who are doing great things, is promote that. I know some wonderful clubs who do wonderful events, sober socials every single week, like things that get them engaged. And we don't necessarily celebrate that or kind of promote that and put it in the light that those clubs who have had bad initiations or bad experiences get.
Okay, I mean, I completely agree with that. I think we can now go to Amy. Are we going to Amy? No? Yeah. With a debrief, Rachel's team, see how they think Rachel fared.
Yes, thank you very much, Rahul. Obviously, Rachel just had her first soapbox. How do you think it went?
I think it went really well. She held her own. There were some very, very tough questions there. And obviously, she's on her own, so she had to come up with everything, no time to think. And I think she answered every question very well.
Yeah, I think she really stuck to the points that she's most passionate about. Obviously, there's a lot you deal with the role. It's very varied, and she pointed out her specialty is welfare, but she's happy to learn, and she's such an approachable person that she's just perfect for this role.
Brilliant, thank you. I think we'll come back to you guys. I think we have a little VT from everything that just went on, so we're going to hand over to that.
Hello, I'm Rachel CAVERHILL and I'm running to be your next AU Clubs Officer. Throughout my time at Loughborough, I've been heavily involved in sport, particularly within the AU. I've been on the AU Women's Rugby Committee for 2 years and in my current role as AU Welfare and Diversity Officer. So just touching briefly on my manifesto points, there are inclusion, support and development. I feel that everybody should have an equal opportunity to be involved and active within the AU. And also that clubs should get the support and training to drive their clubs forward.
Moving on, considering the recent national coverage of certain club cultures here at Loughborough, especially initiations and welcome socials, how will you target this issue and start to solve what is becoming an increasingly big problem here at Loughborough?
So I think at the moment they are allowed to go on because we call them welcome socials, and actually nothing's changed about it. It's the same thing, just with a different name, and actually we need to address that and speak to clubs, give them the suitable training so that they know what to do and what not to do, and especially if something goes wrong, how to deal with that as well.
So, okay, kit is a major issue in the AU and always has been. The cookery contract is not ending for over a year, so how do you feel you're going to be able to make a substantial change from previous years?
I think James has worked really hard this year on trying to build a good relationship with them, and I think that needs to continue because we need a good relationship for also not just for them getting stuff out of us, but that we're getting a good experience from them. So people need to be able to get in their kit on time. It needs to be suitable for their sport. I know a lot of sports have got kit that either breaks in their first competition or just isn't up to scratch. And we need to work with clubs specifically, need to know their requirements and pass that directly on to cookery.
The cost of our athletic union clubs, many of them, is more than running in this election. Do you think that would be a barrier for some people?
Yes, definitely. That is going to stop people. And I think a way to approach that is to make sure people know exactly what they're getting. So we have a breakdown of the costs, and then they know that it is a lot of money, what their money is specifically going to and the benefits that they're going to get from that.
Time. I already kind of mentioned earlier that things happen randomly and all of a sudden you have to drop certain things. So if you could only do one thing in your year in office, what would it be?
I'd say the support that clubs get, because to run effectively, they need the support. So yeah, I'd say that's the main thing.
Could you define that support a bit more specifically?
So targeted training that we've mentioned quite a lot.
Okay, so just the training is the huge element here.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, Rachel, I think you've done exceptionally well so far, and they seem to have let you off quite well downstairs. So thank you very much for joining us, and we wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you, Rahul.
Fabulous, that was absolutely brilliant. We are now here with Rachel. How did you actually find all of that?
I think it was all right, yeah. It's done.
Did you find it kind of like nervous or exciting? How are you feeling now that you're actually out of the studio?
It's nice to be out of there. It's quite a small room, but yeah.
It's quite a small room. I mean, we've got a couple of roles that have 4 people running, so how do you think they're going to cope with that?
Sit quite close on the soapbox.
Are there any points now you're out and you can actually relax and breathe? Are there any points you'd like to highlight that you possibly didn't get a chance to in that soapbox?
I'd just like to get across how approachable I am, and that if anyone comes up to me and needs a problem, that I'll want to act on that and actually approach it.
Are there any other kind of points that you'd like to just mention just before we go and hand over to everyone around the room? But are there any points that you feel you need to chat more about?
No, I'm just looking forward to the week, really.
Anything about the week that you're excited about?
The Q&A on Tuesday, make sure you come along to that.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I'm going to quickly just turn around and see if I can also grab some questions with these guys. How are you guys doing? Are you enjoying today?
Yeah, it's really good so far. Really good to watch Rachel just then on the soapbox.
Are you excited about all of the other soapboxes that are yet to come?
Yeah, it should be good to see what the other candidates have to say, and it'll be a good opportunity for us to tell everyone what us and James plan to accomplish during the campaign period.
Are there anything that you're excited about for the rest of this week coming up, or?
Really excited for the AU Q&A tomorrow. Also, we're really excited to get around some AU clubs as well, meeting loads of chairs, things like that.
How do you plan to do that? Because obviously clubs have got different training times and different meeting times. Are you going to just go along and chat to them, or are you organising any specific like kind of meetups or anything?
Combination of both, really. We've contacted some chairs, seen when their training times are, getting down there. We've also got some contacts to just have like meetups, stuff like that.
Pretty much the same thing, really, yeah.
Is there anything you guys like are specifically excited about for yourselves? I'm guessing this is your first time on a campaign team. No?
No, last year as well. Yeah.
Last year as well. Okay, how are you finding it differently then?
Well, last year I wasn't a proposer, so this year I've gone up a step. It's a lot more engaging, so I've got to be a lot more involved in it, but so far it's actually been really, really enjoyable, and can't wait to see what the rest of the week brings.
I'm just enjoying the more responsibility, because this year I'm campaign manager, so I've got more responsibility in terms of how we're going to campaign, how we're going to expose ourselves to the wider audience, and etc. And I'm just enjoying the general campaigning aspect of things.
Well, thank you very much, guys. We are going to hand back to Rahul now.
Thank you very much. It was interesting to get some perspective there. Back to you two. What do you think Rachel should be asking herself going into the rest of the week? What do you think she'd be going out to prove?
Just because she's unopposed, I think even more so she needs to prove that she's the right candidate. We've seen that Ron's behind you, just looking over your shoulder, like probably is most of the candidates this week. So everybody knows they've got Rachel as an option, but if they don't think she's right, they can vote to have another election. So she should keep going all week, really.
I think it's quite important to get out there, for all the candidates anyway, to speak to people. I know it sounds really simple, but often you can get caught up in the fun banners and whatnot, but actually just speaking to people, speaking about what changes they want to see within the athletic union, and how she can kind of implement them. I guess the big thing within the AU Clubs Officer role is that it's only voted by AU members, and so you probably have a more targeted campaign in which you speak to athletic union clubs rather than necessarily going out every single night. It might not really help.
Okay, so let me ask you what I think is an interesting question. It's interesting in my head anyway. So we're talking about a precedent being set in terms of AU welfare, going to AU clubs officer or AU intern as it used to be, and then that role then running to be sport executive officer. So obviously the soapbox of that is tomorrow, but so we're seeing that happen again this year. One of the candidates is doing exactly that. What do you think that's a good way to do it? Do you think it is kind of a step in that direction?
I think it's just happened that way. I'd like to think I'm an inspiration, but I really don't think that's what it is. I think, like I said earlier, being welfare officer, obviously you have some ideas that you want to maybe implement on a wider scale, and as AU welfare officer, you can only implement things, and it sounds silly, within the AU and with the existing members, but actually within the AU clubs officer role, you may have more of a ability to target other members and get them involved within the AU. So that's potentially how it's ended up going down that route. But I wouldn't say that one has any specific links to AU clubs officer compared to any other role.
I wasn't a welfare officer, and Oren wasn't a AU clubs officer. So the last couple have done that, but it's not been everyone. And I think that's important. It's not a prerequisite, but like any of these roles, being heavily involved in volunteering is going to prepare you. It's going to give you lots of knowledge, but it's also going to make you passionate and want to do it because you've enjoyed being involved. And there's positives and negatives to being involved. You might have some more knowledge, but you might have misconceptions or traditions, so it's nice to see that for the Sportio role, unfortunately I can't join you tomorrow, but you've got somebody who's been on the athletic union executive, so been more integrated, versus somebody who hasn't. So it'll be up to the student body to decide which is better, really.
Okay, that's great. I mean, it's great to have expert opinions, as it were. We're going to go now again to Amy, who's got some more candidates and people on the ground.
Yes, I am here with Chris, who may or may not be on a campaign team. How are you finding, obviously, all of the elections and the campaigning so far?
I love the campaign period. I love the elections. And to be able to support candidates, so 2 candidates this year, I think is really good because they've got some great ideas. They're so passionate about wanting to change the union and student experience. And so to be able to support that, I think is, a privilege, really.
Obviously, you've been involved in this for a couple of years, and with AU, we've just obviously had one of the soapboxes for. How do you think it's actually going to be affecting the students, particularly from a welfare point of view?
Well, there are thousands of students involved with AU sport, and Rachel, having had such a welfare background, as a welfare person myself, I think it's great that if she gets into that role, that we have got that welfare-focused or welfare and diversity-focused side. So I think that's very exciting, actually, and I think she would do really well in the role.
And kind of building on that, is there anything that you're excited to see for the rest of campaign week?
Yeah, I mean, these soapboxes are wonderful. I think being challenged with the difficult questions is tough, but they're needed to be done. I think it's also a chance for the candidates to be able to talk to the population, the student population, and get their points across. So the soapbox, the Q&As, and then that all-important results night, and having your heart in your throat and being happy with the people who get in and then supporting those who don't.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Obviously, not all of the candidates are technically interviewed. There is one candidate, Ron, who won't be in all of the soapboxes. However, we have got a little video just to talk about who they are and what they mean.
The almighty, notorious, magical wizarding Ron. If you think these candidates aren't up to the job, vote for me. And we'll reopen the nominations to get someone in who can do the job properly. I've not been that successful in the past, but this year I'm going all out. This is my year. One Ron to spike them all! There are 11 roles up for grabs in this election, and I, the almighty Ron, am running for them all. Heard there are 2 candidates for the president role this year. Wrong, there's 3, and I'm one of them. Think these candidates won't lead the sabbatical team to victory? Ron will, vote Ron. 4 candidates for the VP this year. Don't forget Ron. Ron knows elections, Ron knows DRC, Ron knows halls, vote Ron. Education for the first time in 4 years is contested. But Ron will get you the library seating you so truly deserve. Vote Ron. Ron is sporty! Sportier than the other 2 candidates running. Ron will secure us Box 41. Vote Ron! Welfare, 1 candidate, pathetic. Let's make it 2. Free condoms, Ron! Doggo petting, Ron! Allowing students to thrive in an environment where they aren't discriminated on based on ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or the other 6 protected characteristics. Ron! Action. Ron loves action. Alpacas. Why not llamas? Ron loves llamas. Free candidates! Ron! Go Ron! Rag. No. Ron. Take me out. How about take them all out? Both the other 2 candidates. 1 million? Ha! I'll make it 2. Easy. Hey Enterprise. Ron has a new enterprise idea. Vote Ron! Think these 2 candidates can't handle the heat of the cube? Ron can. Ron will build 17 cubes. The best cubes! Hey you, vote Ron. Think these 2 aren't up to the mark? Ron is. Ron will lobby Cookery to send the hoodies on time. Ron thinks your stash is sexy and you should get to wear it all year round. All about the lip sync? Ron will give you an actual voice. Vote Ron! Societies, another one uncontested. Where do we find these candidates? 120 societies? How about 121 societies? 121! Media, the only voluntary role. Ron will get LCR playing in Piazza. Do you love Metallica at 11 AM? Ron does! You can vote for me online at Tuesday the 3rd, 9 AM until Friday the 6th, 4 PM. If you think these candidates haven't got what it takes, vote Ron and reopen the nominations. Ron out!
From Ron there, obviously, reopen nominations, very important in the democratic process. Definitely not voiced by the silhouette of Darcy Dunn. It's the kind of quality content we like to see. So before we go on to our next soapbox, our first contested one, I'm joined by Pippa Bainham and Christopher Nixon from the Action section. So how are you guys finding it so far? Are you excited to see what the candidates have to say?
Yeah, I think it's going to be like a really good opportunity for them to like show everyone how good they actually are. I mean, we both know them from them being on the committee, and they both really know their stuff. So it's going to be really good, a really strong competition, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Competition's the key word there. I think they're both really strong candidates. They both got lots of ideas about the section, both been very involved in the section. So it'll be tight, and we'll see who can come out on top.
So historically, those who've been heavily involved in a section who are running against each other, it could go one of two ways. It's either very friendly or it splits a section right down the middle. So it's early days, but do you think they should be wary of what could happen without losing that kind of friendship, that camaraderie that has come with being involved in the section for so long?
I think the fact that they've been friends for so long is probably going to really help them through this. Obviously, Tom acts as the vice chair as well, so his role is kind of to look after the welfare of other committee, which means that I think he gets closer to them because of that, which is going to really help them through this. I think that they both care more about how each other is doing rather than like trying to get one up on each other. Obviously, it's going to be competitive, but I think they're doing it in a way which is competitive but not offensive. So far, anyway, and I hope that it stays like that. But that's why the committee are impartial, which is why Chris is sat with me right now, to try and keep that steadiness between action.
Definitely. So remember, if you want to get in touch with us and ask your questions to the candidates, use the hashtag LSU Elections, or get in touch with LSU Media, and we'll hopefully be able to get your question to the candidates for all of these soapboxes happening today. Back to the live action, as it were, in Piazza. I think it's just about starting to rain.
It's raining.
It is raining. Let's hope it doesn't rain inside, because we are sat right in the middle, underneath where all the gaps in the roof are. Hopefully we'll be fine.
It just dripped on me.
Is it dripping on you now? Yeah. Excellent. Can we get some umbrellas or a better roof, please?
Can we get one of those action umbrellas?
Action umbrellas, yeah.
I've heard they're good.
Action umbrellas, there we go. That'll be very good.
We'll get them.
So what do you think you're going to be looking for from the candidates today, whether it's a debate, whether it's just them getting their points across? What kind of questions are you looking for the answers to?
To be honest, I think that they have really good ideas, and having read their manifestos and worked with them, I actually want to see them talk about them. I don't think that they go into much detail. I'm really excited I really hope that they're going to release extended manifestos and really kind of push on the points that they've got, because a lot of them are very vague at the moment. So I'm hoping to see them kind of develop that and explain what they actually mean by their points, so that people can get behind them and understand what they actually want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about how close it is. So it's really key that they can like show how they're going to carry forward these ideas that they've got to try and help people who are involved in action know who to vote for. It's quite close right now and hard to pick.
Okay, so you said obviously they've been friends for a long time. So what do you think it can be said for kind of co-campaigning? So they've got their different points, they've got their own manifestos, they've got their own ideas, but going around and just promoting the section and what the section can do. Do you think there's any scope for that, or do you think it should be friends, but obviously try and best each other?
I think ultimately, obviously, the elections are very important, and it's a week or two and running for the position, but they don't want to ruin their friendships, and they want to make sure that after it all, they're not going to be like, God, I wish he didn't say that or didn't do that. And likewise, they don't want to think, oh, I wish I didn't say that or didn't do that. They want to stay really good friends and probably stay involved in action as well in the future. And we've still got the rest of the year on committee together, so we want to make sure that, yeah, we're still getting on afterwards.
Definitely. Well, that's what we like to see. Action is a big old family, as are a lot of the other sections. In fact, all of the sections. LSU as a whole are wholesome. Okay, so we're going to go into our soapbox now. And just to introduce that, here's a short VT on the candidates.
Action Section Chair is responsible for the community volunteering section of the union, so encouraging students to get out into the community and make a difference around them. My favourite part of the role is definitely the students and the effect that the volunteering has on them. When they go out into the community and they make a difference or they make a change, and the community thank them for it, the lovely people that we work with, they say thank you, and you can just see the impact that that makes on the students, and they come back in and they're like, oh, I just did this, and I made this change, and I did this incredible thing for the community, and it's definitely seeing their growth, seeing how much happier they are just from making that difference. The role of the Action Section Chair is really important in terms of the community. We are that community contact. My face is recognisable by the community contacts, which is great sometimes, but also kind of hard when you're in Sainsbury's. But they're really lovely people, and they rely on this one role. They rely on the fact that the Action students who wear their purple t-shirts on a Wednesday afternoon, we go and we make the change that they don't see from the other students. We reignite that love for the students in the community and reassure them that actually not all students are the people that go drinking and do the things like breaking down their fences or pulling over their bins. We're the ones that build back up the fence and repaint the house and do the things to make the community a nicer place to live in.
There with Pippa explaining the action role, and here are our two candidates running for the action role. We have Jodie Evans and Tom CALCLUTH. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Excited? The Soapbox?
Yes.
Yes.
It's great. Can't wait. Looking forward to it.
That's all right. That's fine. We'll get on with it. Don't worry. So Jodie, we'll go to you first for
Yeah.
your opening statement, and then Tom, you'll go after that.
Okay.
Just down that camera.
Yeah.
Your 60 seconds starts now.
Okay, hi, I'm Jodie. I'm a fourth-year medicinal and pharmaceutical chemist. I've been involved with Action since like November of my first year. I was my department's first ever student involvement officer, and I got us our first action project. I then ran to become Towers Hall rep, and I've been on committee for 2 years now. Firstly, I was collaborations officer, and now I'm the department's coordinator. If I were to be elected, then I have like 3 main points that I'd want to focus on. Firstly, I want to burst the bubble, which is my manifesto slogan thing, and basically that means like the Loughborough bubble, reaching out into the community a bit more to work alongside them and get more projects, and then people's personal bubbles in terms of their welfare and employability. I want to improve the awareness of Action and make sure people know what we're doing and just share everything amazing that everyone does in our section. And then I would also like to increase our inclusivity with the groups, minority groups and staff groups, and just get more people involved because we're an amazing section. So I hopefully can prove to you that I'm passionate about the role and the section, and if you like me, then you can vote for me, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jodie. We'll move on to Tom.
Yep.
Your 60 seconds begins now.
Okay, hi everyone, my name's Tom, and yeah, I'm running to be your next Action Chair. I'm really excited to see you guys around campus this week. I'm running for Action because I absolutely love the section. I love every part of it. I love especially the impact we can make, not just on the community, but on our students as well. Seeing the personal and professional development is something that really inspires me, and that's something that I've been really thankful to be part of and have that personal development and growth from being part of the section. That's something that I want to be part of to facilitate this to other student leaders among the section, and as Action Chair, I believe I can do that. I'm really excited to get things on the way and see you guys around campus. A little bit about me, I'm the current Action Vice Chair, as well as being 3 project leader positions, and I was a hall rep, Action Hall rep in my first year. I've also been a hall chair and a section chair, and been on the Democratic and Representation Committee of the Students' Union. So I know a lot about both Action and I'd say about the Students' Union as a whole as well. So I'm really excited to see you guys around. If you've got any other questions after the Soapbox, feel free to hit me up on my social medias or see me around campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. So let's move on to the questions, and my first question is to both of you. So we'll go to you first, Jodie, for an answer. And the question is, with recent budget cuts and a need for financial prioritisation, you will have to make some difficult decisions if elected. So would you rather get rid of 1 6K project or 6 1K projects?
Oh God.
Jodie, we'll start with you.
That's a tough question. I guess the one larger project, the 1 6K project, because with the more projects we have, the more variation for different students to get involved. Not one project suits every single person. So if we have a larger array of projects, even if the budget's smaller for them, then more people are given the chance to get involved.
whereas with a large project, there's less variation there, like if we just kept one project.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Tom?
Yeah, so I think what we need to do, instead of looking at the finances and looking at how much these will cost, we need to be looking at the impact these would make. If we do a project that costs £6,000 and doesn't make that much impact on our population and on our community, then we need to look at seeing maybe can we put our efforts and our volunteer pools into other more impactful projects. So in the sense of finances, we need to stop looking in the perspective of how much things cost, because we can do whatever we can to find this money. We're a volunteering section, so we need to make sure we're driving the most impact we can make on the community and for our student leaders.
Okay, I mean, you spoke about there, you know, whatever money you need, you'll get. Not quite how the budget system works, but I'll put it to you like this, just following off the back of that question. What if I was to say that 6K project was Kids Camp? Would you continue to scrap Kids Camp and keep that 6K, or would you look at removing those other 6?
So with Kids Camp, that we fundraise for the project. It doesn't, all the money for it doesn't come out of our budget. So I think that makes it a bit more difficult because it's not a project that comes out of our budget.
Let's look at the budget as a whole. So any money that you're going to have throughout the year, we're going to call the budget.
Okay.
So if you're going to have to make cuts, regardless of where that money is coming from or how it's being spent, if Kids Camp was to be on the line, regardless of where that money is coming from, would you be able to get rid of Kids Camp, or would you be taking away 6 other projects?
That's a difficult question.
It's got to be difficult. Jodie, we'll go to you first, and then Tom, I'll let you come in.
Okay, I think I'd stick with my original answer. As much as I love Kids Camp as a project, I think we do still do other sort of projects that work with kids in that situation. So there's still projects out there that we can reach to them, even if we're not doing the week Kids Camp trip, where we're giving them the opportunity to be children again. There's still opportunities within our section with our smaller projects for them to be involved. So by cutting the project, we're maybe taking away some of the impact that we have on them, but we're not taking away all of it. So whereas if we cut one of the smaller projects, then we might be losing a whole group of people that we could help.
Okay, Tom, your opinions on this? I know that you want to find all the money from everywhere.
So I agree with Jodie in the sense that yes, we don't have to do the specific project and use the budget in the specific way to help these service users that we can provide our volunteer efforts for. We can find different ways and different methods to approach these projects and create new ways to reach out to these people.
What are these different methods?
Yeah, we can go into schools. We can look at more low budget projects where we go out and try and find children and service users who are in the local community, rather than having to take them on different excursions. We do a project called Kids Trips, where we take disadvantaged kids from local primary schools. It's actually one of my project leader positions this year. We take those to local primary schools, and they cost far less money than doing one big week excursion. So we can do projects that are on a similar basis as Kids Camp, but in much smaller scale, and through that we can do more dynamic marketing and get more students involved and get bigger projects, like smaller and bigger projects throughout the year, rather than just one big expenditure.
Okay, so continuing on this financial theme,
okay.
I'm aware Action is not a money-raising section.
Exactly, yeah.
We're going to continue down this.
Okay.
With the financial situation in mind, there will be a requirement to obtain sponsorship or risk-cutting projects. So how will you go about ensuring the funds are available for these sections to operate? Tom, we'll start with you now.
Definitely. So I think it's not just about sponsorships. Yes, sponsorships are a massive part of Action and our income. And we've done exceptionally well this year, and Pippa, the Action Chair, has done exceptionally well to generate some income. But we also need to be looking at fundraising and looking at our connections with the enterprise section. This year we've had a new project which is collaborating with RAG, and it's one of our overseas projects. And we are learning a lot from RAG this year, in the sense of how to fundraise, how to be great team leaders who are fundraising specialists. And we have projects that are in the overseas section, which we already completely fund internally through our project leaders, through our volunteers in those sections. That section overseas is a completely self-sufficient section, and it's probably got the biggest financial impact. We put the most amount of money into that. Why can't we do this for other projects? We are a volunteering section. We can generate income from fundraising, like Kids Camp, they've started to do that this year with bucket collections in the union. But we also need to be looking at our enterprise connections and talking to them about how to generate these grants. And through the experiences that PIVO Action Share has put into place this year, we can develop on those as well as with our connections with enterprise.
Okay, I'll come back to some of that. Jodie, your point first. Would you like me to reread the question? It was quite a while
please.
between you. So with the financial situation in mind, there will be a requirement to obtain sponsorship or risk-cutting projects. How will you go about ensuring the funds are available for the section to operate?
So I'm quite a talkative person. So I think last year we had to get funding for our Action Awards, and so I sent out quite a few different emails, but I wasn't successful, unfortunately. So I've got like connections with like my family working for some big businesses, and I just like sent them a big spiel about how amazing Action is. And I think if you raise awareness around what we do, why we do it, and like how many people we engage with it, then people will want to help us out to help us stay sustainable.
Okay, so you will be appealing to their sensitive side.
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, I just want to pick up on something you started talking about the fundraising. Is that not RAG?
No, not at all. So there is this distinction, but there's a lack of clarity sometimes between our overseas projects and the RAG challenges. So I've been very much in this world between RAG and Action this year as being the project leader and / team leader on the RAG side of things. And I've learned a lot from fundraising through seeing the perspective of RAG. And they do a lot of fundraising for challenges. So they go out and do a challenge. They might have some volunteering aspect, but their idea is they fundraise and do a challenge. Our overseas sections, like they have for the past 10, 15 years, have been generating income through fundraising and then going out on a project, which is volunteering based. Yes, fundraising might be an aspect of that, but that isn't part of, that isn't the emphasis on those projects. I don't think there's any issue at all with utilising expertise from other sections of the union at all.
Okay, so just on that, and I'd like your input as well, Jodie. Is there necessarily a need then for RAG and Action if you're going to be doing both of them within Action? Jodie, I'll start with you because I know you really want to go into it.
Yeah, 100%. If you join them together, there's too much in both sections going on. We have events that happen at the same time, and there's people who they want to be involved in one thing and like focus. Like, so I have as my department's position, I have SIOs who are both Action and RAG, and they find it really difficult to just focus on both, to balance both sections at the same time. They need to focus, so we're driving for departments to have an Action rep and a
Do you not
RAG
think there
rep.
would be a more specific focus if there was just one message coming out of the union rather than two?
They're similar messages, but they're not the same. RAG charity base. They want to help people by raising money as much as they can and get the money out there. So for things like cancer research, dementia research, the money's going to like the scientists who can like actually find cures and stuff. They're trying to push.
Sorry,
it,
I don't want to focus too much on what RAG do and
Yeah.
what Action do. I just want to ask why there needs to be two different executive officers for the roles.
Because they are, as much as people see them being very similar, when you delve into it and you learn about the in-depth details of both sections, they're completely different.
Okay, Tom, you inspired that line of questioning. So
Yeah, so we are Loughborough Students Union. We have an incredible team of Action student leaders, and we have an incredible team of RAG student leaders. This work that we do, we are #1 in the country for student unions with our RAG section, and we are up there high with Action as well. Arguably the best, obviously, maybe a bit biased. We would not be able to provide the opportunities and make the impact that we do currently with having one sabbatical officer. At the minute, I think we, I'm not going to promise this, but we need more. We need more paid staff that are, dedicated to this, because we are a growing section. We're always going to be growing, and so are RAG, and we need that support from permanent members of staff as well as a sabbatical officer as well. In both sections.
Okay. Well, we'll leave RAG and Action there and move on.
Yeah.
Jodie, this
Yeah.
question is specifically for you.
Okay.
Sorry, it had to happen eventually.
Yeah.
You stated in your manifesto that you would like to collaborate with associations within other union sections to engage minority groups. Which groups would you like to highlight as a priority, and how will this be undertaken?
I actually got asked this on Friday by someone out. So for me, one of my big focuses is collaborating with people to help raise the awareness of the benefits that action has for mental health. And I feel like if we work with welfare and like their DSN, so Disabled Students Network, we can really like push this forward and publicise it. I know through so many of the volunteers, senior volunteers, reps, SAOs, PLs that I've worked with, they've come in and gone, I just don't feel me today. And they go out and do a project and they just come back and they're a new person. And I feel like if we reach out to more associations and we really tackle as well, I want to get more postgrads involved. So we're probably the section that has one of the most engagement with postgrads, but there's still a limiting factor there that's stopping so many postgrads from coming to us and getting involved. So if we can just do like focus groups and find out what to do, we can get them as well.
Okay, so the question specifically was which groups would you highlight as a priority?
So I probably go with welfare and like DSN, so anyone that I can reach out to get mental health, and then also postgrads as a priority, so like 2 priorities, if that makes sense.
Fine. Tom, we'll move on to you. Your first question specifically for you. You said that you want to restructure the communication methods to provide transparency and build stronger cohesion within action. How are you going to achieve this, and what sort of methods are you going to undertake?
So I think a very basic thing that we haven't been doing is, instead of separating our hall reps, project leaders and department student involvement officers, SIOs, we need to create one big action communication channel, which is just a big Facebook group with all of our student leaders in, because that way they can all be in the same group and they all have the same understanding. All our communication goes to every single student leader that we have in action. Yes, some of those may not be quite relevant to their specific positions, but that's not, I don't think that's a hindrance. I think that's a benefit, because that just provides them with the opportunities and the understanding to learn more about other sections within action as well, and create more cohesion between those groups.
So you would develop yet another communication channel other than the ones already available within the union?
Well, so we wouldn't use the previous year's ones. We'd create a new one for the subsequent year.
Okay. This next question is for both of you. We're back to that. You spoke about engagement being really high. Actually, engagement is down across action at the moment, especially in halls. So how do you plan to rectify this? Tom, we'll go to you first.
Yes. So engagement has been slightly lower than previous years, but I don't think that's something we need to be terrified of. I think engagement is always going to fluctuate. I think what we need to do is stop talking about how we're going to engage halls, or how we're going to engage our, postgrads, how we're going to engage these people. We need to see people more holistically. We need to understand that then we need to stop separating them into these certain categories, because I think that is something that is generating this divide between both our student leaders, but also within our volunteers as well. We need to be reaching out and understanding each other's motivations behind volunteering. I think it's an incredible thing that people can do volunteering for their CV or to meet new people, and I think we need to captivate on those motivations and provide better marketing to allow students to understand that this is a section that can enhance those aspects and those motivations.
So just to kind of summarise a little bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, there isn't actually a plan to up engagement. You'll research into how we can up engagement next year.
Well, our engagement strategy, is to create new ways to market action. One of my points in my manifesto is to produce targeted engagement campaigns. Targeted engagement campaigns. Got there eventually. And there will be things like where we produce, say, a week of projects that tackle a specific motivation. Say people who are really interested in sport and want to teach sport or do projects that are involved with that. We do a whole week of projects within our section that we already do currently, alongside everything else, that are sport focused. Or if people care about their CV and employability, we do a week where we tackle those issues and put projects in where we facilitate that motivation. We've got things like sustainability as well that we could increase and do a week of. We need to be looking at individuals' motivations behind it and align those with our opportunities that we can provide.
Okay, you said a lot there. I'm not quite sure what you said, because it was quite ambiguous to say that you are going to look at what you can and could possibly offer. It would be nice if you could have some strict guidelines. I will come back to you and let you answer. I just want to move on to Jodie because I don't want to forget in the question again. Engagement is down across Action, especially in halls. How would you rectify this?
So I'm going to focus on the hall engagement when I answer and just say, from being a hall rep, I know that it's difficult every single time to go out there, and you get so much stress when you're in halls and you're trying to recruit people and you're not getting that engagement. We do run amazing training, and they've rerun it again last week, and we had a full A-teams for the first time this year. So we had about 200 volunteers going out on Wednesday, and it was absolutely amazing. And so many of them were like, yeah, this is my first project. And I think the way that we're retraining our reps is getting that engagement back out there again. But alongside that, I feel like the pressure on the reps sometimes can get too much, and then they start to lose their interest, and that's when our engagement falls. So I feel that if we take a bit of pressure off, that's what I've been doing while I've been on committee the past 2 years. I introduced departments into taking over their projects once a term. This year we've gone to twice a term, and so many of the hall reps have come up to me and said, I really like that. I can have a Wednesday to myself now and just calm and just collect my thoughts again. And I feel like I've mentioned in my manifesto that we could possibly introduce, similar to how we do Student Volunteer Week, community sign-up. So the halls have till Monday to get as many people as they can engaged, and then if they can't, there's no pressure on them, and they're not going to let the section down because we can put the remaining spaces up online for people to sign up to. In addition, I think as well, if we can really just highlight all the benefits that Action has, raise awareness, and every single time when someone comes back and go, I really enjoyed this about project, we can then post it and be like, they've enjoyed this, like you could too. And if we just show people how amazing the section is, as soon as one person does a project, they love it.
What happens if you get no one from halls signing up and you have to give all the positions to the community? Is it still LSU Action?
It's always it's community, so it's people who don't live in halls. It's still students going in.
Okay.
And the main point of Action is getting volunteers out there. As much as we love people coming from halls, from departments, we want volunteers, we want students being engaged, and it doesn't necessarily matter where they're coming from.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go downstairs to Piazza now. Sorry, Tom, I know you want to come back. But there is more questions awaiting us. And they're down there in their brolly, keeping dry.
Yes, thank you very much, Ed. The sky seems to have cleared up slightly, but we're prepared just in case we need to bless the rains down in Piazza. I believe you do have a series of questions, so pick your favourite one and let's go with that one.
Yeah, all right. So obviously a lot of the last 25 minutes we were talking about finance and budget. So to continue that theme, what if you were to run a project but you had an unlimited budget and you could just run whatever you wanted, and let's say it can't be overseas, what would you do?
Okay, so a little bit more freedom here. Tom, we'll start with you.
You've
got your endless budget. What are you going to do with it?
Wow, incredible. So, let's say, right. Wow, this has opened my world now. So let's go. So so what I'd like to do is have. I think one way we can improve our section is by there's a lot of volunteering opportunities that require a more sensitive side. So they require a volunteer that is a regular volunteer for specific issues. So say a school for people with severe learning difficulties or who need additional mentoring and support, not just in the academic side, but in the more social skills and communities. I would like to take opportunities. We would like to spend money on getting a regular volunteer, training them to be going through all the procedures of safeguarding and training them that way, but for them to have the confidence and empower them to take those individuals into the community and do excursions where they can go together. So take them to a zoo or a theme park or something that they can actually learn these incredible and valuable life lessons and life skills that they otherwise wouldn't get. And that would be something that I'd like to put forward if I had unlimited money and we could provide those sort of excursions. Yeah.
Okay, Jodie, your unlimited budget, what are you going to do with it?
So there's a lot of people in the wider community who have physical disabilities that we aren't able to help yet because we don't have the funding to run projects for them. And currently on campus we have 3 wheelchair users. So I would use it to try and set up a project that would give them a bit more of an impact on their lives. So we could get the wheelchair users and people with physical disabilities on campus to come out and volunteer with us, and they can interact with people in the community. And we could do something like wheelchair basketball, but obviously wheelchairs cost a lot of money, so trying to set that up is currently not possible. But if we had an unlimited budget, like we could just have a massive game of wheelchair basketball or something. I feel like watching them do a sport and interact with other people is just going to be amazing.
Okay, we've had a question come in from Twitter. It's talking about international products, and it says it's known that Action has struggled recently with their international projects. Is it wise to pass these overseas projects? Let me clear this up for you. It's known that Action struggled with their international projects. Is it wise to pass this on to RAG? Jodie, we'll come to you first.
So I'm guessing when you say international projects, you mean our overseas ones, because we have an international section as well as our overseas ones.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it is wise, because the people that we take on our overseas projects, they're going out there to volunteer. They're going out there to make an impact, and we work with groups of disadvantaged children quite a lot, and mothers who can't provide for their kids and stuff.
I mean, RAG have a expedition to the Arctic where they push a sled and get towed by dogs. What they do on the expedition isn't really important. It's whether or not Action is the most suitable place for it to be hosted, and do you think it would be more appropriate?
I think because it's volunteering and making the impact, it's going out there. We need the people who to be in that mindset, and the only way to have them is to keep them within our section. I went to India last year, and every single meeting we went through how we're going to volunteer, how we're going to make this change.
This would still probably happen through RAG, just wouldn't be under Action's control.
It wouldn't be from a volunteering point of view, though. It'd be from a fundraising point of view.
Okay, Tom, your input on this?
So I went to Nepal in my first year as an overseas trip. I was the project leader of that again last year, and I'm now a project leader of Thailand, the new collaboration project that we have with RAG. I think you made a very good point about the impact that we make through our Action projects. We are student volunteers, and we're going out there to make a physical difference, to doing a physical project. Now, we don't need to just look at the impact that we're making. We also need to look at the motivations behind the volunteers that we get. So when you volunteer for RAG, yeah, sure, those people are interested in an amazing work and generating income for these charities. But what the volunteers that we get, they want to go out there and make a difference and do a physical project where they volunteer for, say, a week or 2 weeks and generate this amazing impact through what they want to do and what their motivations are. So I think we need to look at both the impact we make and the motivations behind the students and directing where they want to go.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll move on to some more personal questions. Jodie, you're up. Your wealth of experience within you have a wealth of experience within departments. However, Action is driven predominantly by hall reps.
Yeah.
How will you overcome this issue and ensure that both reps and SIOs are equally represented?
I don't think it's currently an issue. It's something that department engagement across the board, it's improving every single year. It's something that now we've got a new demographic of students coming in as we're climbing higher in the tables. Department engagement is improving with that because they've got the student leaders with DSF, with all of the section chairs that come and sit on DSF. They've got the student leaders, they need to push it. Every person who goes for department chair and wants to push their role, they go for because they love their department and their passion just shines through to all the students.
So you would be focusing more of your time on departments to deal with that changing demographic, or would you still keep those halls as a priority?
I would still keep it balanced. I think at the minute we're getting more of a balance now. So halls are still ahead because that's where we reach our students the first time they come in. But at the minute, I think it used to be like this, departments weren't really there, and then it's in Joel's year it came up to here, and then Pippa's year it's probably about here now. So there's still a gap, and we can get them to being equal. It just takes a lot of someone to push it a bit more, and I think because my thing both years of committee have been pushing it to become an equal thing. I don't want one to be better than the other. I want it to be equal.
Okay, Tom, you're up. You talk about developing methods to improve appreciation of volunteers throughout the section. As you're already Vice in action and engagement with volunteers is one of your key responsibilities, what will differ from this year to the next, and what methods have not worked this year and you think will work next year?
So you make a good point about being Vice Chair. I think how I see Vice Chair is my job is to ensure the vision of the current section chair as well as the committee. So I've been in my position trying to support them as best as I can. If I was chair, I can take that in my own vision and I can develop on that skill set that's already been provided in the handover. I think what we need to do is develop this appreciation feedback from top to bottom. We need to increase appreciation from the chair to the committee to our student leaders to our volunteers, and value and appreciate the feedback that we're getting from our volunteers on these projects, and utilise that in the best way we can.
So you've had a year as Vice Chair.
Yes.
Why haven't you done any of that this year alongside Pippa?
No, we have been. So a lot of it is supporting Pippa. So we've been doing, we're increasing the amount of feedback we get from halls through questionnaires after projects, and getting our hall reps to come in and give us this feedback and this, and that we can appreciate and value. What I'd like to do is not just get these feedback forms through questionnaires, but I want to have a more interactive approach. I want to go on excursions and go on projects, and we interact with our students and our volunteers, and understand all the qualitative information and the qualitative feedback from them, to appreciate that and value that feedback.
Okay. My final question for both of you. We've spoken a lot about hall reps and of course the SIOs, but hall reps bring in a huge amount of engagement with the section, and as you've explained, the SIOs are catching up. And without them, action would really struggle. So how would you look to mitigate the damaging effect that an underperforming hall rep or hall rep cohort could have? Because ultimately you have got a single point of failure, and if you lose your reps, you've got no one. So how would you look to overcome this? Tom, we'll start with you.
We don't have a critical point of failure. We have an entire project leader cohort. We have 6 other sections that cover an expanse of like a ton of different projects, which engage a ton of different volunteers.
But do they engage a ton of different volunteers that aren't through hall rep promotion?
Absolutely. So the hall reps and the A teams, they focus on doing different projects weekly. Our projects are specific to that project. So we have volunteers who get the publication from these projects and enjoy that project, and we have tons of them, and people get engaged in those throughout the year. It's not just focused on hall reps. We need to stop seeing this divide between hall reps, project leaders and SIOs, and see it more inclusive, and generate ways that we can collaborate between those 2 sections, between those 3 sections, sorry, and stop seeing them as isolated groups. Because if a hall rep doesn't provide as many volunteers as we assume, then we've got this whole other section that can pack them up. But I also think it comes down to training and increasing the personal, professional and soft skills and development of our hall reps as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Jodie?
Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Of course I can. So hall reps and of course SIOs, as you've explained, are a huge part of action and integral, and ultimately we've called it a critical point of failure. So to mitigate the damaging effect of underperforming hall reps and a hall rep cohort, what would you do to mitigate that failure point?
I think one of our big things that we do currently is our Student Volunteer Week, and that's not down to halls, that's not down to departments. Like, we ask them to publicise it for us, just post it on their pages, but that's not them recruiting. And that's when we get so many off-campus volunteers, non-affiliated volunteers coming into the section, and then they'll do their first project, they'll fall in love with a singular project. As Tom said, we've got 6 other sections that they can fall in love with. And I know so many people that when I was a hall rep and the sort of projects that we got given as hall reps, they weren't the projects for that person. And I'd say, oh, well, just go have a look at something else, or go and give out leaflets. And I've had so many people in Towers like, oh yeah, I'm now a project leader, because they found their project, and we have so many different things to offer. So I don't think if we lost like a hall reps cohort, a departments cohort one year, and they just weren't engaging enough, we have so many other ways to approach people, And as soon as people do enter the section, they love it because
So neither of you think it's a problem. Good.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Okay, we are out of time. We'll move on to our closing statements.
Yep.
Jodie went first last time. Tom, it's your closing statement, please.
Okay. So I hope you enjoyed our soapbox. I'm really excited to see you guys throughout the week around campus. So if you don't think we've answered all your questions, feel free to hit us up on all our social medias, as well as just asking us or pulling us aside on campus as well when you see us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Jodie, your closing statement, please.
I hope that I've shown my passion in this interview, and I hope that you're going to vote for me, or if you're not going to vote for me, vote Tom. Don't vote Ron. Or you can vote Ron. It's like free democracy, isn't it? Sorry. Yeah, I hope that you just can see that I'm very passionate about this section. I love volunteering, and all my intentions to try and carry on growing it on top of what Joel did, on top of what Pippa did. I just want to carry on making the section better. So, yeah, thank you for watching.
Well, thank you very much to the both of you. Thank you so much. That's the end of our action soapbox. We'll go back down to Rahul. Oh, there's a bit of chaos in the studio. We'll go back down to Rahul, and he can review what we've just heard.
Yes, thank you, Ed. Again, continuing support is very nice to see everybody supporting each other. I know you had a lot of questions prepared. Apologies. But we're back with Team Umbrella. So what kind of questions would you have wanted the answers to then?
I think I just want to know more about their manifestos. I think firstly I just want to say they did incredibly well with those questions. I think they handled the pressure really well, and some of the questions they were asked were super tough, and I'm really proud of them. But yeah, I definitely want to know more about their manifestos. They both speak about collecting feedback. They both speak about collaborations. There's loads of different things that they both speak about that they obviously have both identified as problems in the section, aside from just engagement. And finances. Finances is probably for the first time this year we've stopped it being a problem. So I think it would be nice to hear a lot more. So obviously the Q&A will probably be the best time for them to be able to do that. So we're excited for that.
Okay, so finances did come up quite a lot, and it's a big issue not just within Action but across the entire union. So the changes that you've implemented this year in terms of sponsorships, continuing what Joel did last year, with Soup Kitchen, for example, do you think you've instigated sustainable change now for the section? Should they be worrying about finances so much in terms of increasing sponsorships, or do you think you set a precedent now that they can continue?
I'd like to think that I've set up some links that they can use for the long term. We've got partners down in the business park, literally just at the end of campus, and some of them have agreed to sponsor projects every year. So there's maybe a £250 project, and they've been like, oh yeah, I'll sponsor that for the next 5 years. And they send us the money this year, and then next year they'll send the money. And I think that will just take some pressure off. I think that they should definitely keep trying to do that, and the more projects we have like that, the more sustainable we'll be as a section. I brought in a big pot of money from one external charity. I wouldn't expect them to do that every year. I think I just really wanted that leeway with the money and the flexibility of being able to budget what I wanted for the projects that I thought really needed that extra money. But I don't think they would necessarily need that. Money hasn't been a pressure for me. And I think that if they continue it at least a little bit, they won't have to worry.
Okay, brilliant. Before we come back to Team Umbrella, we're just going to have a quick reminder on the timeline for the rest of the afternoon. So next up, we're going to have RAG, Enterprise, and then Media later on. So make sure you tune into that. And remember to use the hashtag LSU Elections to stay involved. Any thoughts, comments, or questions that we can fire to the candidates. Back with Team Umbrella then. They asked the question, and it was going to come up, what would you improve on what the officer this year has done? It always happens. So what would you like to see from whoever takes over? What would you like to see them do with the section? Where can Action potentially go, do you think?
I think Action has so much potential to be so much of a bigger section, to be recognised and no longer confused with RAG, which kind of gets annoying after a while. We are a big section and we do big things in the community. I think that it's more the awareness on campus, the engagement of the first-year students, but also the second and the third years that have never done it before. Student Volunteer Week is an amazing way of doing that, but you don't realise until you do it, which is in like February, so it would be something that I'd be like, do something like Student Volunteer Week, really push for volunteers outside of halls, outside of departments, just push to get people involved, because the more people that know about us, the better the section will be.
Chris?
Yeah, just to add to that, we do about 45, 50 projects, and I think so many people don't actually realise that, don't realise what we do. So if whoever gets the role can really communicate that to everyone who attends Loughborough University. I mean, 17,000 students, if all of them did one action project, we'd be sorted for the year. So it would be great if they could, you know, get out to them.
So then talking about the scope of action, the number of projects you do, the level of engagement was brought up there. What do you think can be done to increase the awareness of the projects, the versatility of the section, the things people can get involved in? What would you like to see happen more of, and is there potential collaboration either in the union or with the university using some of their channels?
Wow. I would say that the engagement side of things definitely comes from marketing what we do. I know that societies do an amazing thing, a society spotlight. Every now and then a new society goes on their social media, it gets kind of displayed to everybody. And I think that that would be an amazing way to really push like all of our projects, all of the different things that we do, because we aren't just hall projects. We don't just rely on A-teams. We rely on every single section equally, and that's something I've really tried to focus on. But there's just the basis for it now. I think there's the opportunity for someone to really use that to display what we do.
Okay, Chris, anything to add there? You obviously insight into the versatility of the projects. What do you think we can be doing perhaps as a whole collective, because it's all part of the same organisation, we all want to strive to get the best for our students. So what do you think we could be doing to support each other?
Yeah, I think the key word is communication, trying lots of different avenues, trying to see which is most successful. So for us, Student Volunteer Week was really a successful attempt, yeah. And we want to try and see if we can utilise that more often. I mean, we marketed that through the LSU website, so whether we could use that more often. I know that has its own difficulties. But we could also use other streams, email, we still don't use that much. Just trying to market all the projects that aren't whole projects. Because as you said, most people think they can only get involved in a whole, and about 75% of what we do isn't whole projects.
Okay, so looking at the campaign period then, Pippa, you've obviously been through it. So Soapbox very early this year, only a couple of days of campaigning in. So what do you think they should be focusing on for the rest of the week? You also mentioned you would have liked to hear more about their manifesto points. So should they be getting those out? Should they be getting their sort of their points across over the course of the week? What could they be doing?
It's exhausting, so they should sleep, for one.
Very good advice.
And then I would say, yeah, like they should be releasing extended manifestos that is contested for the first time in a while. So it'd be really nice to see them kind of use that and be helping each other, but also testing each other. If one of them releases an extended manifesto, the other one should be doing exactly the same thing. They need to be watching what each others are doing, but also looking after each other, getting to know the other candidates. Obviously, running for this position isn't just, you don't just run action, you work with the executive team and you work with the senior leadership team. So I would say it'd be about going out, making sure that they're meeting other candidates, meeting the students that they hope to represent, because you can't represent people if you don't know what they want. So being open, making sure that they can answer all of the questions that are brought forward to them. And if they can't answer it, don't worry, because it's really hard. But just so that they know for the next time that someone asks them, and for the Action and Rag Q&A, because that's going to be fun.
So Chris, fair comments then, just to finish up?
I think there's no reason they can't also, you know, go around and campaign together, just improve the awareness of action in general, because there's lots of students who don't know who we are, don't know how much you can do at LSU. So they could even start campaigning together, and then they could see how the others campaigning and learn from them.
Brilliant. Well, thank you both very much. I hope the umbrella was useful. I don't have one, and I'm wearing a very light-coloured suit. Anyway, let's have a quick look back at the highlights from that first contested soapbox. We're going to go to our next interview. So that's going to be Rags. We're not going to have a look at the highlights. No idea why. But we're going to go straight into the next soapbox for Rag.
So the role of RAG Chair is to facilitate student fundraising, whether that's putting on events throughout the year or helping students with their own fundraising, if they're doing challenges or they just want to fundraise for a charity that they like. My favourite part of the role is watching everyone get involved throughout the year, whether they're doing their own fundraising challenge like climbing Kilimanjaro or skydiving out of a plane, or if they're fundraising for a charity that they're just passionate about and they want to raise money for. Also, if they're getting involved in raids and just being part of the Loughborough RAG family is my favourite part. I think this role is important because of the amount of money that we raise for incredible charities all across the UK and helping internationally as well. Without our support, these charities wouldn't be getting the money that they do get.
Thank you very much, Rahul. We didn't swap because the soapbox waits for no man, and we're back with RAG, and we've got HETTIE BAWDEN and Ash HANSON. So I'm sure by now you've seen how today is going to work. Yeah. So HETTIE, you're first up for your opening statement. Your 60 seconds starts now.
Hi everyone, my name's HETTIE and I'm running to be your next RAG Chair. My manifesto is all about building upon the amazing foundation that RAG already has in place as a section and just giving it a bit of a fresh face. My first point, the one I'm most passionate about, is to increase opportunities for students to fundraise for charities of their choice. Secondly, I'd like to expand the RAG family, as we like to call it, to include college and postgraduate students in both Loughborough and London. Then I would like to further develop our collaboration with other sections of the union, such as societies and AU and Action. And finally, this is more personal to just within RAG, but I would like to improve rep handover and training periods. I've got loads of experience within RAG in every section of it, and I hope that you will see today I'm a worthy candidate for the position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HETTIE. Ash, you're next. Your 60 seconds starts now.
So hi everyone, my name's Ash HANSON and I'm running to be your next RAG Chair. Throughout my 4 years in RAG, I've always been the most dedicated and passionate about my section, and my love for RAG knows absolutely no ends. For the last 2 years, I've served RAG as their raids officer, and during this time, raids have gone from strength to strength. And on top of this, last year I was awarded the Hands-On Award at RAG Presentation Evening, which recognised me as the hardest working RAG Volunteer of the year. My 3 main manifesto points are as follows. Number 1 is to introduce more structured planning to ensure that all events, whether they are internal or external, reach their full potential. Number 2 is to create a new system for counting money within the RAG office to ensure that volunteers receive their totals with the promptness that they deserve. And number 3 is to introduce the opportunity for students at Loughborough University to gain employment in the charity sector. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Ash. Thank you. So we'll jump into the questions now. This first question is for both of you, and we're going to talk about that £1 million straight away. Year on year, the RAG total has been declining at the moment. So how important is the total to RAG, and should the focus be more on volunteers than the 1 million? HETTIE, we'll start with you.
So the RAG total has become kind of notorious within RAG, and it's more important in terms of the tradition and the attention that it gets us, because people hear £1 million for the past 10 years and they think, oh my goodness, I want to be a part of that. And so I would argue that by raising £1 million, that brings in attention to volunteers, and that is what draws people to the section, and so they kind of link quite well together.
So you would prioritise that £1 million over volunteers in the hope that it would lead to more volunteers?
I wouldn't say prioritise. I think that they interact very well. By having more volunteers, we're more likely to raise more money, but also by raising more money, we're more likely to attract volunteers. So they kind of, it becomes quite a circle,
okay.
And it works very well.
Thanks. Ash, would you like to do the question again?
Yes, please.
So on the £1 million, year on year, the RAG total has been declining. How important really is the total to RAG, and should the focus be more on volunteers than the £1 million?
Well, personally, whilst I do believe that the total is important, I think it's always good to have £1 million to aim for, or we maybe could look at even upping that at some point if we wanted to be really ambitious. But I just think if we went all out to raise £1 million and we worked our volunteers too hard, I just think that a lot of volunteers would be put off. I think I believe very much in the people in RAG. I think the people are the most important in RAG, and I think that we should protect them and look after them the best way that we can. And if we do have to sacrifice a little bit of fundraising for that, then I would be willing to do so. So
would you be satisfied in not gaining £1 million at the end of your year?
I wouldn't say that I would be satisfied because, like I say, I think it's a good target to aim for. But I think if at the end of a year I'd raised £950,000, but I'd grown the section in other ways, I would look at that year and think, I've had a good year.
Okay. Okay.
So can I just add something to that?
Come in.
I do agree with what you've said. However, I think that previous years have proven that we can raise £1 million and also maintain the welfare of our volunteers. And raising £1 million doesn't exclude volunteers at all. People are supported within RAG. It is such a family, and so it doesn't matter how much we raise. But yeah, raising £1 million doesn't exclude welfare.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. We'll move on to another question for the both of you. This is on the focus of the collaborations role. It's been very weak ever since its introduction last year. How would you improve this role and offer support to whoever gets the role next year? Ash, we'll go to you first.
I think it's just the main thing that needs to be done is we need to have more, as a chair, I would have to have more communication with the collaborations officer to make sure that they know what they're doing, that they're doing their job properly, because sometimes we have had the issue where the collaborations officer doesn't really know what they're supposed to be doing. Are they solely for departments, which they seem sometimes to think they are this year, but actually we need to improve this more with the AU and other sections as well. So I think changing it to make sure that they have more development with those other sections would be what I would do.
Okay, and Hettie?
So this actually links quite well into one of my manifesto points, which is to improve and develop our collaboration with other sections. And for me, the collaborations role, you just need to be honest with people about what it involves from the start. When it was first introduced, obviously people didn't know exactly what it should entail, and no one has really made a move to try and change what it should involve. So when we have our AGM, which is coming up very soon, it should be promoted for everything that it could encompass and not just what it currently encompasses, which is the education section.
Okay, so running off the back of that question then, do you feel like the collaborations role is still relevant, or is this something that should be taken on by the chair? Hettie?
I think that it is still relevant. I think it would need the support of the chair, especially as we try and build up its responsibilities. But the chair already does collaborate a lot with other sections, but we are limited in terms of how much we can do because we do have so much on our plate. And people like the collaborations role, and it can offer a lot to someone in terms of their CV and experience as well.
Okay, Ash, is it still relevant and should it be part of
Yeah, I agree that the role is certainly still relevant. I think maybe we need to look at the way in which we recruit our collaborations officer, because we've had the collaborations role for 2 years now, and both times it's been filled by a hall RAG rep, which maybe isn't the correct type of experience that you need to be a collaborations officer. Perhaps it would be better suited to somebody who has been a department rep and worked with departments, or maybe they've worked with the AU in some shape or form. I know the AU are looking at bringing in some more fundraising people on their committee this year as well.
Dependent on what collaborations you're pursuing? Because, for example, if you're pursuing more collaborations with halls, a hall rep is pretty useful. An AU rep would be more useful if you were pursuing things in the AU.
This is true, but we have a hall reps coordinator who solely looks after halls, so the hall part is not part of the collaborations officer at all, because it's not necessary for them to do that when we have a hall reps coordinator.
Okay, we'll move on to the personal questions. Ash, we'll start with you. Your manifesto clearly prioritises raids, and this is something that you've highlighted your experience in. However, this is only a small part of the RAG money collecting machine. How will you ensure you represent all aspects of RAG, despite your inexperience in some of the areas?
I wouldn't say that my manifesto necessarily does prioritise raids. I think if you look at my first point, well, that's talking about the events that we run, the internal events and the external events. The middle point about counting money, that refers to anybody who brings in, that's not just from raids, that refers to anybody who brings in money. I'm talking people who are doing external trips and people who even are just doing fundraising off their own back and want us to count the money for them.
What do you talk about that money collecting? What do you foresee as the money collecting? Are you going to be in the office counting the money yourself?
Yeah, well, so basically the way it works at the moment is the money comes in and then it's just sort of, there's no schedule for it. It's just like, oh, well, we'll just do it when we get a lot. But that means that sometimes people are waiting 3-4 weeks for their totals to come back. So I think having a dedicated slot for that, whether that would be Jane, the RAG administrator, whether that would be myself as the RAG chair, or sometimes both of us. But
so what do you think the current reason is that they don't do regular counting?
Just because of manpower, honestly.
Okay.
Because it's part of Jane's job role now, which a year ago it wasn't. We used to have an extra administrator who used to do the counting, but now unfortunately it's part of Jane's role, and I know that she's a very busy person, and the last thing that I would want is to put any more work on her, so that's why I would be willing to step in and do that work.
Okay, and you think you'd have enough time?
Yeah, I think I'd have enough time, yeah.
We'll move on to Hettie. You've said that you want to increase student engagement with college and postgrad students in both Loughborough and London.
Yes.
With the college now only affiliating to the LSU and London being notoriously difficult to breach, how do you plan on achieving this goal?
So let's start with college. They have a committee now, as you may well be aware from the LSU Exec and I would like to introduce a RAG representative into that position. Just because they're only affiliated with us, that shouldn't change the nature of our relationship with the college. It's just developing relationships with as many people and as many sections as possible. And so by having that RAG representative with them, it wouldn't necessarily go to our total, but that's not the end objective. It's just the more money raised for charity at the end of the day is better.
Okay. You spoke a lot about the college there, and obviously that's just across the road. It's quite easy to get in contact with. London is a lot further away and notoriously been really hard to get involved in.
Yes. So London is mostly postgraduates and a lot of international students, and so we would have to take a different approach for targeting them. So going down and visiting the campus, first of all, one of my ideas would be to hold a RAG stall quite soon after our Choose a Challenge night here, where we promote all of the events and challenges that we run throughout the year and just open it up to London students to be able to get involved with, because it doesn't matter what your background is or how old you are, a bucket list opportunity is still a bucket list opportunity. And also I would love to open up opportunities for raids to London students, because it is right on their doorstep and it is so easy for them to get involved. It just takes, it can just be half a day.
Okay, just quickly, do you think there is the demand for it in London?
I don't think that there's necessarily a demand, but I do think that maybe it's just because they don't know about it enough. Okay. And so if we increase awareness, then people will start to want it more.
All right, well, we'll get some questions from Piazza. Rahul, I believe you have some questions for us.
Yes, that is correct, Ed. Thank you very much. We have some questions from the current RAG chair herself. So, Maz, over to you. What question do you have?
So, Hettie and Ash, in your opinion, what do you think is the biggest challenge that RAG faces, and how do you plan to overcome it?
Stealing one of my questions. Ash, we'll start with you. The biggest challenge and how you're going to overcome it.
That's a hell of a question. I think one of the bigger challenges that I certainly have faced in my role is just recruiting people. I think it seems to be becoming harder and harder year on year to get recruitment. I think that is generally the way that the university is going. So I think that's something that we would really need to have a push on this year. We'd really need to push our recruitment out there. We need to make sure that we're going really, really hard on the promo for all our events.
You would look to just promote your events to overcome it?
Yes.
Okay. Hettie, would you like to come in on that one?
I would actually have to agree with Ash on that one. Engagement is decreasing, and so I agree. More engaging promotional material, both on social media and physical, with posters and videos playing on the big screen in Piazza. stuff like that. I've actually been speaking to students throughout the week, and they say that improving promotion would encourage them to get more involved, because the reason that they don't know much about RAG is because they don't see very much about us already.
Okay, Maz, do you agree with that down in Piazza, and would you like to challenge them on that?
Yeah, I do think it is a really important section of RAG, and that's where we get most of our income. I think it will be interesting to see the academic difference next year, and obviously they'll be in charge of choosing what challenges we pick and how students engage with those challenges. So it's all in their hands, I guess.
All right then, we'll move on to another question for the both of you. Talking about this engagement and staying on this theme, internal events have suffered in the past, but this year have made some great profits.
Yes.
So how will you both ensure that events like Beer Keller remain profitable for the section under your leadership? Hettie, we'll go to you first.
So a scheme that we've started to implement this year is post-event feedback, which I think is going to prove really useful for next year, because in our committee meetings we sit down after the event and we go through what went well, what didn't go well, what could be improved, and just general feedback. And that's all typed up and filed away so that next year's committee, when they come to those events, can look back over it and they can see our feedback and see where they could potentially improve and what they would need to change.
Okay, Ash?
Yeah, so this is actually part of my first manifesto point, where I say that I would look to create a structured plan for every single event that we do, mainly just because that has been what's been done for some of the internal events this year, and these guys have absolutely smashed it. Hettie and Ishan, they've done really, really well, whereas the first year that I was on committee, we didn't have any internal events coordinators, and it didn't go so well because there was no planning done by the RAG chair in that year. And that's why they fell apart. So as I've said, I would look to have a plan in place by the end of freshers, and that plan would be created using said in feedback forms that we have from this year, because I think it's incredibly important to learn from your mistakes, but also from what we did really well this year.
Okay, thanks very much, both of you. Hettie,
Yes.
you want to develop LSU RAG's collaborations with other union sections by improving the level of support you offer.
Yes.
How will you find the time to help other sections when your own job will dominate most of your time?
So it is a good question, and I do agree that the role of RAG chair is quite demanding in terms of time consumption. However, I think that it's in everyone's interest to improve collaborations. For instance, working with societies to support them with any fundraising events that they might want to run. Not only does it support RAG in terms of fundraising money for charity, but it also can help to promote societies and get them out there a bit more. It might help to increase their engagement as well.
Okay, so to follow that, is it still necessary, if you're going to spend a predominant amount of time focusing on what you can do for the other sections, is it necessary to have a RAG section? Is it not better to have a RAG rep in each section?
So I would argue that yes, it is completely necessary to still have a RAG section, because there is so much work that we do behind the scenes that people don't see. And if we were to just distribute that to a RAG rep in each section, our performance would almost certainly decrease, because there's just too much for a single person per section to be doing themselves.
Okay. Ash, according to your manifesto, there is little opportunity for students to find out about careers in the charity sector. Is it a good use of time and effort to duplicate the hard work of the university's career network that already exists?
Well, I think it would be a good use of time, but I don't think we'd be duplicating what they do. I think actually the RAG section at this university has a whole load of untapped contacts that they don't necessarily have within the charity sector that we could use.
So there are currently, we had a look, there are 40 jobs available on the careers network that are specific to a charity. Would it not be more beneficial for you to go and work alongside the careers network that already have a system built to distribute this kind of information than try and take it on yourself?
But as I've said in the manifesto, I would look to collaborate with the others, I think I specifically put enterprise and employability in the manifesto, but that includes, to me, the careers network. So yes, I would look to collaborate with them without doubt.
Two extremely different areas, one in the union, one in the university. So we'll go back to a question for both of you. As RAG chair, charities can often be demanding, and the relationship with them often needs constant nurturing and commitment. Managing them all is impossible. So how will you go about prioritising certain charities over others? Ash, we'll start with you.
I think we would have to look at the charities that, where the most people are struggling, basically, because obviously we have, we're lucky enough that we run 13 different external trips at Loughborough, and sometimes some of them are doing really well, some of them are not doing so well, so I think we have to prioritise the ones where the participants are not fundraising particularly well, because that usually is in correlation with the charities that are struggling.
And how would you manage that relationship with the charity that perhaps we've had years and years of good collaboration with them, and we have one bad year? Would you just drop that charity if it's not making the money?
No, not necessarily. I think it's important to work with these charities because and to tell them where we need them to improve, and they can tell us where they need us to improve, and we can work something out.
Okay, Hettie, would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
As RAG Chair, charities can often be demanding, and the relationship with them often needs constant nurturing and commitment.
Yes.
Managing them all is impossible, so how will you go about prioritising certain charities over others?
So some charities are more established within student fundraising than others, and therefore they need less support and attention because they almost run themselves. So I would primarily prioritise the charities that are perhaps new to student fundraising and don't really know exactly what they should be doing, and nurturing them and helping them improve, because it will benefit other universities and not just Loughborough.
Okay, and those that are long-standing and well-established,
Yes.
you would let them self-manage themselves?
It wouldn't be completely self-managing, we would still have a relationship with them. We are very good at the moment with showing our support and value for all of our charities. At our presentation evening in June, we have a Charity of the Year award, and perhaps we could just add in small incentives like that throughout the year for charities to kind of say to them, we really appreciate all the support that you're giving us, and we hope that we can continue it into the future.
Okay, back down to Piazza. Rahul, what have you got for us?
So I believe we've got another question. Over to you guys.
Yeah, so my question is, so we have our external challenges and the fundraising totals are going up for them each year. So how would you support students trying to raise these new targets, which are going higher and higher?
Okay, so talking there about the targets going higher and higher with projects, Hettie, would you like to come in first?
Yeah, so it's a really good question, and thank you to Ishan for asking it. I think that we have so much experience in terms of supporting student fundraising, and therefore it would just be a case of drawing upon that and looking back at what's worked well for students in the past in terms of raising those higher fundraising targets, which can be in excess of £3,000 in some cases.
Okay, so what specifically are you going to do with these targets going higher and higher?
Yeah. So just creating more opportunities on campus for students to fundraise, and also supporting charities and organising more things like bucket collections and stuff like that, which can be really big fundraisers. And especially with bucket collections, providing training to students, because if they know what they should be doing and what they should be saying, then it can make a difference of a couple of £100 in terms of what they collect.
Okay, Ash, would you like to come in on this?
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what Hettie said there, but also so each trip has 1, 2 or sometimes even 3 team leaders who are responsible for overseeing the fundraising for that particular trip. I personally think that giving these people more training at the beginning of the year / even at the end of the previous year to ensure that they are in the best possible position to help their participants raise money would be a fantastic idea.
Okay, and who's going to give this training?
It would be a combination of myself as RAG Chair, Maz as previous RAG Chair, and our external events coordinators.
Okay. Next question is for both of you, and looking at the exec structure as a whole. How do you foresee your relationship with the exec team under the new structure, and how will you push the RAG agenda in this new 2-tiered system? Ash, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think the way it is, I think they had some teething problems at the beginning of the year, but I think as this year's gone on, you can see that sections have started to work much better with the executive officers.
So how would you ensure that RAG is not left by the wayside next year if it wasn't a priority of the exec above you?
I would basically just make sure that it is always our priority. I would not let it rest until until they knew about it. I would just make sure. I would have to make sure that I'm getting on their case to make sure that they know we exist and that they are looking to our needs.
All right, Hettie.
Yes.
Would you like me to reread
Yes,
the question?
please, sorry.
How do you foresee your relationship with the exec team under the new structure, and how will you push the RAG agenda in this new two-tiered system?
So I think the handover period would be really important with this, because as Ash touched upon, it was a bit rocky at the start with the new system. So speaking to Maz, if I were elected, and finding out how she navigated the new structure would be really useful, first of all. And then in terms of making sure that RAG isn't just left by the wayside, this comes back to my manifesto point about improving collaborations with other sections, because by doing that, it's beneficial to not just RAG, but it's beneficial to the other sections as well. And so it would be in their best interest to keep us alive and keep us relevant as well.
Okay, why would it be in their best interest?
Because we would be supporting them in addition to them supporting us. So by...
If they felt, for example, if whoever wins in those exec positions,
Yes.
they no longer feel RAG is relevant, how are you going to convince them that it is?
I think it's a case of sitting down and talking to them and showing them just how much RAG does. We contribute an incredible amount to student fundraising across the country, and there's more that we can do, just because what we've got at the moment is amazing, and Maz has really set an amazing foundation building upon other years, but there's still room for us to develop, and it would be a case of making them see that.
Okay, this next question is for both of you as well. So many of your manifesto items are ones that have been in previous RAG manifestos. Name one idea that you both have that is radically different to previous years and about where RAG should go next. Ash, we'll start with you.
Well, I think my third manifesto point about careers, I don't think I've seen that in a RAG chair's manifesto before, so I would.
Is there a reason for that?
I don't think so. I think it's just something that they haven't thought about.
Okay. Hettie?
So mine is probably the point on Loughborough London and college hasn't been touched upon by previous RAG chairs, as far as I'm aware.
I mean, Loughborough London has been around for a few years now. It certainly was early in its early existence. London was always a priority around other manifestos. Just to sort of give this question to you both, I think give you both another chance at this. I want something radical, something new. It doesn't have to have been on your manifesto, but where do you see RAG going over the next couple of years, and how are you going to transform that and bring it into this new era that we seem to be bringing to Loughborough? Ash, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, it's a very good question, because I think RAG as a section has progressed this year. If there was one thing that I could do that's absolutely radical, I honestly don't know what needs to be done. I don't think there's anything that needs to be done that's completely radical.
Okay.
You know, I don't think right, you look at RAG as a section, and I think RAG is doing very well this year. So I don't think you should look at it and go, oh, let's make radical change, because why would you do that when we're doing really well?
Okay, Hettie?
I completely agree. There is no need for a radical change. However, smaller changes could definitely be implemented to help to just push RAG on and give it, as I said in my opening statement, a bit of a fresh face.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to the both of you.
Pleasure.
We are going to now go to the closing statements. Ash, you went second in the opening one, so you get first dibs on this one.
Yeah.
Your closing statement, please.
Yes, I'd like to thank everyone for listening to my interview. I'd like to finish off just by simply saying that it would mean the absolute world to me to be elected as RAG chair. As I said, for 4 years, I've given my everything to this section, and I would absolutely love the chance to take it forward next year. Thanks for listening, and remember, if you're raising cash, to vote for Ash.
Thank you, Ash. Hettie, your closing statement, please.
Thank you very much to everyone that has tuned in to the Soapbox today and heard me explain my manifesto in a bit more detail and also answer the questions that have been presented. I hope that I have proven to you that I'm a worthy candidate for a position, that I have lots of knowledge in the section, and also that I have some really great ideas to take the section forward as well. Please vote for me for RAG Chair.
Thank you very much to the both of you.
Thank you.
That is, of course, the end of the RAG Soapbox. So Rahul will be down there discussing all of the details. Rahul, can you hear me?
Hi, Ed. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm sweaty. But I think they've done really, really well to get this far through it. I'm sure Maz is going to probably rip him to pieces now, but we'll see what she has to say. How are you finding it down there, Rahul? Very good?
Yeah, the atmosphere is great. Everyone's still here supporting.
I think it's growing in numbers as more people are turning up, coming from campaigning all over campus. It's great to be. How is it for you being back in that seat?
Oh, it's lovely. I quite like being back in this seat. I think we're trying to be a bit nicer than the previous incumbent of this seat, and people seem to be a lot happier. People seem to have smiles on their faces, and let's hope they continue to keep that smile on their face as the day goes on.
Yeah, but of course he's gone but never forgotten, still in our ear some way, shape or form. Well, thank you very much, Ed. I think you're doing a great job. It's nice to see you back there, Bryce.
Thank you very much, my sugar, and keep going down there yourself.
All right, thank you. Okay, so how do you think they held themselves there? I think they went fairly well.
Yeah, I think they did really well. They're both really strong candidates. They know so much about RAG, and they have really different manifesto points as well. So I think it's really interesting seeing both how they're going to change RAG next year, depending on who gets the position. But I think they're really strong and they're really good.
Yeah, I was quite happy with most of their answers, you know. Like, most of them I thought they would bring up. So, yeah, can't wait to see where it goes.
So some of the comments there on what they'd like to change in RAG, again, it's always going to come up in terms of progression. Do you think they answered that fairly? Do you think they picked up on a few things that you would have liked to have done, but obviously didn't know until you were in the role?
I think picking up on careers is a massive thing, and engagement as well, like definitely with Loughborough London and college. I think they're really important areas that I haven't been able to do this year, so it'd be really nice to see them improve in those sections. I think especially with the point about smaller charities, bringing them in, it's a bit questionable whether it'll be good for us, as much as they said it would be, just because we get so many applications. All of the charities want to work with us, and we do pick charities that know what they're doing because they help with recruitment. They're really good at engaging students. I think if we did pick smaller charities, it might backlash a little bit and we'd struggle a lot more with recruitment and everything that they said they would want to improve. So could be interesting to see.
The million comes up yet again. Do you think that's fair? Do you think it's unfair to put pressure on always getting that million and then not balancing it with student development? Do you think student development leads into obviously raising more money for charities?
I've always said this year that the million doesn't matter. Obviously, we have raised $1 million for the last 10 years and it is really important. But at the end of the day, we might not raise $1 million. It might be this year, it might be next year, it might be in 10 years' time. I don't think you should strive for the $1 million. I think if you engage more students and you do more challenges and raids and things like that, and you just improve how people are engaged in RAG, that's how you're going to get the $1 million, is because people are going to want to fundraise for you and for different charities, and they're going to want to try harder and be part of the Loughborough RAG family. So, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you both very much. I'm sure we'll be back. I believe Amy has got some campaign team members ready. Amy, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to have a quick chat to a couple members of HETTIE's team and then obviously over to Ash as well. How is it going for you guys so far?
It's been a really good start to the campaign so far. We obviously had poster dash and then we hosted a campaign launch in Harry French Common Room, and we had loads of candidates coming, and it was really good for everyone to mingle and kick their campaign off.
How have you been finding the first 2 days? Obviously, we've only had 2 days of campaigning, but is it going well so far?
Yeah, it's been going great. I mean, we're also planning everything we want to do over the next week. And yeah, we've got lots planned. We're very excited, and we're going to have fun.
Have you got any big things for coming up in the next week that you're particularly excited about?
We've got a couple of things planned, and there's obviously the Q&A on Thursday, which is something to look forward to. So I think the next few days would just be getting students engaged and making sure they vote.
Bro, thank you very much. I'm going to spin around and also chat to a couple of members of Ash's team. Again, how are you guys finding it so far?
So far, we've had a lot of fun campaigning. We've met a lot of students, especially at FND. It's been really good so far.
Are you particularly excited about what's been happening so far and what's coming up this week?
I've been really excited. It's just seeing it all actually happen. We've planned it for so long. I think Ash got some great points on his manifesto as well. So just really getting those out there, letting everyone else know what it's about. Vote for Ash.
We're unbiased here in media. How do you think the Soapbox went overall? Do you think they both did quite well?
I think they both did brilliantly. It's so intimidating, and I think they did brilliant, so yeah.
Well done to both of the RAG candidates. That was a very good Soapbox, I think, and I think everyone in here definitely enjoyed it. I'm going to now hand back to Rahul.
Thank you very much. So the Soapbox then consensus went very well, answering some very in-depth questions there for both yourself and Ed. I just want to run down really quick the 3 major points from their manifestos that people can have a look at and get your thoughts on whether you think they balance well in terms of the questions they answered. So HETTIE real quick is increase opportunities for students to fundraise for charities of their choice, extend the RAG family to include college and postgraduate students in both Loughborough and London, and further develop RAG's collaboration with other sections of the union. ASH, to have a complete plan before freshers to ensure all events reach their full potential, to improve the counting systems so that volunteers can receive their totals on time, and to provide opportunities for Loughborough students to get employed in the charity sector. Now, we talked a little bit about the employment element there a little bit, but do you think those are fair points to be aiming for?
Yeah, I think you can definitely tell the difference. HETTIE talks a lot about engagement and increasing students' opportunities within RAG, whereas ASH takes a more strategic approach. There we go, we get it. And I think they're both really important and they come hand in hand. And I think they'll both do really good jobs in both of those areas. I think I would like to see a bit more about how they're going to support committee. We've had a really good committee this year, but looking at the welfare of reps as well, because obviously being part of RAG, it's a massive time commitment, just like every other section of the union. So it'd be nice to see how they'd continue that support across RAG, rather than just improving events and things like that.
Okay. So, obviously very different sections, but I'm going to draw similarity in the soapboxes real quick. With Action, we talked about, obviously, 2 candidates running. We've been very involved in sections, who've been friends, and the kind of dynamic that can have. In the past, obviously, we have seen races that have gotten quite toxic, and we're hoping that doesn't happen. So how, Ishan, for you, as a member of the current committee, what's the dynamic like looking at 2 people who are on the same committee as you running, and then how does that affect everybody else?
In the long run, I don't think, like after the election, I don't think there's going to be a huge issue. I think everyone's going to come out and support both of them no matter what. Again, we're the RAG family, like everyone is always supported in it. But I don't think it's drawn like a huge like divide between anyone. I think everyone's fair, like supporting like each of them. So yeah.
Okay, and I'm not sure, but I think I saw both candidates out also with collection buckets. I'm not sure if this is just a RAG thing that happens, like while you're campaigning you have to also raise some money. Is that something that I imagined, or maybe I was asleep? I'm not really sure. But in terms of the fundraising then, what kind of emphasis do you think the candidates need to be having, or rather than diversifying, maybe looking at raising more money for more specific charities which have a closer meaning to either them or the Students' Union?
I think it's really important that people fundraise for whatever charity they want to fundraise for. I think that's vital. And also going back to the charity bucket, I think it's just an extra limb for us. Like, we've always just got it with us, especially on raids and stuff. But I think having more charities is brilliant, and that's, I think, what we want to strive for in RAG. We want to have a massive charity presence all over campus for many different charities, whether we know them or not. So I think they'll both do really well in that, in bringing in more charities that maybe I haven't been able to bring in, or previous RAG chairs as well. But it'll just be up to them and whatever they can fit in, really.
Okay, so your perspective then on what is actually the most challenging part of the role?
That's a really good question.
Thank you very much.
I think the most challenging part is having so many charities contact you and not being able to support all of them, whether that's because we can't fit them into our actual calendar, or we can't run events for them because there'll just be too many. I think it's narrowing down what charities you want to support and what students want to support. I think it's, for us, we want to support every single charity, but we can't. So it's prioritising those that we can and ones that we think the students will want to back and support as well.
So in and amongst some of the restructure that has happened, both in the executive team going from executive officers and section chairs, so just first part of my two-part question is, do you think that's worked so you have more time to focus on actual volunteer development and focusing on the charity side as well?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really see it the year before. I think I saw Asha going to a lot of meetings and things like that, and I think she was out of office a lot more than she wanted to be, and that's why those section chairs at the time made this decision, basically. And I think it does help a lot because we can be in office more. We are student-facing. Students come to us a lot during the day. We have a lot of students coming in asking for different things, so I think as much time as we can be in our offices and just around students, it's the best for them and it's the best for us.
So would you agree with that, Ishan? Because obviously as a member of the committee, I know last year when we were going through the transition, there was a lot of we want to be interacting with students, with our committee. We want to be feeding back, but because we're stuck in meetings that we don't want to be stuck in. And so, Maz, they're saying that there is more office time. You are able to actually communicate with students and volunteers, fundraisers, everybody who wants to come and speak to you. Have you seen that effect?
Yeah, so like whenever we've ever had to like cover for like Maz, if she's like maybe she's been on the Poppy Appeal and somebody needs to be in the office. I think, yeah, we've seen all sorts of students come and talk to us. So yeah, I'd agree mostly with Maz, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you both very much. Stay seated, just in case we need to come back to you. But I believe Amy has got a member of the Elections Committee.
Yes, hello. I am here with Helena, obviously quite involved in RAG. Would you just be able to tell us a little bit about how involved you are?
I'm currently Raids Officer on RAG Committee.
Thanks. Obviously, we just had the Soapbox. How did you find it? Do you think they did okay?
And they both smashed it. They're fantastic, both candidates, really proud of them. They have a wealth of knowledge, both between them, and they really showed that, I think.
Bro. For obviously being on Elections Committee, why is this kind of process quite important for the democratic side of the election process?
I think it makes it more of an even playing field for the candidates, so it's not as much about how many people they both know, how popular they are, whatever, that kind of thing. And it's a really easy way for people that aren't as engaged in the union to be able to watch it, understand the points, be able to compare candidates in a way that I don't think is as easy if you're just reading the manifestos.
Bro, thank you very much. I think we are now going to hand back to Rahul.
Thank you very much. So a very interesting insight there from Helena. I just wanted to ask, obviously the campaign period is shorter than it has been, which I think is better because it can drag on for a long time. But having two members of your current committee who can't come into the office and can't answer questions, has that affected how you're able to run it, or is it only a week, so it's not really that bad?
I think it's sad just because I can't see them, and the rest of committee, I think they'll be missing the office and stuff, but I think as a committee we're really strong this year. We really help each other out, and that's why we've been able to do such a good job this year. And I think committee have really pulled together and they've picked up on the areas that we're kind of lacking in at the moment. Obviously HETTIE being internal and Ash being raids, other people have picked up the jobs that needed to be doing. So I think we're a really solid group, and like you said, it's only a week, so we'll get right back on track when we have the results.
So what do you think they should both be looking to do in the coming week? What kind of things should they be aiming to promote from the cells or for RAG as a section as a whole?
I think definitely just working with the other candidates is such a big thing. You're going to be working with them for a whole year, so it's a really good idea to get to know them and just to explore what students want and what they actually want from RAG, the support that they want and ideas that they've got as well. It's a really good opportunity to just go out and ask students because you're already asking them to vote for you anyway. And just having fun as well. It's such a fun week, so I think they need to just enjoy themselves.
Ishan, anything to add to that? You think fair comments?
I was thinking just go meet new people, explore campus essentially. But yeah, meet the candidates, just meet the students. I mean, you're going to be working with them the most.
Okay, and I've just remembered the second part of my two-part question I didn't ask earlier. So as part of the restructure, we talked about the officer team. RAG specifically, in terms of the staff team being condensed and moved around a lot, Karen is now moved out to the office. So how has that affected, particularly counting, seeing it as on one of the candidates' manifestos?
It's been quite a struggle. Obviously, me and Jane would love to do it every week, but we just can't. We just don't have the time for it. And we want to support Karen as well because she does still count some of our money sometimes. But I think it's definitely been helpful that committee have been able to help Jane when I haven't been able to, whether that's counting money or just with extra stuff like collecting buckets and making sure people fill out the right forms and things like that. So I think with counting money, if there's a good process like what Ash wants to bring in, I think that could be really helpful depending on how much time we've got, basically, and if committee are willing to continue helping.
Yeah, so there, obviously if committee had the time to come and help, so Sian, as a member of the committee, how do you guys pull together when you need to, because you need something to get done, and not just before presentation evening when you're trying to get the final numbers in, but throughout the entire year?
So I think in general, I think like the committee this year, whenever there's like an issue, for example, if I have a coursework deadline, somebody will always like come and help, like step in or cover for something. And if you're ever stressed, you can always go talk to like members of the committee. Like we do get along quite well, but yeah, apart from that, I don't know how to
Okay, and one contentious issue that I really want to pick up on is that RAG isn't capitalized because it does not stand for raising and giving. But what does it mean?
Do you want to do it or me?
You're RAG chair, mate, come on.
So Jane would be very, very proud of us now for telling everyone what it actually means, which is nothing. It's not an acronym. It basically just comes from historical times of people giving rags out. So Oxford and Cambridge, they would give literal rags out. And over time, I think universities and different fundraising groups have just attached a meaning to it and called it raising and giving or raising and donating, things like that. But we don't. So Jane would be really angry if anyone saw you write rag in capitals. Just warning you guys.
Okay, so on that, I actually knew that. I just wanted to get somebody else to say it. So this is probably a harder question to answer. What is your favorite part of the job? And then Nishan, for you, what is your favorite part of RAG? What do you love most about being involved in RAG?
I mean, I think like my current position, I think after every event that you do, you always get good feedback from like students who've enjoyed it. I think that's probably the best feeling in the world. Just somebody going, that was really fun, I'd love to do it again.
I think getting students involved, no matter what it is, whether they're coming to a beer keller and just having a good time, or whether they're fundraising to climb Everest, things like that. It's watching students grow and develop whilst they're fundraising for a good cause. And then at the end of it, sometimes they've got a challenge, or they've got an event that they want to go to. I think it's just watching them develop and grow, yeah.
Amazing, that's very wholesome. That's a very good answer. Well, thank you both very much. That was the end of the roundup for the RAG Soapbox. The next one is going to be at 5:45, which will be Enterprise. But in the meantime, we're going to take a small break here in the Piazza and send you over to LCR for Soapbox Extra.
I now declare the Exec Elections 2020 are open. You are now free to campaign.
This is the Soapbox Extra.
Come on.
So we're doing this again. This is where we fill in the gaps for the Soapbox. It's Will Reynolds and Tamara Maggs here. Josh Thompson's also in the studio. We are going to be basically filling in the gaps and talking all things Soapbox. I like doing this. Last year it was not good because we got spied. We're not used to having cameras in a radio studio, and we got spied eating digestive biscuits by
we've
quite a lot
not
of
made
people.
that mistake again today. No food has been in the studio. There's been no spying on that today, no.
So what have you thought so far then? Have you been keeping up with the action?
Every year, so this is now my 4th Soapbox I've witnessed, and every year I'm just amazed at how well people handle the pressure. I just cannot, I would not be able to do it, honestly.
I would
So
struggle,
impressive, I know.
like a lot.
And Ed's been doing a great job as well. Obviously, everyone down in Piazza as well under their umbrellas. They've all been doing a great job. So it's just been a great team effort so far.
We, in the course of like the next 10 minutes, we've got a great little montage of Ed Radford just being savage, which I guess he's known for. So I'm looking forward to that. We are also, that's what Josh is here for, going to be telling you about all of the work that goes in behind the scenes here at LSU Media to make this all happen, because the coverage from TV is just unreal, isn't it?
I mean, it is a show behind the scenes. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, we've got loads of other info for you as well. We're going to be telling you about how the voting is going to work for these elections. So if you haven't been involved in these elections before, definitely stay tuned for that, because we're going to be letting you know all of the info.
Mm-hmm. So when does it all happen with voting?
So voting doesn't open until Tuesday, so obviously still a little bit of time before then. So it opens on the 3rd of March, Tuesday at 9 a.m. and it's going to be open all the way through till Friday, the 6th of March at 4 p.m. So you're going to have plenty of time to make sure your votes get counted properly, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so don't worry, there's not going to be a mad rush. You're still going to have plenty of time to hear about everyone's campaigns, try and choose the best person. Don't rush and do it on the first day. You can, if you're not sure yet, you can still listen out to everyone's campaigns and make sure you're making the right decision.
But also, there is no excuse not to vote, because it's open for a long time. Like, you've got a big window there to aim for.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone should definitely vote. I mean, you don't have much time at uni. You should definitely try and make sure your voice is heard and make a difference while you are here. So even if that's just voting, then that's what you should do, really, I think.
If you're wondering how you can vote, there are kind of 2 different ways to do it, either online or in person. If you're going to do it online, head to lsu.co.uk/exec elections. lsu.co.uk/exec elections. If you're not one for going outside, if you're a bit hungover, you're having a little scroll through the candidates and you think, yeah, they look nice, oh, I like their manifesto, get online and vote there. It counts the same, it's fine. If you are up for getting out and about, or you want to drop into any of these places and vote in person, here are the buildings that are open for voting during that time that Tamara said. James France is open. The EHB, you can vote there. West Park, the Students' Union here. By all means, absolutely drop in here and make your vote. The library will also be open. But on Wednesday, that's the 4th of March, between 1 and 4 p.m, James France is not going to be open, so don't try and vote there. So if you are going to vote, please do vote, by the way. Vote online or in person. Online at lsu.co.uk/exec elections, or in person at loads of different buildings across the campus. It's not like voting systems that are confusing sometimes, and this doesn't follow like a lot of bigger voting systems like national ones. So Tamara's been doing her research and she has tried to simplify it down as to how the voting process works for the exec elections.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The first time I was involved in the exec election process, I kind of did not have any idea what was happening on the results night. They had loads of rounds and I was just like super confused. But basically what the system, the union uses for voting is called single transferable vote. This means that you get to like rank your candidates. You're not just choosing one person. If there's like 3 candidates, you are going to rank them one like from your favourite to your least favourite. But also remember that Ron is going to be an option for you as well. Will's going to tell you a bit about that. So basically, yeah, then when the votes are counted up, you have to have at least over 50% of the votes to actually win, and if that 50% isn't achieved, they are going to eliminate the candidate with the least amount of votes, and then they're going to redistribute those preferences that you put in when you were voting until they get someone with over 50%. But moving on to the
That all makes sense. Did get any of that?
Yeah, if you don't worry, you can go online and check out all the explanation about that. Josh is actually the one that wrote out those explanations, so he is the expert on the matter.
I wouldn't say expert, but yeah, you can go with that.
Yeah.
I think you're the expert in the room, to be honest.
Fair enough.
All right, Ron. So Ron is kind of like, I guess he's like a get out of jail free card, isn't he? If you can't decide on anyone to vote for, you can run the candidates. Ron does effectively stand as another candidate in every election. but it actually stands for Reopen Nominations, and it will be one of the voting options that you get given. So yeah, you can vote. If you don't like any of the other candidates, you can vote for Ron, and then if Ron wins the election, the post will be then reopened for a by-election at like a suitable time in the future. I don't know if you were watching with Telly earlier, but Ron actually made a statement for us, and here's what it sounded like.
Hello, I'm Ron, your mighty, notorious, magical wizarding Ron. If you think these candidates aren't up to the job, vote for me, and we'll reopen the nominations to get someone in who can do the job properly. I've not been that successful in the past, but this year I'm going all out. This is my year. One Ron to spike them all! There are 11 roles up for grabs in this election, and I, the almighty Ron, am running for them all. Heard there are 2 candidates for the president role this year. Wrong, there's 3, and I'm one of them. Think these candidates won't lead the sabbatical team to victory? Ron will, vote Ron. 4 candidates for the VP this year. Don't forget Ron. Ron knows elections, Ron knows DRC, Ron knows halls, vote Ron. Education for the first time in 4 years is contested. But Ron will get you the library seating you so truly deserve. Vote Ron! Ron? Ron is sporty! Sportier than the other 2 candidates running. Ron will secure us box 41. Vote Ron! Welfare, 1 candidate, pathetic. Let's make it 2. 3 condoms. Ron! Doggo petting. Ron! Allowing students to thrive in an environment where they are discriminated on based on ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or the other 6 protected characteristics. Run! Action. Ron loves action. Alpacas. Why not llamas? Ron loves llamas. 3 candidates! Run! Go run! Rag. No. Ron. Take me out. How about take them all out? Both the other 2 candidates. 1 million? Ha! I'll make it 2. Easy. Hey Enterprise. Ron has a new enterprise idea. Vote Ron! Think these 2 candidates can't handle the heat of the cube? Ron can. Ron will build 17 cubes. The best cubes! Hey you, vote Ron. Think these 2 aren't up to the mark? Ron is. Ron will lobby Cookery to send the hoodies on time. Ron thinks your stash is sexy and you should get to wear it all year round. All about the lip sync? Ron will give you an actual voice. Vote Ron! Societies, another one uncontested. Where do we find these candidates? 120 societies? How about 121 societies? 121! Media, the only voluntary role. Ron will get LCR playing in Piazza. Do you know Metallica 11 AM? Ron does! You can vote for me online at Tuesday the 3rd, 9 AM until Friday the 6th, 4 PM. If you think these candidates haven't got what it takes, vote Ron and reopen the nominations. Ron out!
Nice little message there from Ron. LSU TV coverage has been amazing. Josh Thompson, you've been in charge of documenting it all.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I've been following around all the volunteers today, both up here in the gallery and down in Piazza. They're putting in an incredible shift. We've got over 25 volunteers involved running today's broadcast,
Wow.
which is a huge number. And like I say, mammoth effort from everyone to bring you today's show. I remember this is only part 1. We do this all again tomorrow with the exec candidates, which is going to be great fun. But no, prep started on Thursday, would you believe, for this?
Wow.
So we've got our sound guys over there in the in the studio, but I don't know if they can hear us. Give them a wave, but anyway, yeah, so dedicated graphics package we've been building, sound and visuals, the lot. So that's what's been going on behind the scenes.
Wow, and we're kind of running out of time. We've got to go back to Rahul soon. But what about results night tomorrow?
Yeah, so results night is going to be Friday the 6th of March, starting from 7:30 PM in Room 1 and Cogs. We're also going to be covering that event, so make sure you stay tuned to hear what the results of the election you've been involved in are.
Fab. Well, it's time to get back to the action. Let's head back downstairs to Rahul.
Okay, and yeah, we are back. Thank you very much to Will, Tamara and Josh in LCR there. We're just about to kick off with Enterprise, but let's have a quick chat and introduction with our panel. So we've got Joshua Hope, who is Enterprise Employability EO, alongside myself. And then we've got Ash, who is the current Enterprise Chair. So how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, very well, thank you. And yourself?
No, it's not bad. I'm in Piazza, I'm wearing a suit, life is good.
Yeah, really excited for today. I think it's going to be really interesting.
So what kind of stuff are you going to be looking for from the candidates in the Soapbox?
I think because Enterprise is contested for the first time ever, we really need to see what the students want as well, so how they're going to respond to that uncertainty and what they've got planned for the future.
Now, Joshua, I know you put in a lot of work with Enterprise, making sure it was recognised, we got the recognition it needed, both for student development and the impact it has on Locker Students' Union as a whole. So going forward, first off, do you think it's gone in a good direction, and where do you see it going the years to come?
I think it was really about kind of growth when I was doing it, and once we got people involved, it was more about development. So where I see it going now that we've got the people involved, is what sort of direction they want to do. So each candidate should have their own idea of what Enterprise is. Is it business? Is it personal development? It's up to them. So it would be nice to see what they really want to do.
I love that answer. And one big change has happened with Enterprise is obviously the office has moved upstairs. So Ash, how have you found that? Do you like the new space? I know it looks incredible in there with the blackboard paint and everything. But has it affected how Enterprise is working, do you think? Or is it just business as usual?
I think the move upstairs has actually made our office more student-facing, because all of the other sections are upstairs. So I think before, a lot of students felt quite intimidated to go in the glass office, and the stash shop does look very good as well. But it's really nice, our new office as well. I think it's really been a good foundation for what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, I spend a lot of time in that place now because I work there as a regular shift. So it's memories come back to when yourself and Emma Bishop are in there, just coming in for a chat, walk past and wave. So we'll come back to you guys a little bit later once the Soapbox has happened to get your thoughts. But we are going to go now to the Enterprise Soapbox. So here is a little bit about the role.
I couldn't hear your question.
So my role, I support students in developing their business ideas, but it's not just that. We also help students with all kinds of different opportunities that are available to them during their time as a student or what they're preparing for afterwards, so competitions and their presentation skills and all sorts of stuff like that. My favourite part of the role is the fact that every single day there's going to be people with really cool ideas that we get to explore, and there's always stuff that's put in motion, and that's obviously really exciting. So we never know what the next day is going to bring, and we always know that everyone's going to be really kind of optimistic and energetic about what they're working on. I think it's really important to inspire students that they can actually do the things that they want to do and that there isn't a set career path for them. So whether they do want to work for someone else or start their own projects, they have the ability to do that and they can start now. And the earlier that students get involved with enterprise training specifically, the better their outcomes. So it's quite exciting.
So we're back in the studio after a short break and a copious amount of deodorant applied. But we're here for the Enterprise Soapbox, and I'm joined next to me by Emmanuel Macotta and Charlie Berkhamshaw. Guys, I'm sure you've seen how the previous ones have unfolded. So Emmanuel, we'll start with your opening statement.
For sure.
Your 60 seconds starts now.
Hi guys, I'm Emmanuel. First of all, thanks for tuning in. And I'm here to be your next Enterprise Chair. I want Enterprise to become an all-inclusive space where all of you can engage with. And throughout my years at Loughborough, I've spoken to students, and we all had our own ideas. Some of you have great passions. And I want Enterprise to become a section that gives you the means and the ways to, and the skills as well, to push these passions, push these ideas, and hopefully one day start your own company. That'd be great to see.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Charlie, over to you. Your opening statement, your 60 seconds starts now.
Cheers. Hi, my name is Charlie Berkhamshaw and I'm running to be your Enterprise Chair. Throughout the past year, I've had the amazing opportunity to be part of Enterprise as the Marketing Officer. This has allowed me to see all the amazing things that the section has done and a few areas that could be improved as in the next year. And also, it's allowed me to see directly what you as students would like from the section. A bit more about myself. So I love sports. I play AU rugby this year. I love people. So during my time at university, I've been really involved in Folk Egg, my fresher hall, and was social sec for them in second year. Nice. And overall, I would just like to have the opportunity to build on the stuff I've done this year in Enterprise and give you the best the best opportunity and experiences you can have.
Thank you very much, Charlie.
That was really good.
So my first question is to the both of you.
Yeah.
We've heard a lot about collaborations from other sections, and a lot of them have mentioned enterprise.
Sure.
It's quite easy for enterprise to collaborate with every section within the union. But what ideas and what plans do you specifically have for this? Emmanuel, we'll start with you.
For sure. So collaboration with other sections. I think enterprise is a section that, as you said, everyone can be involved in. What I would like to see is there to be ways where projects and ideas from other sections themselves can be brought to us, and we can find ways to make them grow more and give them more space and awareness for other people. If you have an example of one you want to ask them specifically.
Do you have any specific ideas for collaborations that you want to bring to other sections, or are you just going to wait for other people to come to you?
Ideally, they'd come to me, and then we can judge off that. I imagine, from my case, an all-inclusive idea would be literally to give them more awareness, make sure that the right skills are taught, in my opinion, and that.
Okay, Charlie, if you want to come in on this, it's quite easy for enterprise to collaborate with every section within the union. What ideas and plans do you have for this?
Okay, so I think it falls quite nicely into my second manifesto point. The enterprise as a section is still one of the newest sections, and over the last few years it's been an amazing growth for the section. And a little bit now of growth management would be really good. So what I would like to try and do is have more networking opportunities, not just for students, but for groups within the section, and then sections within the student union to come together to create more of like a Skillshare environment, which would allow sections and groups within enterprise to benefit from those networking opportunities, and then overall the winner is all of us, and then the students as well, and businesses that we might work with too.
Okay, so both of you there covered basically dealing with sections in the union and having them bring your ideas and developing them.
Yeah.
Would, and this is for both of you, Emmanuel, I'll come to you first, would you take a lead on that as the enterprise chair to then take on that responsibility to run that, or would you leave it to the section and just facilitate them doing it?
No, that's on me. I think the reason I'm running for this is to have that lead, have that possibility to increase the awareness, give them, as Charlie said, about the skills. And we both mentioned that, which is a big point. For sure, it'd be on me. And
Okay.
I will make sure the sections get the help they deserve from enterprise.
And you would specifically take a lead rather than
I'd work with them, but I would definitely try to take the lead where I can. But I'd get their ideas as well.
Okay.
I'd involve them in the lead.
Charlie, would you take a lead, or would you sort of work alongside them?
I think it's quite situational. I think enterprise as a section is really diverse with all the different, like I mentioned, all the groups we have within there. So it's not necessarily just enterprise as the committee that we have that can bring all these skills, but it's the groups underneath us as well that all have different skills. So us as a committee don't necessarily have some of the skills that, say, the environment and ethics have. So they have different skills there, or Code Lab, for example, they have a different set of skills. So I think it's situational to how we're trying to help.
And so would you move those projects that you are brought onto those sections and use their skills to kind of take a lead on it, or would you personally dictate where that went?
I think delegation isn't bad, and I think if it's something that I believe that I can help facilitate because it's going to be across the whole section, then I'll probably take the lead. But if someone in one of the groups, let's say all the sections, has more knowledge than me, I think I'd probably give it to them.
Okay.
I have a question. Mind if I ask you one? When you say take the lead, do you mean not have them involved, or do you mean just...
I mean just take the lead on it, so you would be in charge and it would be your voice is final.
Okay, so joint help.
Okay. Moving on to the more specific questions. Charlie, we'll start with you.
Cool.
You state that if elected, you will increase student engagement throughout the section. What methods are you going to employ to achieve this goal, bearing in mind engagement is down across the board?
Yeah. I think so. There's a couple of points here. So I mentioned that I was heavily involved in halls. That was in my first year and second year. And to be honest, until about halfway through second year, enterprise wasn't really on my radar, and a couple of the other sections wasn't really on my radar. Obviously, the ones that are heavily involved with halls at the moment, like RAG and Action, I was aware of those, but enterprise wasn't necessarily one I was as aware of. So I think there's a big opportunity there to get in earlier onto people's radars that are heavily involved in halls.
And how would you specifically go about doing that? I mean, there's opportunity, but
yeah. So, for example, when all the freshers come in at the start of the year, and their committees and people get to come in and have the big opening talk to all the freshers, I think it'd be great if we could have maybe an enterprise and employability rep and myself to be there and just be that first face of somewhere to go to, and it be that same face that then anyone can come to in the union, and then we can support from there.
Is that not the role of the chair of the section?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that could be me and someone else. Am I all right to give a second point?
Carry
Is that
on,
okay?
yes, please.
So then I guess that comes back to my first manifesto point as well. So we've got social media and Facebook at the moment, but I think it'd be really good if we could utilise the online societies section and make it a free membership as well. And what that would allow us to do is track everyone that's involved with enterprise across the board, and we can kind of see what areas, whether that's departments or specific demographics within the university, that's lacking on engagement, and we can try and look at creating events specifically for them if they want it, to improve their engagement overall.
Okay, memberships is something I want to talk about slightly later with you, but we'll move on to Emmanuel.
Yeah.
You want to make a new website for Enterprise.
Yes.
The union is still in the process of creating their new website and will not have the time or resources to create one specifically for one section.
Yes.
How would you surpass this challenge, and why is it necessary at all when there is already a section dedicated to Enterprise online?
Great question. So there is a website for Enterprise, but I feel like it's quite static. People don't engage with it. I mean, I've seen it, I've asked opinions around, and I think it shows Enterprise has grown. It's definitely grown. Ash has done a great job. And the website says what we're about, but it doesn't say what we're up to. It doesn't say what events are going on, and students cannot engage with it. Like, ideally, I want there to be a board where they can put ideas up students so we know what they want.
So
in terms of...
Why do we need a whole new website for this? What's wrong with updating the current one?
I feel like updating the current one within how it is wouldn't work. I do computer science and business.
Okay.
I feel like how it is set up now, it will be just easier for me. As in, I have my own skills, but obviously I can get help from people in my course or saying.
Okay, sorry, your mic did cut out there slightly, so we'll try and fix that. But we're going to head
Apologies.
down. We're going to head down to Piazza just to hopefully
that.
fix some technical problems and get a good question from down there.
Okay, so just while they get that sorted a little bit, how do you think it's gone so far?
Yeah, really well. It's nice to see them kind of show their character and a bit about their manifesto.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think we've both got a couple of questions about what's been said so far. But.
Yeah, so in terms of what they were saying about some of the changes, I mean, the website came up there just at the end. I think there's loads of follow-up questions on that specific one. Do you think that's something they should be aiming for, or do you think we should be streamlining our channels of communication?
I think there's a little bit of oversaturation when we do things with content production with the union. So I think potentially making a new website might be a little much for people. I think maybe streamlining is the way we should be going forward. But I mean, there's room for anything.
Ash?
One thing I've learned this year in the role is that often it's better to do less but of higher quality. So maybe rather than having more platforms is to focus on the ones that are really important. And obviously having a good website is important, but it wouldn't have to be a complete overhaul.
Yeah, I definitely think there's more utilization that we could do with the current website. It does take a lot of admin to keep it updated, so that's something to consider also. But I think you could just use that better.
Okay, brilliant. So, Joshua, you had a question. If you can ask that now.
Yeah, so part of the role is also to do with employability. What do you guys think about the university's provision for employability? Have you got anything you'd like to see change? You represent the student body in all things careers. What do you think about what they currently do?
Okay, well, thanks very much, Joshua. So who would like to come in first? Sorry, we had a few technical difficulties. I'm just coming back from that. Charlie, if you'd like to come in on this first.
Could we repeat the question?
Josh,
Sorry.
could you repeat the question for me?
Hi, yeah, so you will represent the student body in not only enterprise, but there's also employability. So the university has quite a broad range of provisions. What do you currently think about them, and do you think there's things that could possibly be improved?
Yeah, Charlie.
Okay, so I think that should I speak to the camera? Should I speak to you?
Let's have a conversation.
So I think, yeah, there's a lot that is being done at the moment. So the Careers Network are doing a really good job of helping students, whether that's with CVs, whether that's with finding their next opportunities. And I think that this kind of comes into my point 3 on my manifesto as well, that we are enterprise, but it is known to be enterprise and employability, and I would like to keep that emphasis on entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship, so whether that's starting a business or looking to find the job that you want and being employable. I think what I would do, or what I'd continue doing, is making sure that enterprise and employability reps are doing all they can to make sure all departments are getting the same kind of exposure to everything that we have to offer. And yeah, I guess that's my answer.
Okay, Emmanuel, if you'd like to come in on this.
Yeah, for sure. So I also think employability is key within the enterprise section. I think students, I think they go hand in hand, enterprise and employability. The more employable you are, the higher chance you have of coming up with a good idea for yourself as well. And your idea needs to be a marketable idea. So you definitely need both skills. And I do want to grow in it. I think we can definitely involve local businesses more, have them come in and teach them what they look for in employees, but also get some larger names in. Like we can try. I think we've managed sometimes to bring Microsoft to come do a teaching. We need to aim high, so we can bring some large names in. Like I'm looking at Google myself. I have contacts. I wouldn't mind them coming in and getting a skill workshop or talking about employability and what they look in.
How is that specifically going to help with the employability aspect rather than the enterprise? You've talked a lot about how employability leads to good enterprise, but you need to have core groundings for that employability originally.
Do you mean in terms of getting more employed for students, or in terms
of there's a divide between the enterprise and the employability, and you have said they do go hand in hand, of course, but prioritising that employability, I just want to talk more specifically about that and what elements you will bring to aid the employability that aren't just specifically to help enterprise.
Oh, in terms of that, it would probably be a mixture of, yes, CV help, yes, getting students to know what they're looking for, but also employable specific skills. Right now, teamwork is a big one. Having stuff like that, teamwork, people need to know some technical sides, marketing, all those skills, yes, they're for enterprise, but they can be made specific for employability sections, if that makes sense. I think I'd be looking at stuff like that. And I think I'd be separating the workshops into two as well. Not always, but in a case-to-case basis, that could be the case.
Okay, so moving on, we are going to talk about your own entrepreneurial skills. How will you balance your own entrepreneurial interests with the needs of the others within your section?
That's a good question.
Charlie, we'll start with you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have your own business. I'm afraid I didn't do that research. But you obviously have your own entrepreneurial interests, of course.
Yeah. He's definitely good enough to have an own business. He's definitely good enough. He's good.
All right, guys, calm down. We're not supposed to be friends.
Too much love.
But so, Charlie, how are you going to balance your own entrepreneurial interests against those of the section?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. So I have not necessarily got my own business as such, but I've been freelance working from the age of 16, so freelance design, graphic design and web design. So I've definitely had that experience. And constantly, as a designer, I constantly have creative ideas that are coming to mind with a little notebook that I keep all them in. But I think this year, being on the section, I've really grown a passion for the section. And what I would like is, alongside, at the moment, with obviously my final year of the course, I've been able to give so much time to it, but I would love to be able to give a lot more time to the section.
So how would you balance, what I'm asking, what I'm getting at is ultimately you're going to have to, or you're going to want to continue your own entrepreneurial interests.
Yeah.
But how do you balance that against ensuring that you're still running the section, because that is your job, and however much you want to be your own boss, currently you'll have a different boss.
Yeah. So I think I'm running for the role for the experience it brings, and I think that's what I'm after. All the public speaking, being able to go and speak to all the students, and then everything else that comes with running the section. I think I wanted to take that away to make me a better person and be more employable. So that would be always be my main priority. And anything after hours, fantastic. That's an extra for me, to be honest.
Okay, Emmanuel, your own interests of well, you've spoken about them already, but I want to get down to how you're going to balance it.
Yes, so should I mention that I have a business?
Please do.
So actually I have a business, started in Italy, hometown, and it's called Soapbox. Balancing is really hard. I do think it is hard, and I think, like, the honest question is hustle, hard work. I think that's something that starting a business taught me. You don't stop until you get the work done. Quality is key. You need to make sure people are happy. In terms of how I plan to balance it within the section, I think they go hand in hand. I think having a business will generate ideas for you that you can then teach people and talk to them. So I think they're not separate entities. They will go well together. Me working on myself and my company will make me a better enterprise chair. At the same time, obviously this is a job for a year, so I will prioritize getting students in the section better than my business for that year. It's a year role. I'm going to put 100%. My business is vital to me. It is, obviously, but that can come after. Okay. It will come after if I need to put it after in this year, for sure.
Okay, question for you, Charlie.
Yeah.
You've claimed you want to establish new events, content and experiences to provide support for freshers.
Yeah.
What will these be and how will you engage the freshers? I know you've touched on earlier joining the sort of fresher speech and things like that, but the specifics of the content and the events that you were talking about.
So I think within that context, the idea I've had is so like these next step sessions, and that does run for freshers and then years after that.
Tell me more about the next steps. What's the next steps? What does that mean?
So I had this idea of next step session. So that would be if you're a fresher, we would be looking at potentially letting you, making freshers aware of what's available within the university, the enterprising opportunities that are available to them. And then where they can go and find other people to help. So we're the inspire stage of the whole enterprise process. And we can help you and help freshers right at the start with business plan canvases or just ideas, but then helping freshers understand where they can go, whether that be to Sophie Hyde or other people that we can then help with start their own business or push them further as well.
And what about everyone else?
Everyone else. So following on from that, so I believe that students, their priorities change as they go through university. So freshers, like I say, might just want to be more aware. Second years are usually potentially looking for placements, so we can help become more employable. And that
with these events and the content you're talking about, would it be applicable to everyone or just the freshers?
So we'd have some explicitly for freshers. Anyone can come to these sessions, but we tailor the content towards freshers, and then the same for second years and potentially final years and mature students.
Okay, Emmanuel, you say you want enterprise in Loughborough to become synonymous to personal development and curiosity.
Yeah.
How will you go about achieving this in only 12 months, and how will you measure its success?
I think that's a great question. The measuring of success, should I answer one before the other? Is that fine?
I mean, I personally, I don't know what everyone else wants, but I'd love to find out how you're going to ensure that Loughborough becomes synonymous to personal development and curiosity.
I think that's to do with, who we bring in as guest speakers, and how we deal with them as well, and how we deal with training people, and how we promote enterprise around people. I think curiosity is key to leading to innovation and new ideas. How you go about that is by creating a culture both within the section and that spreads throughout uni, that leads to curiosity. Like the way you promote an event, I feel like you must have seen this throughout, I imagine you too. There's ways to promote something that make people curious and want to know more. I think giving out some information that will make students want to come to the events, want to come to talks, want to improve themselves and possibly push their projects forward, that's how you create a section that is synonymous of curiosity.
So if you could just briefly sum up...
Sorry.
Would you like some water?
I have some, thank you.
Okay, if you could just briefly sum up what you view, if you are to be elected in 12 months' time, looking back at the year you've had, what will be your measure of success?
A question like these, I love and hate at the same time. I think for me the biggest success would be to have an increase in people that fell in love with this section and feel engaged with it. I think engagement is the key word here.
Okay, and what's the measurement?
What's the measurement? I think obviously there's like quantitative methods. What's the measurements? It's sort of how many people come to the events and how many people use the website, follow the pages. That's definitely a quantitative one. A qualitative one is hearing more word of mouth, hearing more about it. I think that's people smiling through. I've been to some events, obviously some are good, but sometimes people aren't as engaged. Some people leave halfway through, others are doing other stuff. I think I'm going to be there, most of them, the ones I have. I think to me the best measure of success is seeing people engage, smiling through, being interested. I think there's a qualitative measure there that is very important, and I want to make sure people are enjoying the section as well.
Okay, we have another question from Piazza. I believe Ash has a question for the both of you.
Hi, Ash.
Yes, that's right. We're back with the panel here. Ash, you have a question.
So one of the difficulties that Enterprise has as a section is that all around the world, no one can agree on what enterprise means. So I'm very interested to see what both candidates actually think the word enterprise means. And then, a bit cheekily, I'm going to ask at the end of that question, could you also say, what could I have done better this year?
A question that we tried to avoid. We didn't want to single anyone else out, but Ash has singled herself out. So we'll start first with what enterprise means. Charlie, we'll start with you. What does enterprise mean for you?
So I guess that's perfect for kind of the slogan I've used for this campaign. And I think it definitely is something across the year that has been a bit hazy and a lot of people don't know what enterprise means, so I just kind of kept it simple to enterprise is opportunity, and for me that could be opportunity to better yourself, that could be opportunity to start your own business, that could be opportunity to become more employable and go on to get that dream job that you want. But overall, it's about self-development, whether that's personal or in your career.
Okay, Emmanuel, what does enterprise mean to you?
For me, enterprise has many meanings, but to myself it means to elevate yourself, but to be curious too. Like my slogan also fits with this. Learn, network, create. You want to learn as much, you want to create connections, but you want to create, you want to discover yourself. I think enterprise means discovery as well.
Okay, and the second question...
Ash, you had to ask.
Ash asking for a bit of a roasting maybe, but Emmanuel, where do you think Ash could have improved
first off, I think she did a great job. Like, I got to know her through the year. She did a really, she definitely pushed it. In terms of what she could have done better, I think engagement with students would be one, and getting more people to talk about it. Those that know about enterprise, I've heard that they enjoy it, but I think it's not out there enough, in my opinion.
Okay.
And, well, you touch on the websites. To me, we could, but have a new one or not, I'm going to have to look into that. Maybe it might be a case of having to improve the current one. I feel like you need to have a unified view of what enterprise is. I think there's not a place where students can look up at everything going on and have a unified view and message of what are we doing in the enterprise section.
Okay.
I think I want to create this unison view of it where people can engage with it and understand what we're about.
Okay, and Charlie, of course, the second part of the question, where can Ash improve and what hasn't she done quite well enough this year?
Yeah, well, I can definitely say that Ash has done an amazing job this year. It's been great working under her this year. I think for me, engagement definitely is still something, and obviously working within marketing for the section over the last year, we could push different avenues of social media a little bit further as well. Potentially, it would be really nice as the enterprise section to see potentially a LinkedIn page for that. I think that's obvious and just lends hand in hand. And I do believe an Instagram page would be good as well, just to see that instant engagement and be able to quiz students on what they want, and we can have a quicker turnaround in events. I understand that there's some issues within the union about getting an Instagram page, and I completely understand why. But I think seen as enterprise is one of the 4 core pillars of the university. There is an argument for having an Instagram page. Yeah, I'd say engagement.
We should just work together, honestly. we should just work together. That'd be great. I'd love it.
Sadly, one of you has to win. Next question then. So how do you foresee your relationship with the exec team under the new structure, and how will you push the enterprise agenda in this new system? Charlie, let's start with you. Sorry, I saw you looking at me. Charlie.
No, don't worry.
To be honest, I don't know too much about how the structuring has changed, but all I can say is that I'm a very personable person, so however it is structured, whoever I'd be working alongside, I would always try and make their day a little bit brighter and make the place the best community it could be. I think that's the only way I can answer that.
Okay, yeah, there are a few issues with that answer. There's a few technical elements. Emmanuel, how would you see the handling of the relationship with the 2 tiers?
I do know things have changed a bit this year, and even in terms of, I think even physically, like Enterprise has their own office this year, which wasn't the case 2 years ago, if I'm correct. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
You are wrong.
Am I wrong? Okay, that's my apologies for that. Sorry, but I enjoy making friends, straight up. Like, I feel like the best way to engage and make sure that we get along is, well, I've met the other candidates, and as of now, I like them all.
Okay.
Obviously, like, I've just met them, but they seem like they all seem really nice. I think the best answer to that is to get to know them more once you're in the role, engage with them, and share ideas. I think that's the best way.
Okay, another question for the both of you then. Well, sorry, no, we won't ask that one. Sorry, we'll move on. The cube. Sorry, I read it and I realised it wasn't bad.
Are we not getting
to the both of you? The cube has been great this year,
yes.
and a recent introduction to the union, and has had relative success, we would say. So where do you feel the support for student entrepreneurs is most needed at the moment? Emmanuel, we'll come to you first.
I think the most support is needed, understanding that students can be at different places within their enterprise journeys. I don't think it's a case of freshers, not freshers. I think it's a case of who has more experience prior, in the moment where they're at uni. So you can have a fresher coming in that has their own company, has more knowledge than someone in 3rd year. I think we need to cater to these different types of people, those that have more knowledge and those that don't. And I think the Cube and even events in general can do that. We can have sections for people that are a bit more advanced. One of them in my manifesto was fundraising. Someone that's just starting out and getting involved with enterprise won't have that need, but some students that have already pushed their projects, they're probably looking at how to get into funding. I'll be looking into
How will you offer this kind of help? What means are you going to go about
I'll probably involve local businesses and have a pitching idea. I know that there's already ways of students to pitch their ideas. I'd like to increase that. I'd like to increase ways of students to understand A, how to get funding, and B, how to actually physically get it, and involve local businesses with that. Obviously, workshops is a big one. They're always needed. And speak to students. Like, I want to know what they also think is the best way for them to increase their funding. I think different businesses have different needs. The best way to understand those needs is by speaking to those students.
Okay. Okay, Charlie, would you like me to repeat the question?
I would, please. Yes, I was just about to ask.
The CUBE has been a recent introduction to the union and has had relative success.
Yeah.
Where do you feel the support for student entrepreneurs is most needed?
Where do I think it's most needed? So I think, first of all, the CUBE has been really successful this year, almost to the point of we're potentially outgrowing that space. I think we could advance the CUBE to the next level. I mean, Loughborough Vintage, Green P and all the work they've done is amazing, and I think it's just proven how vital a retail space for students in the union is. How I think I would support entrepreneurs. So the door's always open to start with, so we are already there to support. And I think maybe just making everyone aware that the door is always open and there is always someone in that office to support them in any stage of their journey, like you've said.
For sure.
And there's not just us. We are the start, we're the Inspire stage. There's a larger journey to that with multiple areas and people to help.
Okay, thank you.
Great answer.
Emmanuel, you talk about introducing new workshops for enterprise.
Yeah.
But with engagement dropping across the union, how will you ensure that you have the uptake needed to stay viable?
So, like, you mean have engagement?
Yeah, so these workshops that you're talking about running, how are you going to make sure that people turn up to them?
I think there's two ways about that. The first one is better promotions. I would also be looking into having an Instagram page, and as I said, the website in itself. Improving that would be a way to increase awareness. But even more importantly would be listen to the students. What do they want to learn? Yeah. I feel like that's the best way. Like, what do they want to learn? If we get those workshops in place, then awareness and engagement will increase from students, in my opinion.
What if they say nothing? Are you going to run no workshops?
I think if they say, I think they won't say nothing. I think if they say nothing, it's because they don't have the means to say that. They don't have the interest to. I think creating that interest, students will say something. I think we all have. I'm sure you do, and you do too. We all have ideas and projects we want to develop. I think if we engage with students enough, they will say something, in my opinion, for sure.
Thank you. Charlie, you talk about creating some sort of membership, and you did touch on it earlier. Yeah. What are the positives you think a membership would bring, and why is it necessary to running the section?
Okay. So when I say membership, I mean more in terms of utilising the membership, the online membership that you can have within SUMS and within like the sections online. And what that would give us as a section is better statistics and to understand where students are coming from. It allows us to track what students are coming to our events, and then therefore we can see who aren't. And like I said earlier, we can try and target the people that aren't and make sure that they're aware of the opportunities that are available. And I think that's one of the biggest benefits. And there isn't really much negative to it, I don't think. I don't want it to be seen as something membership, so it's a cliquey situation. It's more about just us having more tools to give students the most value, really.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the both of you.
Oh, it's done.
You've survived. Congratulations.
That wasn't that bad.
That was nice.
We're now going into our closing statements. Charlie, your closing statement first, please.
Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me and Emmanuel. I hope that this has been an opportunity for you to understand a little bit more about the enterprise section. If you would like the enterprise section to be an inclusive space, whether you want to start your own business, just develop yourself further, or try and get that dream job and be a little bit more employable, or maybe even just have a discussion about some ideas, then I would really appreciate if you would consider voting for me as your enterprise chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Emmanuel, your closing statement, please.
So guys, thanks for listening again to both me and Charlie. I hope you enjoyed it. And honestly, come speak to me. Like, if you have any other questions, I will answer them. I'll gladly get your ideas as well. And if you're a curious person, if you enjoy having your own project, if you want to develop that, and if you want to even start your enterprise journey, give me a vote and I'll help you out, for sure. Thanks again, guys.
Well, that ends our enterprise soapbox. Of course, you can see the two candidates love each other very, very much up here, and it would be a shame to see one of them lose. But ultimately, one will have to win and one will have to lose. Let's see what Rahul has down in Piazza to analyse what we've just seen.
Yes, thank you very much. Every time. We love to see it. That was a great soapbox. I think the two candidates obviously get on very, very well, which is very nice to see. Let's see how long that lasts. How do you think that went?
I think it went really well. I think there were some really tough questions in there, to be fair. But they both handled it well and they strung good answers together. So I'm impressed. I'm overall really impressed.
Yeah, I'm sorry for putting them on the spot with that question, but it was some really nice feedback. Thank you, because obviously I've got a few months left, so good points to reflect on.
Yeah, so then with regards to your question, obviously, Ash, you said you're fairly happy with the answer they gave. Joshua, do you think they answered your question correctly? Were you happy with the answer?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of skirting. Maybe there wasn't necessarily the understanding, but I think there was a good sort of movement towards what they would like to do with employability. So overall, I'm really happy. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think a fairly good soapbox there, maybe a few trip-ups here and there. But the employability question, I think, is a very poignant one, because obviously with some of the changes that have happened with enterprise just being enterprise, I think it's easy to forget what it can do for students. Charlie specifically mentioned an emphasis on employability by developing something he calls intrapreneurship. So with the manifestos then, do you think that they're on point? Do you think they're aiming for the right things? They have some similarities, but also some contrasting differences.
Well, personally on the entrepreneurship thing, I think that's really important. I think that Charlie did talk about personal development and he went into that. And for me, enterprise is about improving yourself as a person. And through that, you can then move on and do business and stuff like that. So I was really impressed on that side. On Manny's side, it was nice to see that he had some clear understanding of what was going on. And it's also good that with the website, he clearly identified an issue. Maybe a solution is to keep it updated, and that's great. So it's good to see that they both have a firm understanding of what's happening within the section and where they'd like to improve it.
I think on the entrepreneurship point in general, one of the things that I've been really working on this year is making every student at Loughborough feel enterprising, because every student at Loughborough is getting involved with all sorts of different things. So that the activities that are going on already are already huge opportunities, and so a big part of the employability aspect of the role is helping students to articulate what they're already doing. So it's not necessarily about providing a workshop where they gain an additional skill, it's about providing opportunities for them to explain what they're already doing.
Brilliant. Well, I think fantastic feedback there from the experts themselves. We will be back very shortly, but for now we're going to go over to Amy, who again is going to be talking to the campaign teams.
Yes, I am here with a couple members of Emmanuel and Charlie's campaign teams. How is everything going so far?
Oh, it's going brilliantly. This has exceeded my expectations. The first thing I thought when I was asked to be involved is like, I'm engineering, I don't know anything about enterprise, how am I going to promote you? But seeing someone who's so passionate about what they want to do and has an idea and is willing to sell it, like, it's contagious. You feel like you're part of that vision as well. And now I'm even thinking, like, should I sign up for enterprise next year? So, like, yeah, no, it's really good.
That was beautifully put. Wow. Obviously, we've only had 2 days of campaigning so far. How has that been going for you?
It's bit, I won't lie, it's tiring. Campaigning is draining, especially when there's people coming by. You're like, come on, oh, okay, no, sorry, I'm sorry. Like, I'm going to hide forever now. Like, but once you get into the spirit of it, and especially seeing sort of like Manu and Charlie, even though I'm not, but like just their energy, what they radiate, it's like you latch onto that and then you go, okay, no, I'm doing this for a purpose. Like, I'm going to keep on going, keep on trying to get people involved.
And how did you find that soapbox? Do you think they did okay?
Always. I would hate to be up there, I'm not going to lie. Those questions were brutal, but they handled it really well. And I think the atmosphere in there was very nice. It's like you could like, despite the questions being harsh, like everyone kind of rose to the challenge and actually wanted to show off what they had.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to quickly just slide on over to chat to Charlie's team. Obviously, 2 days in, how's it all going?
It's going great. It was really nice to see everyone at FND. It is just very tiring, but we're ready for the week. We're excited.
Have you actually had some sleep?
A bit, yeah.
A bit being a few more than just 2 hours?
The FND night definitely tested us sleep-wise, but we're fine. We're preparing.
Bro. And I mean, how is your own campaigning going so far? These guys seem pretty confident with what they're doing. How's it all going on the Charlie team?
It's going great, I think. Well, I hope. we're looking forward to the week. We're looking forward to kind of speak to loads of people during the week, see what they want from the enterprise section, and see what they think about Charlie's manifesto.
Bro. And obviously, again, your thoughts on Soapbox, how do you think they all did?
They both smashed it. That question from Ash was really quite tricky. No, I think they both did really well and got their points across amazingly.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I think we are now going to hand back to Rahul.
A light smattering of clapping, and it didn't go anywhere. So consensus there that the boys held themselves well in the soapbox. Ash, your question, obviously very on point, very good question. So I would just like to pick up on something that we're talking about, Joshua, you brought up on the employability side. Obviously, enterprise being one of the pillars for the university. Over the course of your 2 years, how have you found that relationship develop, and have there been any changes that you've noticed, Ash, especially from, for example, what Joshua handed over to you?
I think, obviously, Enterprise is quite unique in that we work with the union very closely, but also the university very closely, and town as well, actually. We have a lot of external stakeholders outside of the university. But something I've noticed this year especially is that students are coming to Loughborough at a higher level than they ever have before. And that does mean that students already have businesses when they get here. So we're having to push people even more at the union in the Inspire stage more than before because of the quality of students. But equally, the offering is always expanding throughout all stages of the network. So for those that don't know, the Loughborough Enterprise Network has Inspire, it has Study, so obviously there's a business degree and the year in Enterprise, Develop, which is where students with ideas actually start to practically put that in place, and Fly, and Evolve and Fly. So Evolve is the new one this year, actually, where student businesses that are right at the top level are then going to be mentoring other students still here. And then Fly is alumni. So the newest thing this year is the Evolve part of the pathway.
Yeah, I think what's really important is when you become an officer in enterprise, enterprise employability to me, but enterprise to Ash, it's a lot of relationship building and maintaining. I think both of the candidates, whoever is to win, needs to understand that the relationship between us and the university, specifically for our section, is really, really important. For other sections, they don't collaborate necessarily as much, but because we're so intrinsically linked, we need to make sure that we maintain a really good relationship. That's kind of talking with Tracy.
And something I want to chip in. We have won Outstanding Entrepreneurial University this year, so hopefully the candidates would be ones to defend that title.
Yeah, it'll be sad to see that go.
Very nice, very good achievements. We've actually got both candidates with Amy now, so let's go over to them.
Yes, straight out of the soapbox room. How was that for you both?
That was fun. That was fun. It went from, I think we were both a bit, not scared, but slightly stressed before we went in. Yeah. But then we loosened up. And obviously I love Charlie, so it was fun. It was fun chatting next to him, in my opinion. How was it for you, bro?
Yeah, it's been really enjoyable, actually. When we got in there, I think we both settled our nerves pretty quick. Sure. And then, yeah, I think it was a good environment to be in. I enjoyed it anyway.
Would you be up for doing that again? I mean, you both enjoyed it a lot, but that was a pretty intense grilling. Would you go through that again?
Yeah. I feel like it's part of it. Like, we might as well live the experience. I'd do it again.
Will you see us both on LSU Media or LSUTV again? Maybe. We'll see.
Tune in soon.
We've got a couple of new presenters, apparently. I don't know why I'm here. They're just going to take over. I think back to you, Rahul.
So, I don't know about you, Joshua, but the fact that they want to go back in there is very far removed from how I felt after the soapbox.
Yeah, I crawled out of mine, I'll be honest. It was one of the most miserable experiences of my life. What I would say is, with Enterprise, you should almost expect a grilling because that's part of the role. Being able to articulate what you're trying to achieve is really important, and understanding that you're going to be put in front of a lot of people on a regular basis, and you're going to need to be able to get over your point. So I know it was quite harsh, but I also think it's a really good test to see how they deal with pressure. There's a lot of pressure in the job, as you find out, and there's a lot of decisions you have to make on the spot. The university can oftentimes throw you through a few curveballs, so you've got to be able to pivot. And that was nice. It was good, and I think it's a learning experience also. So, I mean, you take the positives out of it.
Their enthusiasm is really encouraging as well, because out of all of the roles, really, it's the one where you have to be so excited and prepared to go for things. So the fact that they're kind of thriving off of this pressure is a good sign for things to come.
Excellent. Well, I think that's perfect insight to end on for Enterprise Ed. Thank you both very much. What we're going to do now is, before we go into the media soapbox, here is a look at what the role entails.
The media chair is the student lead for the LSU media section. They provide signposting and search for opportunities for all things to do with the creative media industry for our student members. My favourite part of the role is when I've helped to facilitate students to create some amazing stuff. A key part of this is this election, looking at what we do with the Soapbox, the live reveal, and what we'll be doing with results night. Just seeing the amazing stuff that the students make and knowing that I've helped to facilitate that. The role's important because it provides facilities for students to do the creative things they want. I think, unlike any other students' union, LSU Media has all of their creative media societies in one organisation, and that really helps to benefit the students because they can actually get involved in things that they weren't necessarily interested in before. I think it's just a really important role because it provides the space and the ability for people to go and actually create amazing things.
Back with the media soapbox, one I'm sure a lot of people in this room and next door will be watching closely. We should premise this with something important. We do have two fine candidates in front of me, but there is a third candidate running, Jordan Gilbert. Unfortunately, he's not available to give his opening statement and be here today, but he is, of course, going to be on the ballot. However, the two candidates I have with me today are, Cameron GLENWRIGHT here and Afzal. Hello, nice to meet with you both. Your opening statements, please. Cameron, we'll start with you. Your 60 seconds starts now.
So hi guys, my name's Cameron. I'm a first year medicinal pharmaceutical chemistry student. The main points in my manifesto is I really want to increase the training that media provides to its volunteers. And this really quite well links in with one of my other points. And this is to make sure that more volunteers are putting on their own LSUTV shows and LCR radio shows. The training for that is absolutely vital because it gives them more and more confidence. I think it's also really important that we go on lots and lots of trips so that we see where the training that we learn within the media department right here is used in reality and is used in those big TV studios and radio studios out there. So they're the main points, and thank you very much. We'll hope this goes nice smoothly.
Thank you very much, Cameron. Afzal, your 60 seconds for your opening statement starts now.
Hi, my name is Afzal and I am first year student of Watson School. I have a complete package for you where you will get a free training workshops in first week, and then it's called a boom boom week. Then you will go to the article to media in next step, and which is like a buddy scheme where you will get a chance to work with the professional media persons and more volunteer opportunities. And third step is a media student-less competition where you will show your media skills. I call it a media showcase. And the fourth step is, or 4 point of my manifesto is the a media-led media-led environment here or media-led activities here, so that you will get a more chance to collaborate with the media. And the fifth point is I will make more training opportunities available to the media reps in the residence halls and in the departmental reps, so that they will know how to do and how to develop their pages. So it will be more like a training workshops there. And the sixth point is a single platform. It means that we will collaborate with different sectors here.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to stop you there, Afzal. That is your 60 seconds up. Apologies, but we'll move on to the questions. This first question is for the both of you. As the only unpaid position on Exec, what do you think the biggest challenge is going to be for the section and the relationship with the union? Cameron, we'll start with you.
Okay, so I think at the moment our main challenge that we've got is the amount of volunteers that we have. I really think we need to bring that number up. We're on something like 180 at the moment. I'd really like to think that if I get the position, I could bring that up to at least 250 people.
And how would you go about doing that?
So I think it's heavily about showing the training that we provide, showing what you get out of media, showing that you can take the skills that you learn here and put them into a career in the future. Those are sort of the main things that need to be shown to the volunteers to get them involved and to get them coming along and getting involved in all these different projects that we have here.
Okay, it is a media section, so the entirety of the section is all about producing content and getting things out there, which is something that they regularly do. So what would you change or what would you add to it that we don't currently have in the section?
Okay, so what I would like to do, and I was saying this yesterday at the Q&A, there's some people that they don't feel confident maybe enough to put their ideas across. It's quite a hard thing, you know, to come into the media office with the chair and say, these are my ideas, this is what I want to do. I'd quite like just something as simple as a box within the media office which says, your ideas here. And people can literally come in whenever they like, write their ideas down that they want to change within media and shove them inside that box. That could start a real drive and it could really accelerate lots of people's ideas being put into action and put into reality in the media department.
Okay, Afsar, I'll repeat the question for you. As an unpaid position, what do you think the biggest challenge is for the section and its relationship with the union?
Yeah, biggest challenge this time is the scarcity of the resources and the less number of members here. So I will increase the members by increasing the involvement, so that I have proposed that the media student-led competition where they will show their media skills, and then we will select some people and then we will give the training to them, and then after the intermediate level of them, I will give them the chance to work with the media persons, professional persons in the partner media sections. So they will work there, they will get a real insight of the media. So in this way, they can make a career in the media sector, because this time, what's the members think that there is not a career in that. They can't make that the career in that because there is not a complete package for that one. So I am giving the complete package so that they can make a career in the media industry.
So yours would be very career-driven and career-focused, but how is that going to help the section and its relationship with the union?
Because media is like a lens to the university students. So you will get all information through the media. This time the visibility is not
so that's currently done by marketing. So the information isn't actually sent out by media. They're not there to market the union. What I want to get from you is how you're going to ensure that the relationship from the union continues to grow.
Yeah, I will make sure that we will follow all the university rules, and we will make a good relation with the media, with the other section of the university, so we can introduce some like collaborative events here. Like for example, if there are societies, we can make a program like that. They can make their yearly video for their societies, so there will be a competition there. So we will involve all different sectors of the university, and we will improve the relation with the university.
Okay, we'll move on. Afsal, this question is specifically for you. In your 3 key manifesto points, you mentioned Boom Boom Week, and you did so in your opening statement. What is this, and why was it not covered in your main manifesto?
Yeah, Boom Boom Week means I will provide the basic skills training workshops, so that everyone can attend that one. For example, how to use a basic skill, how to use the software. I will provide free of cost for them, and then if they will they will get interested there, so they will go to buy the membership. In this way, we can increase the number of members here, and then.
So LSU Media currently do offer a vast amount of training throughout the year. Would you look to condense that all into 1 week, and why do you believe that would increase the membership numbers?
Because in my manifesto, if you will see all the manifesto in our line, you will find that is a complete package. So it will increase the involvement, because people will get will get interested there. I have the student-led competition. For example, they will show their media skills there. This time there is not any idea about that one, and even there is no training for the student media reps who are there in the residence halls and in the department. So I will give them the training.
Okay, there is training available.
Yeah. So no, I will give them, because this time you will see that mostly pages are for the departmental pages, and all this information are not up to date. So because they don't know how to improve that one. So even they are available, but somehow I will improve that one, and I will increase the involvement there.
Okay, thank you very much. Cameron, in your manifesto, you pledged to increase the training media provides to its volunteers. What kind of training specifically did you have in mind?
Okay, so at the start of the year, we had lots of training, really focused training, and then with timetables going up every so often, every few weeks, that kind of dwindled down a little bit as it went through time. So I really want more of that out there and more clear structure as to exactly when this training is going on. In terms of the exact training that I provide, if we were doing, for example, a live show, like we did with the recent election, I think the training would be very specific to that. So we'd say a week before then, come along, learn how to use these mixing decks and all the equipment that we're going to be using next week so you feel more confident. And that's probably going to make more volunteers want to do that. And when they see how to use the equipment, they feel more confident. They're going to go, oh, now I can do this. Now I can do that live TV show. And that's going to increase our volunteership.
So the training you're talking about is already available in, like you say, a structured way. So would this be training that's specifically put on when you had a show in mind, or would this be something that was structured?
Yeah, so I think what we often do on the volunteers page is we put an advert out and we say, you know, we've got this event coming up in a few weeks. Who wants to go for it? And a lot of people don't go for that because they don't feel that they have the skills. They feel really nervous because they think, you know, there's this big desk in front of me, I don't know how to use all this equipment. Yeah, so if we targeted all that training to those shows that are about to come on, maybe a week before, a few weeks before, I think that would increase the amount of volunteers wanting to go for those shows.
Okay, thanks very much to the both of you. We're going to go down to Piazza now. I believe there's a question waiting for us with Rahul.
Yes, thank you very much, Ed. We have a question from our previous media EO, Jazz Jeffries. Jazz, your question, please.
Hi, yes. So, kind of being in charge of media requires quite a broad range of skills. And so my question is this, what have you kind of done within LSU Media? What have you kind of taken part in? What have you learned? And how is that going to help you as the media chair?
Okay, so Cameron, we'll come to you first. What have you done within LSU Media and how is that going to help you as media chair?
So when I first started, one of the first things I did was Freshen Up Friday. I started off presenting that and doing a lot of cameramanning within that. As I progressed, I did a lot of the lens things, so I did photography events, so the talent show that we had recently at Lip Sync event. I've also done editing, so I've edited a few episodes of Freshen Up Friday. I've also edited a lot of the photos for the lens department. I've took part in, when we did the elections, so I was a cameraman for that. I've been a cameraman, yeah, for all those Freshen Up Friday
So how
episodes.
do you think these are going to help you as media chair?
So I think it's really important to have a good overlook of all the different sections within media, because obviously they're the ones that you're going to be in charge of. So I think because I've dabbled in quite a few of the areas, and I've obviously been that volunteer, I've seen the training as it's progressed, and with me being a fresher, seen it from a brand new sort of perspective, how it was set across to me, and the fact that it really wanted to get me more involved. I think this sort of view that I have, and the whole thing being brand new to it, I've worked in all the different sections, and gives me a really good overview and allows me to come up with a lot more ideas to put forward within media.
Okay, Afsal, the same question for you. What experience have you got in LSU Media and how will that help you with media chair?
Yeah, I have done videography and photography by myself for many years, and beside that, I have a management experience for that. I have worked with the Litera International NGO. I have.
So the question was specifically, what have you done in LSU Media and how will that help you as media chair?
So, because I have the like a videography or photography
Is that alongside LSU Media?
And alongside, I have the social media marketing certificate. I have applied to this Watson school, and because I am in the committee, so I have given the like a social media marketing done that, because this is not a one media section. There is a marketing, everything is included in that one. So I have the marketing certificate for that one, and I have the management experience.
Just quickly, so do you have a media membership?
No, this time because no.
Okay, that's fine. That explains why the experience isn't in LSU Media. So we'll move on to the next question then. Both of you, there are 4 sections in media. What do you think needs the most support and why? Afsal, we'll come to you first.
There is a label, because in question and answer they said that the label is facing the financial problem. So I proposed one methodology for that one. For example, we can create every person has some ability to that. If we train some student that they are very good columnists, we train them, and in this way they will get a membership for the label training sections, and we will train them and they will put their columns in the national newspapers or like that one.
And how will they get them in the national newspapers?
Yeah, because we will train them, we will review them, and then we will put in the national newspapers or like that. If you are good in the politics, if you are good in the education sector, you can put your ideas there, because these columns are just ideas. You explain the situation all over the world. So we will train the students because there is a one society you will see that a UN model. It's just like it's a serious serious topic, but people go there. So we can also improve the environment of the student in this section, and in this way they will buy the membership for the training session, and in this way we can make more resources available for the label one, and we can increase the visibility.
Okay, thank you. Cameron, the same question to you. There are 4 sections in media. Which do you think needs the most support and why?
So I think I would say the same. I think I'd say Label as well. Now, Label do write their own training programmes, they do produce their own training, but a lot of the time on the volunteers page, so every month or so often, they produce their topics, and you can pick one of those topics and write about them. But I think, similar to what I said earlier, a lot of the topics, people see them and they think, okay, I know a little bit about this topic, but I don't know how to get it down. And I know that we do a little bit of training early on in the year, and every so often it's put on. But I don't think, again, that we put training around those times when we say, you know, write these articles. If we were to put the training closer to then, that would be a really good support, and it would get more and more volunteers wanting to write those articles.
And who would deliver this training?
So the head of Label, because they'll have a lot of creative writing experience, and they'll obviously be a lot more experienced in writing those articles, and have done it lots and lots of times before.
Okay, so what happens when someone comes to be in your team as label editor, and they haven't got a lot of experience, but they really want to go for the role and can't give that teaching? Who will be giving that teaching?
So I think for me, when they come into that position, they're going to get quite a bit of experience quite quickly, because they're going to have to understand the role, they're going to have to work through that. So that's going to be part of it. But I think also we have lots and lots of volunteers. You know, we really need to use the skills of the volunteers. It's not like every single volunteer comes into media not knowing these different things. A lot of them have a lot of past experience. Some of them, you know, have done English at A-level and things like that. Some of them are really good creative writing. So I think it's about utilising the volunteers as well, saying to some of the volunteers, hey, would you like to do this? You know, it might help you train yourself to put on some of these workshops for other volunteers around you. And it also builds a really good relationship, I think, within the media department with everyone here.
Okay. Neither of you mention any of the sections in either of your manifestos. How do you expect to support the high-level volunteers that run them when you don't acknowledge them in your manifesto? Cameron, we'll go to you first.
Okay. So I think I have mentioned it partially, because I have said that I do want to increase the amount of LSUTV shows and the amount of LCR radio shows that students put on themselves, so their own type of shows. I feel like
that wasn't actually labelled specifically in your manifesto. It was just you want to increase levels of content. So the question really is, how do you expect to support the high-level volunteers that run them when you don't acknowledge them in your manifesto?
Because I think for me, I've done lots and lots of experience within each of those sections anyway, and I know what they do, I understand the sections, and there are some, I'll be honest, so for example Label, I haven't really done much within Label, but I have done a lot of reading into that. I have spoke to a lot of the people that do Label, so I have a little bit of an understanding of that section. I think before I go into the role, if I end up getting it, there's going to be a long period where I can keep asking those questions. I can go and speak to people within Label and say, what do you want changing? You know, what do you want adapting? I think that's a big part of it, speaking to the people that do those things.
All right, and Afsal, I'll repeat the question for you. Neither of you mention any of the sections in your manifesto. How do you expect to support the high-level volunteers that run them when you don't acknowledge them in your manifesto?
Because the reason is that you can't mention everything in the manifesto. You have a 4 or 5 point overall.
Okay, so but how do you expect to support the high-level volunteers that run them?
I will try to make them that we will acknowledge their contribution to the volunteer opportunities, and we will give them the more career-related opportunities. And we will, for example, if the training workshops, if they will provide a training workshop, and we will give them certificate for that one, so that they are like a professional trainer.
This certificate that you've mentioned, who will that be accredited by?
Which one?
What's the certificate mean? What
for example, it's the acknowledgement from the university also that they
from
have
the university?
Done. Yeah.
Okay.
I will make that, because many universities are doing this one.
And
so
who in the university will be giving this?
Like the University of Birmingham, he has put all your volunteer opportunities. They have put in your transcript. So you can see that in your transcript.
Sorry, how will you get something from LSU Media, a union-run section, into your transcript at the university?
It's possible because the University of Birmingham is doing this time. And
for university things, yes, but not for union things.
No, even the even the student union side, because I was the student rep there, so I got that written in my transcript that I am the student rep from this to this time. I was the president of the college from this to this time, and I was the member of the diversity committee from this time to this time. I got this certificate. These all are written on my transcript, so
Okay.
that's why.
All right, well, we'll move on to a question down from Piazza. Rahul, what have you got for me?
Yes, so we've got a question from Chris LaRue himself. Chris, off you go.
So we don't really work with Photosoc that much, and I think there's a lot of crossover between Photosoc and Lens. So how do you guys think we can handle that crossover? And yeah, what do you guys think we should do with them?
Okay, so Asa, we'll come to you first. How do you plan on managing the relationship between Photosoc and Lens?
Because as with the time I will get the experience with the like a Lens and the Photoshop for that side, then I will get the information about it, because this time I have the overall idea about that, how they are working and how I can put my experience there. But every structure is different in every institution. So whenever you will get in the role, you will get more information, because this time you have only the overall idea about that, how they are working and what are they are doing.
Okay, Cameron, this is the same question for you. How will you manage the relationship between Photosoc and Lens?
So for me, I am a member of Photosoc, so I do know the people within it quite well. I think for me, what would be quite good is to define sort of what each section does and make it a little bit more clear. I think.
Wait, what do you mean by sections? I mean.
Oh, so as in LSU Media and Photosoc, so comparing those two. So obviously one within the union and one that's a society. That's what I was meaning by that.
Right.
So what I think is, within media, the type of photography that we do, it's a lot of event photography. So obviously things for lip sync, things for the talent shows. Within the Photosoc, it's sort of creative based. It's about high-speed photography, you know, fire and water in the air and getting cool shots of something like that. It's very specific to those sort of techniques. So high-speed photography, you know, long exposure photography, those sorts of things. So I think it's partially about saying, you know, Photosoc do this and media do this and making that clear, but also communication.
For example, if someone was to come into the office and say, I'm interested in photography, I'd like to do some still photography with some interesting water elements, would you send them straight to Photosoc, or would you try and get them involved in Lens?
So I think I'd certainly try and get them involved in Lens, because if they've got a passion for photography, then they can obviously get involved in lots of different aspects of that. Event photography is a brilliant thing to learn, because it shows you how to use, you know, these different camera settings in loads of different environments, loads of different lighting situations. So I think it's useful to go to both. I think for me, a lot of it is about communicating with Photosoc and, you know, really having a sit-down meeting with them, just saying, look, how do we feel we should progress? Do you want to do this part of it? Do we want to do this part? Do we want to do sort of collaborative training?
Okay.
And maybe sending them all on a day out somewhere, on a trip somewhere to learn the skills, something like that.
Okay, Cameron, the next question's for you. You say there's been a lack of new volunteer-produced shows. As a completely voluntary section, are all new shows not volunteer-led?
Okay. So for example, this year we did do Cooking Like a Skint Student sort of near to the start of the year, but we haven't done much of that since. What I'm sort of referring to in that is these brand new shows. So as in a student coming to the media office saying, I want to put on this brand new, you know, LSUTV show that's going to go on our YouTube
Why
page.
don't you think that has happened already?
So I feel like it is strongly related to the training. It is strongly related to that side of it, but I feel as well it's a sort of collaborative thing. Not all the volunteers within media really know each other because we're such a big section. I think if we did more
Smallest section in the union.
It is, but there's still a lot of members. You know, if you compare it to something like Photoshop, which has a smaller amount of members.
This is society.
It is, but media has about 180 volunteers. They're not all going to meet each other all the time. So I think it's strongly about putting on maybe a few more socials just so they get to know each other, because then they're going to know the types of people that they want to maybe say, you know, you could do this part in the show, and then they can put the rest and say, you know, volunteers, you know, come along and do the show with us. So I think it's heavily about the relationship with, I'm going to use the word colleagues, but with the people around you, with the other volunteers, with the people in charge. And that's kind of a confidence thing to me. Yeah.
Okay, Asal, we'll move on to you. In your manifesto, you say you are proposing a plan for students to get the best experience of student media and chances to polish their media skills. What is this plan?
that I have already mentioned that from the beginning level, we will provide the free training workshop. After that, when you will get a membership and you get involved, that you think that you can go to that site, then we will.
Sorry, Karen.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. Then we can go to the student-led competition for the videography, for the photography, and then we will select those people who will get the position. They will recognize their contribution, and after that we will go to the professional level, like a buddy scheme, which I have mentioned that one. In this, where we from the like a national level newspaper like that, if we have a partnership with them, or we can ask for them. So,
and how will you develop these partnerships?
It's just like that you can ask to them that we have this plan and we need our volunteers to work with your professional people, so that they will know how industry is working. So if they will allow us, then we will give those volunteers to the media section, and they will go there and they will work there. For example, if a cameraman, if one person, here is a student who is interested in camera graph, who is a cameraman, so he will go the industry and he will cover one day how the professional cameraman is doing and how the instrument is using that one, so which techniques he is using. Then he will come back and he will give a report to university that I get these skills, I have a new creative idea.
Who at the university will they be speaking to?
Like a media section, he will give a report to us. Yeah, I get these skills and I get this new knowledge about that one.
Okay.
So in this way we will improve that one, and in this way he will get a real media insight, and he can make a career in the industry.
Okay. There is a question downstairs, so we'll go to Piazza, and I believe Amy's got this question.
I have got Anna with me, the current label editor, who's got a question for the candidates. Do you want to go ahead?
Okay, so neither of you this year have been involved in label. I'm just interested into what support you think we need, as that's what you've both said, when over the past 2 years, as the current label editor and the previous label editor have created content pretty much every day for the past 2 years. So I'm just wondering what support you think that we need.
Okay, a lovely cheeky smile at the end of that. Afsal, we'll start with you. What support does Label specifically need?
Because they mentioned in the question and answer, they are facing the financial resource scarcity of financial resources. So I have mentioned that a columnist training session or like that one, or we can make a competition there. For example, 1 or 2 points, there is a fee for that one, and they will put their columns there, and we will put like a competition there, and we will select the best of them, and then we will recognize that students, and we can train them, and they will get a membership. And in this way, we will get a complete package. For that, we will resolve the financial scarcity this time, which we are facing in the labor. So I will resolve all this. I have a plan for that one. So,
okay, Cameron, your views on what specifically needs to be helped with Label?
So yeah, similar to what you were saying there, referring to that financial aspect, media is currently going with a bit of a commercial arm out there, and it's about getting some of the volunteers to maybe send off a profile and say, I've got these skills, and then they can go out and do some commercial jobs, which brings in some money for them and then some money for media as well. I think obviously Label is definitely struggling. There is a real sort of financial thing with Label, but I think it's also a thing generally in media. You know, we do struggle. The software that we use is very, very expensive, and obviously we have lots of expensive equipment that every so often, it's just part of it. It's going to get broken. So I think the commercial arm is really going to help out with that.
The software is free.
The software is, yes. But it has been a struggle over the years. You know, in the past, it was sort of owned specifically by media. Now we sort of use the one, the general one that all the university use. And that's because of the financial struggle that we've had.
Sorry, what do you highlight as the... I just want to just clear this up.
Yeah.
What do you highlight as the financial struggle of the section?
Okay, so I think it is strongly with Label. Label do really struggle with obviously the money that comes in, especially with the equipment that we have. The equipment that we have is constantly getting broken, and trying to replace all that equipment and keep that going, especially considering we are one of the smallest sections within the union. You know, we don't have as many members as some of the others. So I think if we increase the membership, that would bring in some more money for our department.
We'll move on to the next question. The relationship between media and marketing is integral to both parts of the union, and they rely heavily upon each other.
Yes.
How are you going to manage this and ensure the relationship stays healthy? Cameron, we'll come to you first.
So it's a thing of constant communication, constantly speaking to them and defining what marketing does, whereas what media does. Marketing is strongly about the sort of external thing, about promoting the university's sort of image. The
universities?
The union's image, the union's sort of policies, our views. The media is about showcasing what each section does, so whether that's action, welfare, diversity, but also the sports here, and it's just about making it clear and having a good conversation, saying, you know, obviously you do these parts and we do these parts, let's work together on some projects, and that sort of thing, you know, a constantly speaking to that marketing department, I think.
Right, Afsar, we'll go to you. I'll repeat the question for you. The relationship between media and marketing is integral to both parts of the union, and they rely heavily upon each other. How are you going to manage this and ensure the relationship stays healthy?
Yeah, because in the welcome week we can make a more collaborative work there. We can make a social media blast for the university in the favor of the university, so that more people will come to the university. We will.
Sorry, we're talking about the union marketing team.
Yeah, but we will improve that one, and we will include our volunteers there also, because they will get a.
So the question is about the relationship between media and marketing and how heavily they rely on each other, and how you're going to manage this relationship.
I will manage the more and more collaborative environment there, so that they can work to each other and they can understand and they will improve their contribution to the each other work.
And why do you believe that marketing will want to work with media?
What?
Why do you believe that marketing will want to collaborate with media?
Because from the media section we can make some videos for them. For example, we can make some special, we can represent a university in a good way. They can get our work and they will pay some money to us, so that we can increase our financial resources also.
So thank you. We'll go down to Piazza. Jazz, I believe you have a question.
Yes, so your year will probably be quite demanding, and I know you've both got a lot of ideas, a lot of things you want to do. So if you could only do one thing really, really well in your year, what would that be?
Oh, a lovely question from Jazz there. Asa, we'll start with you. If you could do one thing with your year, what would it be?
I will increase the different creative events here, because we have this time only our international day and like this one, and not any event is held by the label and lens, not from the a media section. We will specially make the events for them, so that people will come there, and only 1 or 2 points there will be a fee there, so they will enjoy the environment there, and we will get a financial resources there. I will improve the financial resources of the media section.
Okay, and Cameron, what's the one thing you want to focus on next year?
Okay, big thing, bringing the volunteers up. The amount of volunteers we have, it's a huge thing. The media section depends on volunteers. If we can bring that number up and up, it's going to make more volunteers want to come along. It's sort of that social thing that when they're talking to each other and saying, look, I had a great time in the media department, then their friends might want to get involved. I know that Chris has got a 5-year plan that he wants to put in place, and a lot of that is to do with the training. If we want to keep up in our training and keeping that going, then we need more volunteers. It's absolutely vital. So I think my absolute main focus is getting those volunteer numbers right up.
Okay, this final both question for you. A significant number of volunteers within the section are set to leave university this year, creating a vast skill shortage, especially within technical elements. How will you look to overcome this technical gap, or sorry, this gap of skills? Asa, we'll start with you.
Yeah, that's why I have mentioned that there will be student-led competition, so that we can get new students here who will be in the first year or second year, and they will be. And how? Sorry,
the issue here is there is a number of people who are currently part of the section who have vast skills, and unfortunately they are moving on. So how do you intend to fulfill that skills gap? That's why before leaving, before that they will leave the university, I will make the training them to the new students here, so that they will be on the same level as they are, so they can handle their gap, and they can go to the lead the media sections also. Okay, Cameron, I'll repeat it for you. A significant number of volunteers within the section are set to leave university this year, creating a vast skills shortage, especially within tech. How will you look to overcome this gap?
So I will be honest with you, this does make me nervous. You know, we have an incredible team with us, and when I'm sat in the office and I'm watching them work, I'm thinking what they do is absolutely, amazing. I think for me, a big part of it is communication within the media section, speaking to the volunteers, trying to figure out who's got what skills, making sure that training is right up there, to make sure that everyone does have the right skill level to fill those positions. Obviously, when you're in charge of a section, you do need to know your stuff. So it's really important our training is very focused and it focuses on our specific equipment, because obviously within media, there's lots of different versions of each piece of equipment and they all have different ways of operating them. I think it's important that we focus to say this is how you operate this equipment. Obviously, if you were to use others, the buttons might change, things like that. But it's very important that you understand how to operate all our live equipment, all this sort of thing, because that's what you're going to be showing to the new volunteers that are coming in. But it does make me nervous, I will say that.
Okay, well, thank you very much to both of you. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you both here. We move on to closing statements. Afsal, your closing statement, please.
Yeah. Vote for me because I will give you a complete package from the beginner to the industry career. So you will get everything here. Like next year will be the best one for you. So if you will vote me, you will get a best experience of the media.
Thank you very much. Cameron, your closing statement, please.
So thank you very much, guys, for tuning in. Thank you very much for staying all this time and watching the entire show that we've had today. I really want to say an absolutely huge thank you to all the media volunteers that are putting on this absolutely incredible show that we have right now. It's a lot of work to put in. There's so much stuff going on behind the scenes that maybe not everyone sees. So it's really important that we do thank them. I really like to say, keep up with what I'm doing. Look at my page on Facebook. Look at Cameron for Media Chair. And look at the different places that I'm going to. There's a roadshow throughout the week, and I'll be speaking at lots of different events. So please tag along, guys, and I hope you had an absolutely fantastic time watching the show today.
Well, fantastic. That is the end of our media soapbox, which means there is only one remaining. We've got a lot more soapbox coming up tomorrow, though, so stay tuned for that tomorrow. But now back down to Rahul to dissect this wonderful media soapbox that we've just had. Thoughts, Rahul?
Well, I think very, okay, let's have the clapping.
Oh, yeah, every now and again you get it.
Gotta have the claps, gotta have the claps. Lots of support down here. Well, I think, Ed, it's great to see the candidates trying to get some answers to those very difficult questions. I think one of the most heated soapboxes we've had today. I don't know what it's like for you there. It might be like you're spending literally thousands of hours looking down a lens, but I don't want to put too much of a label on it. So how's it been? How's it been getting to the end of the day? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think it's gone really, really well today. We've had some fantastic candidates who have done an amazing job of making me smile, actually, which has been quite nice. I was worried that I was going to have a stern look at everyone all day and have to make them cry. But no one's cried yet. This is a real positive. We're going really, really well.
I was going to say, you've tempered yourself quite well. I'm quite proud of you. Well done.
I grew up. I'm sure you knew what that was.
Well, you still look fantastic, so you got that going for you. You are very welcome.
Get a room.
All right, I'll leave you to dissect the rest of the media soapbox, and we'll let the candidates get out of the way so we can talk about them privately. All right, thanks very much.
Thanks, Ed. So, initial thoughts then? How do you think that went? Very heated, I think.
It was definitely interesting. I think both candidates have got a lot to learn before, whoever wins. They've got a lot to learn. But that's not to say that they can't pick up the skills between now and then. Yeah, interesting debate, definitely.
Chris?
I think it's really hard because lots of our volunteers are leaving. And because it's a voluntary position, we don't really have anyone who's been here multiple years to come into the role. So I'm firstly, you guys are really brave for doing this. I wouldn't have done it as a fresher. Not even the mighty Josh Gray would have done this as a fresher. Yeah, it's really hard because it's always hard being on the soapbox as the media candidates because it's media who are interviewing you and they know the section the best, but they both held up really well.
So I think some big questions there coming in, like you spoke about the inexperience that they may have because it's a voluntary role, it has to be a student, and a lot of the senior volunteers will be graduating or leaving, fingers crossed, I am included in that list. But do you think that there needs to be that experience, or is there scope for fresh change and fresh ideas?
I think there's definitely scope for new ideas to come in. I think kind of not having any like preconceptions of what media is or what's happened in the past will be helpful, because you've not got this kind of like dark clouds or anything like that. And you're not going to make jokes about doing thousands of hours. I think both candidates have definitely got good ideas that could work. So it'd be interesting to kind of see how it goes forward.
Yeah, I think we need almost some youth invigorated into the section. We've got, I wouldn't say we've gone stale, but I think we've kind of had the same people in charge for a long period of time. I think it's good to have new people coming in with new ideas.
Of course, it is important to remember that there is a third candidate who's running, Jordan Gilbert, who's on placement in London. Unfortunately, can't join us, but hopefully, if we can get hold of him, we can field some of the questions to him, and he can have a fair say on his thoughts. So we're just going to throw to Amy now, who I believe is with Ben Cook.
Yes, a couple of veterans of media. How have you been finding the whole process, specifically from the media candidates so far?
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see everything they've been trying to do, their different approaches to how they're going to change the section this year. I guess I'm quite lucky. I'm one of the only people who will be around next year from a tech point of view. So it could be quite interesting to see how they're going to tackle that and how they're going to kind of work to learn more about the section to find what they actually, how they can change what they've set out in their manifestos.
How they can support the sections. Is there anything specifically you'd kind of like to see them doing next year, or any goals you'd like to see them working towards, especially as you hopefully will be staying within the section next year?
So LSUTV, which they both mentioned quite heavily, has always been quite famous as an award-winning student TV station. So we'd quite like to see what their plans are for NASTA next year as we go there at the end of the month, and to see how they can continue building on our successes.
And do you have any kind of points about what they were talking about in the Soapbox? Were there any things that you wanted to kind of pick out or highlight or, completely destroy?
Maybe not quite as much as you did with Label. I'd quite like to see how they're going to change these training platforms, because as you go further on, you get beyond the point of needing basic training, and it's more that you need to kind of learn about what the very specific details of, say, color grading or applying LUTs to videos or filming with a cinematography style. So those are kind of different things that a training session might not lend itself to as well, and are usually, in my opinion, better learned kind of on the job.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. I'm now going to hand back to Rahul.
Thank you very much, both of you. Great insights there. So I just want to touch on a very kind of blunt issue here. One of the candidates doesn't have media membership. Two of them don't have media membership, in fact, Jordan and Asal. I mean, is that important? Do they need to have media membership and have been involved in the section? I mean, it's an open election, it's not technically in the rules, but how important do you think it is? I know it's tough, that's why I asked it.
I think it is important purely based on the fact that you need to kind of have that experience of taking part in the different sections of media to understand how it can be run, how it can be better, and how it can be improved. And it's quite difficult to do that if you don't have a membership. Unfortunately, that's as simple as it is, I think.
Chris?
I think it's good to get new ideas. And I think both candidates, all three candidates, bring fresh ideas to the section. But I do think it is important to be involved in the section before you come in and tell the especially this year where a lot of us are finalists. We've been doing this for a very long time, telling us what we should be doing with our own section when you haven't been part of it. So I actually think it is really important to have at least been aware of what we do.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously some of us have been here for a very long time. So we've seen it constantly change, as Jazz, as you alluded to, some of the old sort of ways of working. They've changed very slightly, but there's still a few hang-ups, so maybe fresh ideas is a very good thing. Media Q&A was last night. So compared to some of the questions that were fielded there, that you prepared and some from the audience, how do you think they've built on what they said last night, if they have?
I think they've definitely thought about it a lot more. We tried to give them quite nice open questions so they can explain themselves, and obviously Ed was there to like nail them down on their specific ideas. So I think we kind of tried to make it like available for them to talk about what they wanted to do. And I'm actually really happy that they have thought about it and they've actually developed their ideas a bit more. They've thought about what they're going to talk about, what they're going to try and do, and that's really positive.
Okay, Jazz, obviously you couldn't join us last night, but what do you think that the candidates should be looking to do with engaging with media, with the volunteers, with the wider student public in terms of how they communicate their ideas? What should they be doing?
If I knew the answer to that. I think I'm not sure.
Okay,
Sorry.
so let me rephrase the question then. So if they wanted to get their ideas across to just the volunteers,
Yeah.
what would be the best way for them to be doing that?
I think going out and talking to the volunteers that are leaving or the volunteers that have been around for a while or are regularly involved and, you know, seeing what they think, trying to get a perspective on those ideas that they've got, see, you know, what might potentially work, like try and kind of just, you know, talk about it and go from there. Yeah.
Okay, and final one for you, Chris, then, before we move on to our final soapbox of the evening. We've been talking a lot about senior volunteers who are going, and but all three candidates are going to be coming back from a place where they haven't actively been involved in media for a very long time. So what kind of work are you doing and the current media committee or exec are doing to safeguard the future or future-proof the section to make sure those skills are handed down?
So myself and Robin, who's the intern who works with us, we are creating a 2-month long handover before summer because everyone's volunteers. We don't want them to be here over summer because they don't have to be. I did, but I'm keen, and yeah. So we're planning on giving them an intense handover for the rest of the semester. So hopefully a lot of our ideas, a lot of the knowledge isn't lost.
Okay, well, thank you both very much. I would say very heated soapbox, but thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go now to our final soapbox of the evening, that is the Society's Chair. And so here's a look at what the role is all about from Julia.
The Society's Chair is in charge of running the whole section as a whole and the 5 individual sections that come under it. These are academic and careers, culture and faith, general interest, outdoor and sport, and performance and arts. Throughout the year, we have section events that also coincide with that, which is the Freshers Bazaar and the Freshers Bazaar in October, Faith Fest, Winter Showcase, and of course the annual Society Awards at the end of the year. Also part of the role is the Society's executive, which the section chair runs and helps lead. My favourite thing about working with each sabbatical that I've worked with over the past few years is to watch them develop and grow as a leader, grow in confidence and also achieve what they set out in the manifesto, because each person brings a new and exciting area to the section, which is stuff that I've probably not thought of to develop. Society's Chair is important because it gives students a more well-rounded student experience and develops friendships and a home away from home, which you don't always get outside the classroom, and they also develop leadership skills that will help them in later life.
Okay, we're back for the final soapbox of today anyway, more to come tomorrow, but it is of course the Society soapbox and our other uncontested sectional section. Abby Reynolds, hello.
Hello.
As the current incumbent, you've been here before and you know all of this system, so I'll now invite you to give your opening statement. Your 60 seconds starts now.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Abby and for the past year I've been the Society's Chair, so I'm rerunning to be re-elected for another year. I've been involved within the section since I came to university, and I've slowly gained more confidence and more personal skills as I've gone through the system, starting out as a secretary, going on to be society chair for 2 years, and also sitting on the society's executive committee. With all the heaps of experience that I've had along the way and all of the different events and experiences I've managed to have, I want to help provide that for another year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to the questions then. So, as the current incumbent, what are the biggest challenges you foresee over the next year, going by your experience in the society section this year?
Okay, that is a really good question, and it's one that we've been thinking about as a committee as well. We've felt as a section that engagement's been a little bit down this year, and we think that it's possibly because of some of the procedural changes that have happened with obviously the website changing online. It's meant that we've not always had a straight answer for a lot of our society chairs, and I know that, you know, if you're in that position, all you want to do is ensure the best for your society, so it can be very frustrating if you're not being given, you know, clear deadlines and timelines for when things are going to be improving. So I think it's gaining that trust back once the systems are working, and they have been slowly improving across last semester and this semester as well. I think it's gaining the trust and showing that, you know, they should be coming to us for help and that we can, you know, win them back effectively.
And do you think it would be harder to regain that trust as the current incumbent, or do you think potentially a new face could skip that step and have that level of trust straight away?
I think having been there and gone through the frustrations with them is really beneficial, because obviously when something isn't working, it's not working for us as an office as well. So I'm hoping that, you know, being able to empathise with them on the issues that they've been having and the frustrations is really beneficial, yeah.
Okay, so you've been under this new exec team structure now for a year. Obviously it's in its infancies and there have been some teething problems, but how do you foresee the relationship next year in comparison to the relationship this year, and are there any changes that you'll bring across for your section?
Okay, it was definitely something that in the early stages of handover was on a lot of, I think, the section chairs' minds of like how the dynamic would work. I think the improvements to the elections this year is really beneficial because we feel like we're on the same platform as the executive are. So I think that in itself is a really healthy step to kind of bring us a little bit together. I think we're now in a very good position where the section chairs and the exec communicate a lot more and a lot more effectively. Right. Whereas over last semester, I think not having, you know, big group meetings where we're all in the same room and things like that was not negative, but it made us feel a little disengaged. So I'm pretty happy with how we've gone from stage one where we felt a little frustrated and the communication wasn't there to where we are now. It's gotten a lot better. I think points of improvement would be, for me personally, reporting to Vice President and President more about issues that are ongoing, because when I have gone to them, it's been really, really beneficial to finding a solution.
And how do you foresee that communication link working? Is it going to be sort of an email? Is there going to be a working group? What do you foresee being the best outcome? Obviously, it'll be slightly dictated by the oncoming exec, but what would you like to see?
Personally, for me, I think the one-on-one time that I've had with Salome this year has been really beneficial. The way in which it's basically like an appraisal, so she'll keep track of what we said last time in the meeting and what's been done now. So it's feeling like you're being looked after. So if there's things that I flagged to Salome and she's written it down as an action for herself or myself, feeling trusting in the fact that, you know, she's acted on that and made a difference and helped me and supported me and whatever that is. So.
Okay. Moving forward, you have spoken about some of the issues you've had this year. Memberships have been a huge issue for societies this year with the implementation of the new system. Yep. How will you ensure that it's smoother next year and ensure that the membership are higher than ever?
Okay. We're on track to, I'm not sure if we're at, let's start again. I'm not sure if we're at last year's numbers yet, but we are on track to getting the same membership as we did last year. Obviously, over the freshers period, with the website, I think one of the major problems was the fact that college students couldn't log in, and that's now been resolved, but it's really unfortunate to think that people would go onto the website wanting to join a society and haven't been able to. So I think that where the systems were and where they are now has improved so drastically that I don't foresee there being an online issue. I think it's ensuring that we have proper transparency with the systems going into the Freshers Bazaar, so letting societies know how the members are going to join up to their email list and things, and not having a last-minute change that we did have this year. So.
Brilliant. The Societies Recognition Scheme, or SRS scheme, well, that doesn't make sense. The Societies Recognition Scheme has come under a large amount of criticism since its inception. How will you look to take this on board and improve the system for everyone? Obviously, it's only been around for a year, is in its infancy. So how will you look to adapt on some of the changes that are needed?
Over the past 2 weeks, we've had a focus group with some society chairs that's been led by a member of the Society's Executive Committee, and that was overlooking feedback that we got over the last semester and last year as well. So when the scheme was first launched, there was obviously an open letter that raised a lot of concerns, and that came from a lot of societies who felt that same way, that the scheme wasn't necessarily for them. We had a lot of feedback that some more general interest societies were finding it difficult to engage. So we've basically collated all of that. We've got a large document of changes that we want to make, and these focus groups are ensuring that the changes that we think we should be making are the correct ones.
And when do we expect to see any of these changes? Obviously, you are running uncontested. There is a possibility you may get ronned. Will these changes likely come before the new year, or is this something that will be rolled out in your second term should you get it?
Our current timeline is that we're obviously on a break for the elections. When I come back into work, we're going to be going over the work that the focus groups have done. We're then going to update the scheme and present that to chairs in another 2 sets of focus groups. So we want to implement all of the feedback, collate it all again so that it's kind of like formalised in the document, and then make sure that that draft of the SRS is up to standard.
So there are still a lot of steps to take place
Yes.
before any changes actually come into the recognition scheme itself.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. So you are rerunning, it's no secret. But why are you rerunning for the same position again? And what makes you think a second term will be beneficial for societies and the union?
We're a section that's never had a returning officer, so we've never had that continuity. And I think it has been really important to see, using Salome as an example, her going from working in one role and going to another means that she knows how challenging and where the challenges were faced in the previous year. So I think a lot of my manifesto points especially have been made in hindsight. So I've kind of learned on the job where I think I could have done more and haven't necessarily had the time in the moment to implement a bigger change. So I think a lot of it is rerunning for the same position because I've been there and I know where we could have improved things, and wanting to make sure that we do it properly the second time round and getting the foundation laid for future years.
Does this not allude to the opportunity of the section stagnating and not developing as much as it could have? Could there have been someone else, and you rerunning potentially with that experience has put someone else off running who potentially could have gone? I just want to really hear your views on whether or not you think that rerunning for the same section is a good idea and beneficial. Obviously, you've spoken a lot about the experience side, but do you think you've got any new ideas after your 12 months in the role?
I think the fresh ideas is something that obviously I'm going to find along the journey in the job, but also it's really important to look at my committee. The Society's Executive Committee changes every year, and some of the ideas that they've had have been really inspiring, and some of the change that they want to make with the structure of how the committee functions has been really good as well. So I'd hope that I've not put any of them off from running. A lot of them have approached me and said that they're really happy that I'm rerunning and they're excited to see what I'm going to do. And a lot of my committee are also heavily involved in campaigning. So if they're not running, it's because they're supporting another candidate and they want to see them do well.
Okay, well, we have some questions from Piazza. Rahul, what have you got for me?
So I'm joined by Naomi Howlett, and Pippa is back to join us. Naomi, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, how have you used the Society's exec this year, and how do you foresee using them next year, and what kind of personal developments do you see opportunities for them?
Okay, so the question there, how have you utilised the Society's exec and what personal opportunities have you given them? I believe that's right, Naomi. Please chip in if I've got it wrong.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. It's one of the things that me personally I've wanted to improve on from the last semester. It has been quite difficult to delegate tasks when a lot of it has been kind of procedural change. So the committee can't put products online to me, for example, and a lot of the jobs at the moment is the online side of things. So I think delegating more general queries to them is something I definitely want to do. I also think that they deserve more constitutional power.
Right.
At the moment, there's no power given to them in our constitution to say what change they can make. Something that NAPER started doing, and I've really pushed for this year, is to have them heavily involved with the new society process. So when we get the applications, it's the committee that review and give their questions to the new society, alongside myself and Julia.
Has that not always been the case? That's not new this year?
It was last year, yeah. NAPER really pushed for it. It's something that the year before on Sam's year I don't remember doing. So I think it's helped me as an officer as well to get more input, because obviously my experience within the section is very different to all of theirs, and they might have they might think of different problems that new societies might face, whereas I wouldn't. I think giving them more power like that, so whether it be grant applications could be another one, giving the events coordinators more events to get involved with, more opportunities to meet societies face to face is really important.
Okay, we'll move forward then. So in your manifesto, you state that the Societies Bazaar is limited to 20% of societies, something you could have affected this year whilst in the role. Why is this limit there, and why wasn't it changed prior to the Bazaar?
It's once again one of those things that along the way I've realised, you know, why don't we do more? I think this year went above and beyond from previous years. I remember last year we spoke to 2 people during the day at the Bazaar as my society attended, whereas this year I think Piazza was buzzing a lot more and there's a lot more energy and a lot more people involved. And I remember in one of the planning meetings, I think it was Anna who put her hand up and went, you know, why aren't we doing this in James France? And, you know, it raised a good question of like, why are we limiting it to, you know, Piazza and some of COGS and Room 1? Like, why can we not go bigger and better?
So obviously this year was very good. We had a great turnout and a bit of an anomaly. Really, with Refreshers Bazaars, we don't normally get such a good turnout. So is it a risk then taking on everyone and moving it to a bigger venue?
Yeah, definitely.
And how would you look to remove that risk from putting on a bigger show?
I think because I'm hitting the ground running over the summer is really important to me. So doing as much pre-planning as possible, and assessing, you know, where the risk will be for the event beforehand and talking to relevant people. So whether it's talking to marketing about how we're going to get the event out to people, pitching it to hall chairs to see if they can get their halls to come down and things like that. So I'm really excited to basically get going as soon as possible over the summer. Last year it was a lot of finding your feet, you're not sure who to go to speak to. I remember it took us ages to plan the bazaar because we weren't quite sure who we were talking to or where to position people. So having that experience and knowing that I've been there and I've done it and I know who to go talk to, I think is really, really vital.
Okay, you've proposed in your manifesto an adopt a society system. How will you encourage people to adopt a society, and are you sure that there will be demand for this?
In the January application period for new societies, we actually had 3 societies we found who had been previously within the section. One of the societies that we founded was someone who went on placement year, and whilst they were on placement, unfortunately the society went defunct and they wanted to pick it up again. And I think it's really important to be transparent in the fact that LSU holds the accounts and funds for those societies for 3 years when they fold. And I think it's a shame that we don't advertise that those funds are there to use, because they're sat there gaining dust at the end of the day, like they're not doing anything. So whilst I don't think we necessarily need to advertise the fact that societies are folding, but I think it would be a useful part of the website where you go and you go, I want to make a new society, let's have a look at some past ideas. And maybe one of those is really similar to what you want to do.
So sort of a timeline history of what has happened before and whether or not it's a good idea.
Yeah, sort of a...
Do you think this could deter people from making new societies if they've got a list of ones that have failed before?
I think it's important to notice that, you know, what students are engaged with changes year on year. So I think one big society that comes to mind is Disney Society. You know, everyone loves a Disney movie, and yet the Disney Society folded. I don't think it's necessarily bad. You know, gaining a committee is hard, and you're not always going to have students who are as engaged as previous years. But I think it's important that, you know, a student, you know, if they really love Disney, why can't they pick up that society again? Instead of having to start all from scratch, which I think itself is more daunting.
Okay.
I think I'd rather pick up something that already existed.
Okay. Moving on then, so what changes would you make to reduce the number of societies that shut down at the end of each year? Obviously this leads very well on from the Adopt a Society. Essentially, how would you reduce the capacity to adopt a society?
I think it's important how we advertise what roles entail. I think one of the biggest reasons that people might drop out of a committee or might not want to run for committees because they're not entirely sure what it involves and how much commitment it is. Obviously, if you're going into your second year, you're not sure how much your workload is going to change, and then if you're taking on an additional role as well, it can be quite difficult to judge how much time you're going to have to give to both. So part of my manifesto last year was to implement a handbook, that's the word I want, there we go. And so far we've written up kind of brief job descriptions for chair and treasurer, but I think we can do a lot more to give societies templates for kind of the most common roles that they might have. And within that they could say, like, oh, I'm a chair and I spend on average 6 hours a week on my society, and here are the things I do. So I think it's really important to let people know what they're getting themselves
So would you
into.
look to standardise the committee positions across all societies? Obviously some will need different elements, but would there be a standard structure to it all?
I think most societies do share a lot of committee positions in common. You know, the name might change. You might be an events coordinator in one society, you might be events captain or officer in another society.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, they're working on events. So we don't necessarily have to force societies to have the same positions, but they obviously have key elements that they can pick from each of the roles.
Okay, we're going back down to Piazza. There's another question, I believe, down there. Yeah, Rahul.
Yeah, so this question is coming from Pippa on behalf of Julia, I believe.
Yep, so this is from Julia. She says, the culture and faith societies remain one of the biggest and most unrepresented sections within societies. Due to this, their engagement within the society section is also minimal. If elected, how do you plan on improving this?
Okay, would you like me to repeat the question?
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
You got it. Okay,
Yeah.
off you go then.
Okay, thank you, Julia. So it's something that us as a committee have been talking about. So the Societies Exec is how we structure our committee to best support societies, especially societies that aren't always engaged with us. Of course, we don't want to force societies to be engaged. If they're functioning safely and they're functioning well and they're happy with where they are, then we're happy for them to operate as they want
So
to.
what would you highlight as the reasons of why culture and faith societies aren't engaging as much?
That's a really good question. I think the nature of the societies are often very community-based, and they maybe struggle with collaboration. Some culture and faith societies do collaborate quite well together, but often collaborating outside of their section could be difficult.
And so how, if elected, would you
Change
make that
that.
a possibility? Yeah.
We've spoken about not splitting the section into culture and faith, but having 2 leads within that section, because it is our biggest section within societies. So having 2 members of committee who would help and support and give that extra hand that they need in order to do so.
Okay, the Give It a Go scheme did not work in the past. Why are you planning to revitalise a system which has failed in previous years, and what will be different this time?
So over the refreshers period, the marketing team ran a few events in COGS, which were a varying success. Some of them worked really well, some of them didn't. And I think that was kind of a really good example to pick up and work on in future. I think the way that Give It a Go has existed hasn't worked. You know, you get a leaflet and it's got loads of society names on it, but it doesn't really tell you what it is. So I think giving that transparency of, you know, you walk through Piazza and you see a society doing something, you're not reading like Cocktail Society class, you're seeing them do it. So you get it straight away. It means that, yeah, extra visibility, we can help them publicise it a little bit more, perhaps think about giving funds for societies to run the events as well if they wanted. But it does feel a bit like it doesn't go anywhere. You know, it's a leaflet and then it's kind of forgotten about. I think a big thing that we missed out on this year was getting it all on the LSU calendar. Obviously at the start of the year, wasn't able to put events up there, but now we can. I think that's a really important thing as well to do.
Okay, Abby, thank you very much. That's the end of our line of questioning. Please could we have your closing statement?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much everyone for watching. Come and find me across the campaigning week. You can follow me on my social media, which is Abby Societies, nice and simple. I'm happy to talk to all of you, and I'm really, really excited to be re-elected. So please check out my manifesto and vote for me.
Well, there we have it, the end of the Soapbox for today, at least, but there's more to come tomorrow. That, of course, closes out the societies and all the sectional Soapbox positions available this year in the exec election. We have had an unprecedented number of candidates, and you will see even more evidence of that tomorrow. Rahul, are you with me, and have you enjoyed this?
I think it's...
You're getting really good at accepting that clapping.
Much cheering, much celebration. I think both for Abby's outstanding performance there, and also because we are nearing the end of today, and it's been a long day. Yeah, how are you holding up?
I'm done. This is it. This is me done for today. I'll be back tomorrow, ready for the exec positions, where we will, of course, be grilling them even further on some of their manifesto points. And we do, of course, have that all fantastic VP position, 4 candidates running, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very exciting tomorrow. I'm probably just going to stay here and wait until
You
tomorrow
do look very
starts.
comfortable. I don't see any reason to move.
Yeah, I've already got a bed in the back of room 1, so it's fine. Okay.
I'll leave you to round the rest of this up from me.
Brilliant.
That's all.
Thank you very much, Ed. So, how do you think Abby fared in that? Obviously, her second foray into the soapbox there, I thought she held up very, very well.
Yeah, I think she kept her calm and she got her points across and was very clear. Yeah, she answered the questions about how the year's been going, which has been a bit tough with the website, which the societies really depend on. But she's really got out there and started talking to people.
Naomi, you've been on Society's Exec, I think you were saying 3 years in a row?
Yep.
Yeah? So, been there, done that. How have you found the progression? Obviously, because we would have been Nepal first. No, Sam, Nepal, Abby. Okay, so how have you found the progression? And obviously, Abby wanting to rerun. How have you found the changes, and what do you think she's going to build on?
Okay. So I think each of the 3 people, Nepal, Sam and Abby, have each had a different way of leading societies. They each have brought a different thing to the society section. I think what has been great that all 3 of them have done they've kind of put their energy in. But what unfortunately Sam and Nepal haven't been able to do is carry on, because they've started some really good ideas like Nepal's SRS. But what I think Abby has the potential to do is kind of carry on, and like she's already put the groundwork in this year. So with a second year, it would be easier to kind of progress.
Okay, so Pippa, a question for you then. You've been on a team with Abby now for half a year. You've still got a little bit to go. How have you seen her handle some of the difficulties that Naomi mentioned, for example, with the website that societies really depend on? How has she been as a teammate, and how has she been as a leader of the society section?
Abby's amazing on Exec. She is really passionate about helping the societies, and you can really tell that she wants to do the best for them. I think that her problems with the website and things that she's encountered, she's always dealt with really well, and I think that her main reason for rerunning is that she knows that with time this will get better. She's really patient, and she's just so passionate about making sure that the things she wants to do happen, which is why I think running for a second year is so important to her, and I think that she'll be just as good if she gets elected again.
Okay, well that's really lovely. So she is uncontested. Naomi, you're on her society exec this year. Normally there's 1 or 2 people from that team who think about running. Why do you think that hasn't happened this year?
So on the current team, I believe I'm one of 2 people who's set to graduate at the end of this year. Everyone else is either first year, second year, or going on placement. And they haven't spent more than 1 year on society exec. So what generally happens is someone will be on it for maybe 2 years, 3 years. I think in Nepal's case it was 4 years. And then with that experience, they go on to run for it. Not saying that you can't do it with less experience, but it's just the general trend. And I think because no one who was about to leave seemed inclined to run for it, that is why I think it's uncontested from society's exec.
Okay, and we're just going to go then to members of Abby's campaign team. So, Amy, are you there?
Yes, I've got a couple of members, as you said, of the campaign team. How is everything going so far?
Yeah, Abby's done really, really well, especially with the soapbox just now. She was so clear, put loads of her points across, like Naomi said, and I think she's going to make a fantastic candidate.
Are you excited for anything specifically coming up this week? I mean, have you got any big events that you're excited for?
I'm most excited for probably Indie Night and some of the what are they called?
I think getting to know more people in the campaign, getting to know more people in societies, meeting more people through the week, and generally just having a good time.
Yeah.
Very good. With Indie Night and stuff, you guys are going to be going out on several of the nights out. So obviously quite a few campaign teams are going out to several of the nights out. We've had FND mentioned a couple of times already. Do you plan on going to every single night out or getting some sleep?
Probably trying to get some sleep is a tough week ahead.
Fair enough. That's a good plan, honestly. I'm going to hand back to Rahul, so thank you guys very much.
Is it going to match the nails?
Thank you very much. So I believe we've got time for one more question just to round it up. What do you think, then, Abby needs to be focusing on in her second year? Should she be elected?
I think that Abby needs to focus on the things that she's put in her manifesto. A lot of her ideas are things that she's like carrying over, things that she's seen in the section that need improvement, things that need support, people that need help. And I think that definitely her points about focusing on engaging some more of the chairs and bringing into play the whole SRS scheme is like a really important thing for her, and also would be amazing for societies. So I think that's what she should focus on.
Yeah, I think bringing this SRS scheme to fruition would be great, because I think they've put in a lot of effort over it in the last year, trying to develop it. I think another great thing to focus on is communication, but I think that's always the case, because especially with the website, unfortunately, there's been in a lot of emails. So I think communication.
Okay, well, that's brilliant. Thank you both very much for joining us and fielding some questions. That is the end of the actual soapboxes themselves, but obviously you will need to vote when voting opens. So here is a little video explaining exactly what the single transferable vote is and how to get around it.
So it's that time of year again, and exec elections are upon us. So we want to take this opportunity to explain to you how your vote for the upcoming exec elections will work. So the exec elections works off the single transferable vote system. So when you log on to lsu.co.uk/exec elections, you'll be presented with a list of candidates that are running for each role. You will then need to rank them in order of preference. You can rank as many or as few candidates as you wish, but remember, RON, which stands for Reopen the Nominations, is also an option. So how is your vote counted? Well, it all starts with a quota. The quota is 50% of the total votes that have been cast for a candidate plus one. If no candidate reaches the quota in the first round, then the least popular candidate is eliminated, and their votes are redistributed based on their voter's second choice. This process will continue until a candidate reaches the quota and is elected. Be sure to follow LSU Media on Facebook, YouTube and Instagram to keep up to date with all the exec election coverage.
And we are back. So, Darcy.
Hello.
Welcome back. How do you think today has gone?
I think it's gone amazing. We started off with Rachel. She did such a great job at the beginning. And all the candidates throughout the day, they've really shown what they're about. They've spoken brilliantly about their manifestos. And I think they've given themselves a really, really good platform for people to determine who they want to vote for. So yeah, it's really good.
And are you, obviously you've put in a lot of work into this, are you proud of how today has gone and are you excited for tomorrow?
I'm really happy with how today's gone. I'm even more excited for tomorrow because we'll have some more students on campus, hopefully. So hopefully this room will be even more full. But I'm also exhausted, so I can't wait to go home.
Fair enough. Amy, you've been roaming around talking to some of the campaign teams in a very sharp three-piece suit, I might add. I also like the pink, very good choice. How's it been talking to some of the people and getting an insight?
Actually very good. I think a lot of the campaign team members have got a lot to put forwards for this, and obviously they will be backing up the actual candidates. So what they say and how they react to how the candidates have been acting on Soapbox today is very important for their overall campaign. So yeah, I think it will go well, but yeah, it's been good chatting to them and good getting to have the experience.
Mm-hmm, definitely. Darcy, tomorrow we've got the Executive Officer Soapbox. So what are you expecting to come out of that? Obviously, having read some of the all the manifestos probably, what are you expecting the candidates to come out with? What should they be looking out for in terms of pitfalls? Because Ed and myself, I know definitely will be looking to pin them down, especially for me, the president one. So what do you think they should watch out for?
I think the executive one tomorrow is going to be a bit more difficult, I imagine, because they have a lot more responsibility in terms of sitting on a board of trustees, having those additional responsibilities, whereas our section chairs focus on their section and put all their energy into that. I think they should be aware of that, but at the same time, we've got a load of candidates who are fully capable of answering those questions, and they just need to know their manifestos and nail them as best they can.
And in terms of the split then, why did you decide to have all of the elections happening at the same time? Why did you decide to bring it all under one kind of campaign period?
As opposed to having a sections one then the executive one? I mean, we work as a team together. At the end of the day, all of the officers within the team want the same outcome. We want to make sure our students are represented, whether that's in a section or whether that's at the university. And the best way to do that is by working together and running these elections together, getting to know the other candidates. You want the people on your team who want the same goals as you. So yeah, we ran them all together because at the end of the day, the executive works as a team, whether you're a section chair or an executive officer. So,
I mean, here, that's very well said. Okay, so I think that brings us to the close. And just a reminder that tomorrow we'll be kicking off at 3:15. You should be able to see the times in front of you now, ending at 6:30 with the President Soapbox. Going to be a very interesting day. I'm very excited. I think today has gone very well, so cannot wait for tomorrow. With that being said, that is all from us. Thank you very much for joining us if you have done. Tune in tomorrow with more of the same, some tough questions, Ed in the hot seat there. And from me, I've been Rahul, and hopefully you still will be tomorrow. I've been joined by Amy in the piazza. Thank you very much for joining in, and have a good evening.
declare the Exec Elections 2020 are open. You are now free to campaign.
This is the Soapbox Extra.
Oh, one day down then. Here we are, back at it again. It is a Soapbox Extra. It's Will, Tamara and Josh here. Hope you're doing well. We're kind of here to reflect and wrap things up, aren't we?
Yeah, have a little wind down after all that drama, yeah.
Incredibly long day, and we've got all of it again to do tomorrow. So.
Yay! It is exciting stuff to be involved with, though, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the kind of level of production that goes on is just ridiculous. Like, there's so much coordination happening, and I mean, it all just works together so well. It's been a great day from like great teamwork, really, isn't it?
Even just then, I had the director of telly and the sound guy pointing at me, like simultaneously being like, "Push the button, Will." All right, so what have we had today then?
So today we've already seen 6 interviews for all of the section chairs, which has been, it's been a pretty full-on day. We've had the AU clubs officer interview, we've had the action chair, we had rag chair, then we had a little break with us. Which was great. Yeah. We also had enterprise, media and the societies chairs. We've had 6 of those today, but we're doing it all again tomorrow with the executive officers starting from 3:15.
Yes, tomorrow we're going to have interviews with welfare and diversity, the candidates for sport, education, vice president, and of course the big one, the union president.
Oh, it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow, I think. I'm definitely ready for it. Going to need to get the snacks stocked back up again, though, because that's one of the most important parts of the day. Backstage is making sure you have enough snacks to keep you going.
The amount of times people have been like, because we've got radios all around here that we communicate, and the amount of time people have said, "I'm in the piazza, does anybody need any food from the shop?"
That's happened a few times today already.
Yeah. Emphasis on the word need. Yeah. So Josh, you've been kind of documenting what's going on behind the scenes here at Media, because as we've been saying, the amount of production that goes into this is incredible, and the way that we can bring this level of detail and kind of competitive edge to our viewers is it is great. What have you noticed by observing today?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing is from the outset of these elections, we wanted to kind of bring an insight into what actually goes on in a media production, and the elections period is always one of our busiest times in the year.
Sure.
This is where all the sections collaborate together to bring what's been incredible coverage so far. Massive shout out to all the volunteers today. I don't know if the sound crew can hear me this time over there.
No, we're not getting any looks back.
Anyway,
muted us right away.
Yeah, but no, it's been an incredible effort. So basically, what I've been trying to do today, and a few other volunteers have been doing throughout this election period so far, is basically following people around in their day-to-day roles. So today I followed floor manager Sophia around. I've chatted to Chris. I've chatted to people in the gallery up here. Just kind of getting an insight into what are the roles that are on offer in a live show, because when you see it on the TV, you don't really appreciate just how much work goes into it. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
But also it can be really, really tricky for us because there's lots of rules and things to make sure that we're being fair. So if one of our volunteers is involved in like a campaign or something, they're not allowed here. Like it's not a thing.
Yeah,
so.
and that's why we're very careful with things like that. So any volunteers who are in a campaign team, they're not allowed in any of the high-profile roles that could say influence the actual content that goes out to viewers. So that's all taken care of.
Yeah. No,
so obviously our presence here means that we don't have close enough friends to be involved in a campaign.
Very simple solution to that.
Yeah, there we go. But no, it's been a pretty crazy day so far. I know they mentioned it just then, but remember that the voting is going to be open on Tuesday, the 3rd of March from 9 a.m. and it is going to close that Friday on the 6th of March at 4 p.m. So make sure that you are finding out as much information as you can about these campaigns and making sure you're as informed as you can be, and just make sure you definitely vote.
Absolutely. And there is no excuse not to vote. Like, the ability to vote is huge. We have 2 ways to do it, either online or in person. If you're going to do it online, go to lsu.co.uk/exec elections. It's really, really easy. You literally just rank some people that you think you like, and then you just submit it and it's fine. Do your research though. If you're going to do it in person, you can either go to, get your pens and papers ready, James France, EHB, West Park, Loughborough Student Union, which is here, or the library, although James France isn't open on Wednesday the 4th of March between 1 and 4 p.m.
Yeah, so you definitely don't have an excuse not to be voting.
Where are you going to vote?
Oh, I don't know, because you've got a lot of choice. I feel like I've always done it online, so maybe this year I'll branch out and do it in person. I really do. You feel quite powerful when you get that little pencil and the paper, don't you?
Being in the ballot booth.
Yeah, exactly. And this time it's like better than like one of the general elections you have, because you're going to have so many things to vote for, so you're going to get to do it loads of times, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and you get to write numbers.
Exact numbers. Numbers makes all the difference. The reason you get numbers is what Josh was explaining in that lovely little video earlier. That was Josh. About
which we did think was a little bit low-level lighting. We'll guide you to the exit.
that wasn't my responsibility. I'm just the speaker.
Yeah,
it was very well done.
No, it was great, and yeah, I'm hoping that is that video available online.
I believe it is, and if it's not, it will be soon, hopefully.
Yeah, so definitely make sure you know how the voting works. It's basically going to be a ranking system, as Josh was explaining. But if you have any more questions about the election process or just queries about how it's all working and when you can find out the results and all stuff like that, you can have a look on the website. So you can go to lsu.co.uk/exec elections to find out loads of info. So there's everything about the candidates and their campaigns. They have all of their manifestos up there, and they have a massive page of FAQs. Like, seriously, someone put so much effort into those FAQs. And then obviously there's the main elections timetable, so you can know all about all the different events happening.
And remember, I know the guys mentioned it towards the end there, and I know Ron sent us a very, very scary message, but don't forget about Ron. He is very important. He's not a human, but he does take part in every single position. He's a candidate in every single position, so that if you don't like any of the candidates...
Well, yeah, or agree with what they're saying.
Well, yeah, don't like them.
Right.
Don't like you. I'm going to Ron you. You can vote for Ron. Ron stands for Reopen Nominations, and as I say, it's one of the options in every single position, and yeah, you can do that if you don't want to vote for any of the candidates, and if Ron wins the election, the post will then be reopened for a by-election at a suitable time in the future.
Oh, that's so good. Such a good line, that. But going back to all of the work that's been happening in media today, if you could have another role, like if you could choose any role to play in the media team today, like tomorrow, say you had to jump into someone's role, whose would you want to be? Like,
well, I don't know. I mean, I I thought about telly presenting a lot, but I think face for radio is a thing.
It's definitely a thing.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I know. This camera's
Go for
really
director,
off-putting.
maybe?
Director.
Would you go for director?
Well, so Josh is the name of the TV director back here. And I do quite like that basically all he does all day is just shout at people, which is quite nice.
He does seem very powerful on days like today, doesn't he?
So
he's kept everyone in line. He's done a smashing job.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's nailed it. So it's his job to basically like pull everything together. So obviously he's got cameras out and about all over the place, and he's there being like 4, 2, 1, and that's like switching between the different views. It's very impressive.
Yeah, no. Everyone on that whole team, like they've literally been 100% focused for like how many hours? Like we've just had a lot of breaks.
Well, we had our first like proper meeting at 1, but everyone was kind of here before that to just get themselves
so
here.
a lot of time has been put into just today. But I mean, obviously you've got the prep. Like weeks beforehand as well.
Yeah, I mean, was it the tech guys? They were setting up on Thursday. But some of the graphics that have been made for today are dedicated to JCR, who's over in the studio. Give us a wave. There he is.
Yay, he's way back this time.
Incredible. So he's been prepping that for even longer. And yeah, just the coordination with other teams in the union. So we've got crew here that run nights. So having to work with them for, I don't know, linking the audio in Piazza, all of that. And
getting us on the screens and stuff.
All of that. Setting up
on
the
big
cameras
screen.
as well. No, it's been a mammoth effort from everyone. And we've still got one more day to go.
Yeah, only halfway there.
Only
we've got to
halfway.
think what we're going to do for our 10-minute bit in half time.
Oh, what, tomorrow? Yeah, I love that we're calling it half time. It's like
this is
half
full
time.
time.
This
by
is
the
full
way.
time. Yeah, we're on full time. But yeah, no, it's just that 10 minutes to give everyone the well-deserved breather that they need, and we can jump in and just kind of like lighten the mood a bit as well. Sometimes, isn't it? Just make a bit of a joke out of the serious day, because it's so high pressure.
It
like,
really is.
I don't think I could ever go through anything that these candidates have been going through. Like in my entire life, it's just so stressful. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we've got to talk about results night. Because I remember when you usually see results, it's like on the telly, and it's some important person usually dressed in like gold clothing with things on, and they look important. And they say like, oh, this person has this many votes. No. Then I came to the results night here expecting something similar in room 1 on the stage. A lot of people are drunk. The lights are all very, very low. There's lots of people screaming, but it's fantastic.
It's absolutely mad. It's literally like on the stage of room 1. It's quite late in the evening as well on the Friday.
It's in the middle of a night out. It's quite surreal how everything just stops.
It's pretty crazy. I think this year there's a change of time though, but we'll have more details on that later on.
Oh, good.
You know, I was actually directing results night last year.
Oh, were you?
The pressure of that to not fire, say, the wrong result for the wrong candidate.
Oh.
So we could have had sport come up, but announced the president result. So
my goodness,
it's very high pressure when things like that come on.
Oh,
but
definitely, that would be quite a moment killer, wouldn't it?
If you're in the adrenaline junkie though, it's perfect.
Oh, great.
It's good fun.
So are you going to be involved in results night this year as well?
I will be. Roles are currently up on the volunteer page for media, so any media volunteers listening in, make sure you comment on that online. And then roles will be decided later this week.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, the results night is such a good night to be involved in from the volunteers' point of view, because it's like that big moment. Everything's over and done with for elections, and everyone just actually goes out afterwards and has a great night.
But it's also really funny. As soon as we come off air, walking around media, and everything is just silent, and it's just people going
having a big huff and puff. It's all done and dusted. So that's definitely going to be a good one to be involved in. If you haven't heard about it yet, any media volunteer can get involved. And I think media membership's still up for grabs.
Yeah, no, media
yeah.
So
if you've been watching this stream, listening to us and stuff, and you think this is so cool, I want to be involved, there might even be last minute runner positions up. Who knows?
You never know.
You can always get involved and witness what's happening.
Yeah, great. All right, well, that kind of wraps it up for LSU Media's coverage of day 1 of the Soapbox. We are back tomorrow from 3, 10 past 3, that kind of time.
Yep.
And we, as I say, we'll be chatting to the rest of them, and we'll be back with the Soapbox Extra at half-time and full-time. So enjoy that. But right now, let's get some music, shall we? And we'll catch you tomorrow.
This is Loughborough Campus Radio.
Now, here comes the music.
LCR, your soundtrack to Loughborough.